Peace. Turn on one time, tapping in. Man, y'all hit me out and jump on the like button. No matter how many times we come in here, um, people been coming here probably over a year now, every day. And unfortunately, we still have to remind them to hit the like button. Let's jump on the like button, y'all. I'm gonna finish getting set up, and like always, we're gonna go in. Y'all see the title: The Europeans really colonized America? Why does tribal history say so? Masonic secrets. See, we're gonna delve into this conversation. Um, Let me hit the like button as well. Not only that, but let me go share. Let me go share the video out. You guys as well, if y'all have not yet, share the video out. Let's get a share to your Instagrams, to your TikTok, and all the other Twitter, all the other social medias. You feel me? Give me a little second. Let me finish setting up, aka finish rolling my blunt, and we're gonna get into the bill. Shout out to everybody in the building. I see y'all pulling up. All right. So tomorrow, if y'all don't know, we will be here tomorrow at let me see. We'll be here tomorrow, maybe 7 p.m. tomorrow. Probably come in at 7 p.m. Eastern time on the cool. Yeah, we probably do it that way. And that'll give us a chance to get started a little early. I do want to say this here, man. The other day we said the first 3 people that get a platinum pack, we were going to send them a autographed book. They was get a free autographed book. Only one person took advantage of it, so we still have 2 slots open for as autographed books. So yeah, you gotta get a platinum pack to get it autographed though, or you get it autographed when I see you. And I don't think y'all gonna fly down here to Houston, Texas, to come get an autograph on your book. But we will be sending free books out to the people who did purchase. So no, I take that back. We had 2 people, only 2 people got it. So I guess we got one more. We have room for one more. We're making 2 more though. My bad. 2 people did it. Um 2 people got their platinum pack. And tomorrow that price is gonna change because my Lex is not gonna be $25 no more. So yeah, we have to do something about that. We doing 500, 600 slide Lexus, bro. It's not $25. Um, not when the Pan Africans get the freestyle for $40 a ticket, and all they doing is freestyling or talking about sitcoms and housewives and how that's bad for our people. Nah. So it's not that model that we had don't fit where we are in the game right now. Far as a $25 lecture, bro. If I'm doing 600 slides, that shouldn't be $25, and the people that are coming shouldn't want to give me $25 for it. So that model gonna change. So we gonna have to raise the price of the VIP for those who got in under the grandfather contract. Will be able to keep it. You know what I'm saying? They still will be able to get in no matter how much it is. You know, so that'll be tomorrow though. That's over with tomorrow for people to go and get in on the platinum pack. You keep it for a year. So other than that, when you go, it's gonna be by 420, something like that. I can do that. Cause I got another lecture coming up that's 440 slides right now. The lecture I already done. I just need time on when I can do it, and it don't look like soon. Maybe about 2 weeks, maybe something like that. But that's with all of the Santeria in it. You know the how the African spiritualities, you know, come from the Americas. Um, you know that have all of that type of stuff in it. The Gullah Geechee history. I had somebody come on my page ask me, "How did you go look up that information on the Gullah Geechee?" I wish that person would come around here. I wish I could see that person because I dive on them. But I'm gonna have all that history in there, man. I just don't know when. I've been caught up with this book, and I really ain't been trying to hear nothing else, you know. But the book. So tomorrow, I know some people been getting pre-orders already. Shout out to y'all, but I did say let's try to wait till Friday, and we all do it at the same time. Our goal is to do 300, bro, which don't sound like a lot, especially consider the amount of people who watch my videos, the amount of people in the community. Now I'm gonna be real. One thing I ain't never received was some support from the community. Real talk. And I wouldn't even say that because we kind of independent. The game made us independent, you know. Far as an Aboriginal or Indian, outside of what we have going on, I never seen, you know, shout out to Dane. Dane. But other than that, I never seen Aboriginals ain't never supported nothing we had going on. Aboriginal, no one from the Aboriginal paradigm has never supported anything. We didn't watch them. I mean, Ali Muhammad came off the couch out of retirement, and we watched them throw all the support behind him, from Tariq Nasheed to a lot of these other people, Chief Johnese to a lot of these people. We watched them throw everything they had behind these people. We ain't never had an Aboriginal come support nothing we ever had going on. We ain't had any of the Indians from the other, whatever you want to call them. We ain't never had none of them come support us. Ever, ever, nigga. Everything has been off our own muscle. It's cool. And without us, we wouldn't, this paradigm wouldn't be in the position that it's in today. Can't nobody argue that. If they do, then they're gonna have to produce the tape and show us the wars that they fought that got us to here. Show us the accomplishments that they had that got us to here. Show us the work that they've produced that got us to where we are today. And I'm gonna tell you right now, can't nobody come do that. How ask me how I know? Ask me how I know can't nobody come produce that. Cause their name is not legendary Top Cat. When you talk about a war, guess who was the general on the front line in every war since 2020 to what we at today? Legendary Big Chief Typecat, front line, every general. Met them niggas on the battlefield. We ain't see nobody else. We ain't no help from no Indians. We ain't no help from no Abos when we was on the battlefield ever. And we always been the smallest. Always been the smallest. But we ain't never scream for no help, ask for no help, none of that. We took all our phase head on. Anything that was coming after this here, we took it head on and walked on them, everything. We ain't never took a L, not even close. But tomorrow, I do want to see if we can find some support out there. Kendrick Lamar said, if it ain't congratulations, then it look like hate. He said, if it ain't congratulated, it look like hate. And I don't think nobody hate. I think we in a good place, man, a good space. I would love to see some support tomorrow in reaching the goal. This would be my first book, but really it's my fourth book. And after 4 books, I have never ever seen an Indian or Aboriginal share any of my books. Never seen it, bro. Now, this one is what matters the most to me, though. I'm gonna have to make a decision, man, to stay away from people if I don't see no support in this project. I'm going to fully go into stay fucking with myself. I'm gonna be honest. But I want to see. I'm curious. I'm curious to see where we are today in 2023. With the year that we had and the year that what we have to come. Far as the end of the year. Now we said Pan-Africanism is not making it into 2024. They're not coming into 20. When we popping firecrackers, it eat chitlins and greens, black eyed peas on the fur, and we out there popping them firecrackers. Guess what? All right, all right. So, what was we? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Lolita Mays, Creekside Yellow in the building, Papa Shorty, Copper Skin, Vito, Rainstorm, Creekside, Battle Ready. Shout out to the homie Paul, Lucchini, TP2 Live in the house, Dark Chief 305, Savior, No Sellout in the building, Nature Gaze in the building, Cherokee Warrior, what up though? Peace to everybody in the building, Genealogy Season in the building. Turn up one time. Let me see. Make sure my likes up too, family out there. My moderator, y'all make sure my likes up. Shout out to the homie Nate. All right, let's see. Where was I, man? Yeah. So tomorrow, bro, we gonna do a full little release, man. If y'all haven't checked out, we'll go through the trailer real quick. This is one of the trailers. I got another one coming, but I really liked this one right here, man. I'm gonna be honest, cause I don't know. I wanted this to go with it. So, man, we'll see who I'll gonna promote. You know what I'm saying? We'll see who I'll support. Our goal is to get 300 books sold. The price of the book is $35. Tomorrow, I might move it down to 30 for pre-sales. Right? Do a little deal for the people who support for a pre-sale. Why did I do the pricing like that? Well, when you look up everybody that's in the game, they book is $35. Talking about everybody from Garfield to Tariq Nasheed, Dane Calloway, I mean, you name it. Umar Johnson. Well, Umar like $50. He got like $50, $60 books too. But yeah, when I looked at it, man, they were like, cause me originally I said $25. And they was like, nah, bro. When you putting in the work, bro, you know what I'm saying? And you look up and everybody book is all those guys book is $35. So we went, we're gonna put the price at the same. You know what I'm saying? You might even deserve more. Because this is a book that people gonna be using to reference. A lot of books out there, people ain't referencing them. We're not seeing these people. Look at Garfield, for example. Garfield wrote a book, and Garfield is a debater. Garfield have people around him who are debaters. We've never heard no one source Garfield's book in a debate. Say, we ain't never. I remember I had bought Dane Calloway 2 books from his genealogy books a couple years ago when we was on Clubhouse for some people. Trying to get black folks into their genealogy. I went on and bought two of those people books to get into their genealogy. We'll see, man. But I want to get to the topic. Hold on, before I get to the topic, play the little clip, and then we'll turn up.
Ancient Greece, birthplace of Western civilization.
This is where it all began, Mason.
Because it is from the Egyptians, for the first generation of a higher, what we would call more metaphysical culture.
Atlantis was founded by the Greek god Poseidon, and the inhabitants possessed sophisticated technology.
Aztecs say that their capital of Tenochtitlan was made in Mexico.
The plume serpent theory is probably related to something that came from the sky.
Could there be a connection between the ancient Greek tale of Atlantis and Native American origin stories?
Who is this figure? Why are these men showing him such adoration?
It's now thing to the point where it took a million men to have to come to the same venerated spot to remind them of the bloodline of the gods with this story.
Bloodlines of the gods and civilizations by the legendary Big Chief Top Cats at university.com and Amazon.
All right. Oh, okay. Rainstorm say the volume low. That's cool, man. We get a few more people in, man. We'll try it over. We'll go through it over. What I want was the topic. One of the topics for is last night there was some brothers had a bill going on. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know who they was, but they called my name. It's like, is Top Cat in here? I was like, huh? I was rolling up a blunt. I'm just gonna listen in. I'm about to go to sleep. They ended up getting me to come ride for like an hour and a half. I seen Kelly in there. Yeah, they had me riding for like an hour and a half in there. But let me say this here too, cause something I've been noticing, bro. All of this big Indian energy from a lot of these people who are out here who've been teaching that Europeans came here and colonized the Americas. And this is coming from people who run around talking about they're in their tribe, their nation, they're respected, when I know that's not true because they told me differently personally. One of the people who running around here playing big Indian, looking like a white boy. The older he get, the more pillar he get. You know how when white folk get old, their ears get big. Y'all ever notice that the white folks they get older they get, their ears get bigger. You got some of these white Indians running around here trying to play big Indian. All right. You know, I don't respect is for somebody to try to pull up and act like they have seniority over the game, or that you should give them respect when it's not earned. They want to. No disrespect to Sabir Bay, but we'll use Sabir Bay because he's a prime example. My bad, y'all. I had to text. All right. Yeah, that's one thing I don't feel, bro. These people running around here and they acting like they the big Indian. They acting as though they I've been around here 20 years and bro, gone on. Gone on, bro. These people done been Moors, they done been Muslim, they have been all of the above, and they want seniority over this Indian. But when we hear them speak, they will sit there and tell you that Europeans colonized America when that is so far from the truth. Even when we look at these tribes out here, people with the conversations of being so tribal or being amongst these people in your tribe, when the tribal leaders, or if you read the history of them, their history reads and tells you that they have been colonized by Europeans. Now, with a person like me who know better than that, right? If I know that these people, the Europeans, did not colonize the Americas. Now, I know that for a fact. So when you hear these people talking about their Indian chiefs or people in the village and traditional history, most traditional history is faker than the history that you get in our Wikipedia. Tell me where the tribal history is coming from these people. Let me know where the tribal history differs from what the Wikipedia site says. Anybody hear me out with that? Because you got these people running around here trying to convince you, first off, to be to fall under. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I don't do the black game or none of that. But if you don't look like me, or if you don't come from my people, you can't tell a white boy, an Asian, a Mongoloid, or any of those other things. Listen, bro, you think can't no white boy, Mongoloid, Asian, or Native American be my chief? I don't know what's wrong with these people out here, bro. Nah, bro, we will go to war before a Native American or any other person is think they finna sit over the top of me. You got people out here trying to convince you, quote unquote, traditional, as if we don't know the history on what happened here in America, especially during the 20th century, how the government has taken over all of these tribes, literally put people in place. When we come in the 20th century, my family was one of the last true traditional chiefs coming from the bloodline from our nation. That was going in the 20th century. And really after and you know, everything really was broken up after that. Coming into the 20th century, everything was broken up really after the Civil War. A lot of things changed in that area. By the time the 20th century hit, a lot of people had then went on, moved on. I never hear these people talk about the Masonic influence in any of this, when it actually plays a great part, especially those people coming out the north. It's so hard for them to claim anything out of the north. When for one, we know who the colonizers were. Okay, one of the largest confederacies that was created, which initiated the reasoning for the newly created United States. You had Lenape Indians there. Basically, they led it. You know, one of their chiefs led the operation. So they played a huge part in the colonization or the creation of the United States. But then you had these Lenape people come out here and tell you that they was colonized. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. We know the Lenapes in William Penn, this whole situation. And from William Penn in the Quaker 1680, we understand what came from that. The abolitionist movement, Underground Railroad, the Back to Africa movement. Stop it, man. Why are these people out here playing? So, like I say, when they out here talking traditional, all you got to do is type in Wikipedia. A lot of these people have been Moors and Muslims, and now they come out here trying to play big Indian. Been doing this for 20 years. What are the people that's following you? I'd be ashamed to tell somebody I've been doing it 20 years. I ain't got nobody listening to me. I don't have 20 years worth of a following. I don't have 20 years my work ain't been respected. Nobody will remember me when I'm gone. Why would I commit 20 years to doing anything if my name not gonna be edged in stone when I leave? Did the Europeans colonize America? And you'll have people come out here and tell you so. You have people come out here and tell you not to be American. You'll have people tell you to go out there and create relationships with mongoloids. Lucchini say 20. We nobody listening, barely breaking 20 views. Oh, I thought you were finna say we had 20 here. I was finna go crazy, Lucchini. I looked down. I said, man, I'm about to go crazy. I can't see the joint when I be talking. So oh, you say barely listening. Oh yeah, with them they averaging one view every hour over there. I see you boy and them keep putting my name in his mouth. This turtle guy, and he one of the fakest Indians running around here. Turtle got on there and told everybody his family had 300 slaves in Barbados. So a person like that can never come out here and talk about a colonization or that somebody did something to them. They come out here talking about somebody colonized America when they family, they on record saying they family had 300 slaves. 300 Indian slaves? What type? We still haven't figured out what type of slave them was. And how did the Lenape have a slave trade in Barbados? We still ain't figured that part out. These niggas be running around here running their mouth when they got to look up to a Mongoloid. They got to answer to a Mongoloid. He ain't the only one. It's a lot of these people out here feel as though they should have some type of seniority over what's going on. And they ain't worth a red Indian penny. All through history, we was taught that the Indians died off. The Indians died of chicken pox. We was taught that the Indians didn't play a significant role in human history, especially civilization. So man, I went and wrote a book, man. Did something that a lot of these people been here for 20, 30 years failed to do. Because all of a sudden now they got all of the information. They ain't never put no work in, but now they all of a sudden got all the answers. Check. Right here, I want to get it closer. Hold on, maybe I can read it. Maybe I can read it, or I can get hold on, let me drop the link down there. Hey, brother Wale, man. Wale, why they be picking on you? Hey, brother Wale, pull up. Believer, y'all say Turtle needs to show proof. Show proof of what? Of he said, I think he fraud. Well, he done been to more 5% of Nation Islam. All these people done been all type of things, bro. I don't pay these people no mind, bro. It's a lot of hatred and envy in their heart, man. I just tell the nigga to buy some views, buy some fake bots in the chat. Buy some fake, get some fake bots in the chat. Wale, I dropped the link. Wale, come up, brother. Wale, come up. Brother Wale. Pull up, Wale. I dropped the link in the chat. Wale, I thought you was one of them cool old school. You get a little kids in the neighborhood money. You let them come cut your yard, rake the leaves up, so they can get money to pay for their football equipment. For the summer after the summer over with. Wale, I've been seeing you getting into a lot of fights lately. And I'm trying to figure. I thought he was one of them good old men who, he get a women a couple dollars in the neighborhood to do some strange things to him. But Wale, you been getting into some fights out here, man. Pull up, Wale, and come holler at me. Brother Wale, man, what you had like the last week, man? What you been doing to people, man? What is it? I know you done ran the trick bill up in the neighborhood. Speaking of trick bills, when y'all see open the knowledge, let me know. If y'all see open the knowledge in here, let me know. Speaking of a trick bill, open the knowledge, I got some very bad news back from you. I need to holler at you. All right, turn up, Wale. What's been going on in the neighborhood, man? Why you causing all this trouble out here?
Hey, man, I just entered the YouTube streets, So, hey, that's it.
So you just showed up. So what you saying? They picking on you?
Oh, not at all, not at all. They're
So
not just used to
you
the
the
kind
aggressor
of
then. So you are the
no,
aggressor.
I don't aggress. Not at all. I'm just different.
Break that down.
I see.
Cause I feel like I'm different.
I
That's why I go
mhm.
through a lot of things I go through because I feel like I'm different. So break it down.
Let me, I'm gonna give you three quick ones, right? Three quick ones everybody has a lot of trouble with, right? The first one right away is I'm not human.
Hold on,
They
hold on,
they
hold on. Whoa. You came out the gate. You probably should have said that for number 3. Yeah. You know what? Do me a favor. Give me them other 2 first, and then give me that one again. Because he just said, first off, he not human. Some people might have thought of Lex Vortex when he said that. But break that down. The brother said he ain't even a human. Somebody go get Trees, tell Trees to come in here. She might want to hear this one. All right, turn up, Wale. Let's start out from 1. Say that one, that first one for number 3. Break it down.
okay. The next thing is they get upset about is I say I am perfect. That's not you got that or should I'm off limits or what? Hello, I'm off limits. Mhm. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with this thing right now. So Top Cast is your show. When you come on, let me know.
Wale, what happened, man? My bad. Mic check 1 2 1 2. They said mic check. You still there, brother? Brother Wale, you on mute?
Yeah, yeah. I'm here. I didn't hear from you for a few.
Okay. Now, okay, run it back for me. I'm gonna be honest. Somebody called. I had a phone call.
Yeah, it's cool. I just didn't understand. I mean, I'm not accustomed to some things.
Well, first you said you're not human. Let's deal with that.
Uh
You're
huh.
not human. What are you? What planet do you come from, brother?
Okay, we're gonna look at that particular statement. I suggest from more than just one perspective, like this interplanetary type attitude. And I will get to
Okay.
that if you want to. I can get to that.
No, you can go
But,
into it. I'm open minded.
okay, the thing is that by definition, a human is ancestors are apes. My ancestors are not apes.
Mm.
So when people be talking about praise be the ancestors and all that stuff, if they think they're human, they talking about apes, aren't they? I'm not talking about apes when I praise my ancestors.
Hold
When I
on,
read,
time out 1 second. Hold that thought. Don't break your wisdom.
there we
BM 313 in the door. Call itself the glove, like Gary Payton. I think Gary Payton was the glove back then. Hey man, you better be a baseball player, man. You better play for the Detroit Tigers. 313, you better play for the Detroit Tigers, nigga. Come in here calling yourself the glove. Now, either you was a Golden Glove champion, either you played shortstop or outfield in baseball. Either you played catcher in baseball. Okay, he say glove is another word for Michigan. Oh, okay, man. I was finna say, man. What are you gloving? Yeah, okay. All right. So he says it's another word for Michigan. You learn something new every day, man. So I appreciate that. I learned today that Michigan is called the glove. Oh, all right, turned up. See, there go new Fat Boy Fitness. See, he right there out of Indiana, so he already know. They already on point. Yeah, I'm a little slow, man. Urban Engine say Turtle is bitter, wanted to be the last of the Mohicans, and got jealous as more Indians woke up. But he switched up his narrative to appease the natives. Wow. They got him on tape out there appeasing the Moors and everybody. When you see him in the videos, you know he come out the era of Polite them, to Hootie them, and all of them. All of them people had bigger names than him. We ain't never seen him win no fight. We seen Pan when he was around. Pan African was at an all-time high. Comedic science was at an all-time. What was the Indian conversation? When you on the battlefield at the same time, where's the, come on, man. How we gonna respect it? How is gonna respect it? If we know that the big homies was on the block when these big homies, these people who gonna go down as Hall of Famers or something like that, you feel me? Why we don't hear your name up there amongst, why you ain't get a following like all of them? You had the same opportunity in the same time as them. See, they can't say that about me, because in my time, I'm the best of my era. Period. Yeah, nah, man, we not equal, man. These niggas was out there in Polite in them time. All of them was able to get a name. Pan African was able to be at an all-time high. And you had a chance to end all that with this Indian knowledge. But you was back then talking about we was Moors. All right, turn up, Wale. Wale's not a human in the sense of, wait a minute. Hold on, because you said a monkey. Is that like Darwinism? Do they have anything to do with like evolution?
Exactly.
Okay, break it down.
Because I don't do evolution. That's that Darwin theory thing. And so
Right.
if you're following that line, which is a theoretical line, they're trying to say it's an actuality, it's still a theoretical line. And a lot of it includes the word belief. I was amazed at how many times in their explanation of evolution, when they show their quote sources, unquote, uh, in the source it reads belief. Scientists believe and scientists think, and so I throw it in the corner with the rest of the beliefs. But I say science is you know a religion, because you have to believe everything. You have to.
I agree with that.
I don't see it, so they're upset about that, and I understand that. And then even with the science thing, I break it from my concept. This is all concepts, man, right? So I break it from Occidental and Oriental. That's where I go when I go to science. There's Occidental. You are familiar with what I'm talking?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. There's Occidental science, which is the science predominantly in the society at this moment. However, most of it is coming from Oriental science, and then they're using it in Occidental science and pretending like they came up with something. Even the computers and stuff that they come up with and say all that stuff, most of that, they got a whole tribe of colored women. They call them the computers, at one time. And them was a whole group of colored women being computers.
What year
So,
was this?
huh? I don't
What
know.
year
These
was
people bring up their sources, man. I don't follow, that kind of stuff. My mind don't move in that. What year was this? That's all memory stuff. You remember what year it was. I know
Yeah,
people
but you
call.
lived it, right? So let's say like you
Mhm.
grew up in what, the 70s?
Let's say the early the 50s for sure.
You grew up
Around
in the
that area,
50s?
you'll find the women I'm talking about that
Okay,
were
okay, all right, all right. That's what I was asking for.
what
But
is
did you
called
grew up in the
computers.
50s though?
Sure, you're right.
Wow. So tell us how was it? So you seen the emergence of what became like not Black history, but like the Black movement, the Black Power movement,
No, yeah, of course.
or like the Pan African. Was it always okay when you were going to school? Do you remember when they started teaching about Africa?
No, I don't. recall.
So
I
they
mean,
didn't teach
around the
y'all
time
nothing.
they were doing that around the 60s, 65, 68. They started that so-called black some, the rest of that story. They
So you
started kicking
remember
that.
it.
Yeah.
How
Before
how
that,
did
we were
they
doing,
bring it in? How did they like end it? What state you from, by the way?
oh, Florida.
Okay, all right. So when did how did it come to Florida? How you remember it coming to Florida?
Well, I'm sure it came to Florida a little later because the so-called black movement came down south. It came down south. You know what I mean? It didn't start down south. It started up north with all of that stuff up there, and then it took it
Break
a
it down
while
because
to.
I'm a little younger. So break it down from somebody that was there who seen it with their own eyes.
Well, it just took a few years for it to what do you call it? Reach down south in a regular. But another thing, nobody had computers, internet. Like all we had was radios and a little bit of television every now and then, mostly under a different controller. And you had to search mostly AM, no FM radio at that time. You know what I mean? You have to consider the circumstances. And so things moved a lot slower. And I was telling people at that time, you could hitchhike from Florida to California without
Damn.
no problems.
No
But
gas money.
you can just get up, say, hey, man, I'll check y'all in a bit, and go out on the street and hitchhike from Florida to California. My brother
A1, you
did.
would have did that. Shout out to A1 in the
Huh?
building, man.
Oh,
He said,
my
what,
brother did.
hitchhike New York to California? Hell, motherfucker, no. All of hitchhiking movies, the niggas getting chopped up and shit. I mean, I know that shit is all new shit, but nah, hell to the
That's
nizzo.
right.
Shit.
So have you ever done that,
And-
Wale? Have you ever hitchhiked?
no,
Can you come out there and hit
no,
me
my
here?
brother did. No,
How that
I
work
have
out?
I have four older brothers. No, I have four older brothers, and one of them did it. He hitchhiked. Well, two of them actually, but one did it on purpose.
Mm.
Okay,
He
okay.
dropping some shit though. I just want to say this one thing of what he said. Like, yeah, a lot of that, all that shit was started in the North, man, and all that shit was implemented by agents, man. The whole when you get into Stokely Carmichael, they said he was an agent, man.
Right.
He the
They
one
come from
came up.
the islands too.
Yeah, he from the Caribbean. That's a fact, or whatever. And he was an agent, and he came in with this whole black thing. Even people hated that shit, man. You could read the stories and motherfuckers up there having debates about it. Nah, we not black. What the fuck is black? They never even heard of this shit before. And the people in the South is the people who mainly have more of their Aboriginal identity. I ain't gonna say like the South can be from Delaware, or like from Delaware starting south from me or whatever. But yeah, once you start going further down, especially like in Maryland, Virginia area, them people know about who they was. That whole Pan-African and Black Power shit, all that shit was started in the North, man. That's a fact. By agents.
Wale, when it first started happening, was y'all aware of it, or how did y'all become aware that basically they were trying to push this new agenda on y'all?
Oh, because they were like proselytizing, they what they call Jehovah Witness type attitude. They're gonna bring it to you.
Oh, so
And then
back
they put
then,
it in all. They changed all the school books. They changed all the books to say black.
wait, break that
They did
down.
that on
Hold on, I
purpose.
never heard that one. I never heard that one before. Break that down.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you witnessed it. So you go to school, then you leave for summer break, and when you come back, all the books are changed. They no longer say what they previously said.
Thank you. You got exactly what I'm saying.
That's cold right there. So
That's
how did y'all take it? How did y'all like take it? Did the teacher say, "Hey, we're going this route"? Was the teachers in on it? How did they explain it to y'all that this new term black, this is what we're gonna be using now?
They had difficulty. First of all, that was difficult. And it wasn't just the teachers. The teachers were following the new curriculum, right? The teachers were following the new curriculum. And so the new curriculum says such and such, and they followed it. And, they got pushback from the students. Matter of fact, they just kicked me out. When I was in the 11th grade, they just said, look, don't come back, man. We can't, we're not getting over on these students. We're trying to show them the way we show it according to the curriculum, and you blowing it for all of the teachers because they can lose their jobs.
But what would they call people before black?
Negroes.
Okay, so
and colored, mostly colored, around where I was.
Yeah. Because Negro just came in like in around the 1940s, 1950s, and then it went from Negro around that time all the way to black, and that's how I know they weren't calling nobody black here in the 1800s, man. Nobody, they weren't calling nobody black here past the 1900s, brother. That's why motherfuckers be missing. They definitely weren't calling nobody no Africans. Definitely.
Nah, that's a good question, Wale. So tell us this: when you were going to school, did people identify as African?
We have identified as colored.
So you never heard the African term?
We didn't get that big African. We heard of it, sure, but we didn't get a big African push until around the 60s, like I was saying, 60, 63. I mean, a push in the South. I know they were doing stuff in the North maybe a few years earlier.
Well, break it down for the people who wouldn't understand, because in their world, the world that they were born in, their propaganda was already out. So
right.
Talk to us about a word before, because right now all we hear is African. Every source you pull up, it have African in there on the people. How did that look when they first started coming down hard with the African propaganda?
At first, and I hear people talking about agents and this and that. I try not to get too deep into that, but at first it was a matter of joining up with other people outside of the country so that we can have a more lucrative, stronger, united front. Mm-hmm. And that was my understanding of Pan-African was everybody, all colored people worldwide unite. That's what I understood it to mean.
Take notes, people, take notes. What he telling you is facts. Take notes. That's the whole thing. And like I said, that came around the Hart-Celler Act of 1965. You gotta, what we was talking about Sunday, that Hart-Celler Act where they allow all these people from the Caribbean, from Africa, from China to come over here, bro. Why would they do that at the height of the civil rights? Because the civil rights was a distraction.
Did you participate in the civil rights, Wale, in that era? Was you a part of any of those protests or marches?
Absolutely not.
Did you have a chance to be a part of any of those? Was it in Florida, that deep? Was it down there? Or was it more centered towards like Alabama, Mississippi, those areas?
Watch what I'm about to say. This so-called civil rights thing was brought to us. We were already down there doing something called Freedom Rights Movement. We had, and you could find different references to that. And some Jews, I forget what their name was.
That's the Freedom Riders. The Freedom Riders.
We were into freedom, not to no civil.
The Freedom Riders. That was that. But remember, the Martin Luther King took the civil rights movement from the Freedom Riders. That's where he got
the momentum. He took the momentum.
He took, but in the South,
and gave it over to the civil rights movement, which was suggested to him by some 3 Jews that came down. They say they got murdered, but I don't believe that. Them 3 Jews came down, set him up, convinced him to take it to court under civil rights. And King, that's why King was saying, I think I'd have led my people wrong, because he realized that civil rights wasn't doing what he thought they would, the way they made him to understand that it would do.
Remember, he said it led his people to a burning building.
There you go. Okay, that's how he put it. I know he put it some kind of way. Because all the time, people were looking at him. I knew elders, that he was a youngster, king. I'm talking, right at that time. There were elders around who was telling everything. What he bringing them Jewish boys down here for? That's how they talk.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they mess around. We were doing things. Them niggas had guns and stuff. They were protecting themselves. They were burning people. I, with these two eyes, witnessed a lynching.
You witnessed the lynching?
With these two eyes. Not a camera, not a television.
You was by yourself? How did that go? Was you by yourself, or did y'all have like crews or posses or gangs back then?
At the time, I hung out with some, my friends, and we were little, like 5 years old, 6 years old.
Okay.
And we saw the big light in the sky. We thought it was a circus, not a circus, what they call a carnival, because carnivals used to come by. And we thought it was a carnival. So, it was about 3 of us, and we just went down to see the carnival. And when we went there, from the distance, we didn't know how far it was. And we had overwalked our space because there was a delineation line between colored neighborhood and cracker neighborhood. You understand?
Now, Florida is like one of the largest populations of so-called black people here. Was Florida was it segregated to that point back then, or did y'all control y'all neighborhoods back then,
Right, exactly.
or did white people have control over them? Or was it more y'all than them?
What happened in the neighborhood we were in? We lived in a community, first of all, not just a neighborhood. Everybody knew everybody. Where you live now, you may be in a neighborhood. Everybody don't know everybody.
Right.
We lived in communities. Everybody knew everybody. That's the distinction between the two. Because I hear people talking about community. In a community, everybody know everybody. So, and we lived in communities. So we ran our own communities as far as that was concerned. Now the larger, the larger population of the county and the state and all that, they did their thing, and we had to adjust to, which part of that was integration, going to schools, because we had our own schools, and we didn't want to be integrated into nobody else's school. We had a large population of community, man. And we had high school, junior high school, and elementary schools, all that stuff. We had hospital, what they call it. We had community.
Hey, let me ask you this here. When you had those people like Dick Gregory, them, I know they were popular back then. And
Yep.
I hear some people call Dick Gregory an agent, say he actually wasn't for our people. What do you say to that? I thought A1 dropped out. I was gonna ask him too. What was his thoughts? Or have you ever heard people say that Dick Gregory was actually working with them people?
I don't nobody's gonna get me to say anything bad about somebody. I knew Dick Gregory when he was fat and smoked cigarettes and told jokes.
I didn't even know Dick Gregory was fat.
That's how he came out the box, man. That's how he got popular, had anything going on. Look back at it, man. Y'all don't. I think y'all should study your own history sometime.
Man, I mean, I used to see him in the 70s. He must have dropped that weight by the 70s.
Yeah, he dropped the weight extremely. He had to change his entire wardrobe.
So that's when he talked about the water fast and he
all
said
that.
He said he walked from New York to California, something like that, Boston to California.
Man, Dick changed his life drastically.
So he really walked from California. I mean, from New York to California.
Whatever he said, I didn't keep up with Dick. Other people were doing everything.
I feel you, but that's cold right there.
But Dick changed his life drastically. He was a chain cigarette smoker. Imagine that.
And cigarettes was good. Did cigarettes taste different back then and today?
It's a different habit.
Y'all had that good nicotine back then.
Just a different habit. He was stressed and habited out, so he smoked cigarettes like that. Because I used to smoke cigarettes like that. It's just a habit. Something
All
you,
y'all, when you look at the movies, all y'all used to smoke them cigarettes. Our
yeah.
grandparents, a lot of our grandmas used to smoke them cigarettes like that too, man. Like,
hmm It was
yeah.
a certain amount of stress and stuff like that, and it was offset by, that kind of thing.
Well, answer me this here. What was the best period in America to you?
Like, right this moment,
2023.
I don't count it like that, but I know it as this moment. If you know it as 2023, run with that. Okay, I'm
Okay,
fine.
why? Tell me why you say that though. Out of all the time periods through the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, the 90s, to today, this present time would be the best time. You break that down to.
You asking me about for me, right? From my
Yes,
perspective,
sir.
yes?
Yes, sir. From
Okay.
your experience.
Right away, the fact that we are on the internet is like, it's like insane right there from them times. Just that alone is
Yeah,
insane.
when you can get some pussy off the internet, it used to be a lot harder. Yeah,
Yeah,
I see what you say. It'd be a lot harder to.
I didn't thinking that them terms, but I was thinking in the terms that before then, I used to have to go to the library every day and spend hours going through books looking for stuff. Now I can get that in 3 seconds on the internet. That's what I was thinking about the internet. But if you want to think about getting some pussy and this and that, that's
Yeah,
we
yeah.
know how you think. It's no problem. Hmm
All right. So tell me this here. You was in the era of John Henry Clark and them, right? Do you remember John Henry Clark?
What do you mean by I was in the era of John Henry Clark was my elder?
Right, correct. But he was around during the 60s and the 70s. And do you remember his influence on the African pushing the African movement?
Oh yeah, yeah. I recognize his influence. Yes.
Was it to the point of today's, like, let's say, like the big names of today? Was his influence that strong? Did they have a lot of people really a part of it at that time? Was it as big as
John,
they teach us that it was?
as far as I understand, John Henry Clark was an educator. He didn't really talk to the
People.
common people. He talked
Uh,
to the educated type people. He used his
Hold on, I want to
concept.
stop you right there. I want to stop you right there. My bad. I don't mean to break your wisdom, but this is something that I was saying. Like, today's form of Pan Africanism, where we'll see people around here like Rob and them, or your average Pan African in the chat, right? Back then the Pan Africans were in suits and ties. They didn't rub shoulders with the common people, with the everyday people. And so that's how I always seen it. So these people today, I don't even call them real Pan Africans. I feel like real Pan Africans wouldn't even spoke to them back then, because they wasn't in the certain class system as those Pan Africans. But now continue on that
Pan
point, if
African,
you would.
because right up until I'd say about 3 or 4 years ago, I was running under that uh, banner,
So you
and
was
then
under Pan Africanism.
since I was a youth.
How did you
But
get
since
into it?
it first come out, because I just explained it, it was modeled. The concept was that all colored people worldwide unite, and they call that Pan Africanism. And I was like, yeah, let's do that.
Who introduced you to it? Like, was it like a speaker from Florida, or did you hear it on the radios, or was it on the college campus where you got into it? He
Okay,
laughing at
let
me,
me.
y'all. I'm so young. He
No,
say
no,
this young ass nigga. Yeah, I'm
no.
a little bitty nigga, man. But I want to know about that time. I'm curious.
That wasn't really what I was laughing at your youth. Because I appreciate youth really. I was laughing at the fact that I told this story and I realized that everyone didn't hear it. So I'll tell it again. Right after they kicked me out of they kicked me out of class. They said, "No, stop coming to class." I was in the 11th grade, and I didn't have to go to school the 12th grade at all. I went back. They said, "What are you doing here?" I said, I'm not supposed to." They said, "No, just come back and pick up your diploma, man." I said, "Okay, cool." So I left, and I worked. I was already working every summer. Then I just worked that whole year. And right after that, I was going to leave the country once I got my diploma. And my brother,
Where you was gonna go?
I was going to just travel the world. I had met a merchant shipman, and he was, because I was in Miami, I used to hang around the boat docks and stuff. I met a lot of people from a lot of countries, man, hanging down at the docks. And at that
Wait,
time, I
wait,
don't know.
what made that a hangout spot to you, like, for you? Like, what made you want to hang out in like the docks?
Oh, because everybody was moving around them areas, and met so many different ideas and people with ideas and languages and stuff, and that was curiosity to
So
me.
are you saying
I'm
Florida
like a
looked
very curious
different back?
person.
So are you saying Florida was different at that time than it is today?
No,
You
I'm
breaking up? You
a-
breaking up? Hey, y'all, jump on the like button out there. Y'all give us a like.
almost like a
Yeah, yo service bad.
whole nother country. Oh, okay. From what it is
Okay, there
today.
you
Right
go. There
now,
you go. You say
people
you
there.
say you say
Okay,
Florida was like a whole nother country.
exactly. Right
Now
now,
this
you
is
see a
before the
lot of Spanish
cocaine
people.
era. This before cocaine
Yes,
era and the Cubans and everything.
and everything. Yes, yes, exactly. You're getting there. You're getting there. Before all them used to be swamps where they got all of them condos and stuff. Now those were swamps.
So you
We used to
hanging
go
out at the
through my home.
marina. Was it a lot of white people
Yeah.
at the marina?
Uh, no, it was a lot of colored people, and
Oh, okay. And so the merchant guy that you met, he was colored. We can't
so-called
hear.
white,
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah, your mic messing up. We your audio not with us right now. Say something.
Oh, okay. Whatever ship.
All right, try to go out and come back in. Maybe that'll help. I'm gonna pin the link at the
Okay.
bottom down there. If anybody else want to come on, we get off this conversation in a little bit. I was just curious, when we get an elder that came from that time, I just wanted to know, like, how was it back then? Did they see it coming? Like me speaking to my grandma, she speak about that transition happening in school. That they brought the movements or whatever. A lot of the people would meet at school, at college, and my grandma, she went to a HBCU, and so at the HBCU they started, basically like through student movements or whatever, and that's where they seen like that the revolutionary talk and all of this here come from, and that paradigm be ushered in. Like he was saying, men with guns and all of that back then. She said they used to wear the guns, and you had the Black Panthers start popping up in different neighborhoods, such as Fifth Ward, and so on and so forth. And so that was how she remembered it happening here in Houston. Also, she was at the time they was integrating the school systems or whatever here down here in Texas, Houston. All right, we got you back.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, not really. I see my
Nah, you good?
internet is crappy.
Nah, you good right now. We can hear you.
Okay.
All right, so you met a guy and you were gonna sell the world. You met a merchant and you were gonna sell the world, go around the world.
Yeah, which uh, I was disappointed with the whole thing and like that. So my mom panicked, and the next thing I knew, my brother that came to me, and he said, "Look, man, don't go nowhere. Let's open a bookstore." And we opened a bookstore.
What was the name of it?
Black Books and Things.
Black books, but I thought you said that y'all didn't use the word black back then.
I argued with him about that. And as I told you, I had 4 elder brothers. I argued with them. I said, I
What was
wanted
the
to say
argument?
black.
How did that go? How did that conversation go?
He wanted to have it say black books and things. I said,
Was
man,
it
I
a
ain't into this.
reason? Was it a
Because
reason
he
he
had,
wanted?
yeah, he said because it's popular and it's, it's easy for people to recognize. Because we reasoned it out. We didn't just do that in 10 seconds. It took us a few days to get past that, especially to get me on board with it.
Okay.
And so that's what we did. We opened that bookstore. And we, some people on here, they probably know of it. I met somebody on one of these things. They know right of it. They said their mom used to go to the store and stuff like this. So they know it.
Yeah.
And right there in Miami. Mhm. And from there, that's how I got started in this and that.
Or
That's
Pan
why you were asking me
Africanism.
about
So did your brother bring you into Pan Africanism?
not as much as the people I met after we opened the
So
bookstore.
basically, they
Because
started coming to you guys' bookstore, and basically that's where you were introduced to the concept.
yes, more
By
so
how
it was.
old do you think you
Yes.
were? By 21, 22?
Oh no, I opened the bookstore. I was 17.
Oh, okay.
I had just come out of high school, man. I was 17. Shit. Yeah.
All right, all right. So how did the movement did that become like a headquarters to the movement there in that area for you guys, like a headquarters for the Pan African movement?
For more than that, because that was just beginning, the Pan African thing. The black thing was just filling in the gaps because they had changed all the books from Negro, almost all the books. And
So let me ask you: did you sell the books that said black, or did you sell the books that said Negro?
I
Since
saw
you were
whatever
conscious
people
of it.
no, I saw whatever people would buy. I saw
Oh,
Iceberg Slim, Donald Goines. You know Donald Goines
yeah,
or
yeah. I
Ice.
am Iceberg
You
Slim. Yeah.
Uh-huh. When that stuff came out, I didn't want it on the doggone racks. I was like, what is this garbage, man? Dude said this stuff is selling, man. People were calling from Georgia. You got that book? And I say, no, my brother said, no, you don't tell them no. Yes, you got it. And we had it. I went and got it. Because once they get in the store, then you can show them the other stuff or they'll see the other stuff, man. But if people coming and they want to buy something, otherwise they go to the airport. We were the only thing south of Georgia, in Florida that sold any kind of book like this besides the airport, the Miami airport. The Miami airport had the biggest bookstore in the whole area, period. People would go from Georgia to get books there, you know.
What
And
was
we
one of
started
your
selling.
most What was one of your most memorable times of the bookstore? Like, what was like one of your best moments, best memories of the bookstore?
Ain't no best. We did, I lived. Every moment was beautiful. Huh? We had plays, we did plays, book readings, all kind of stuff. Because we had a section in the back for that kind of deal.
But it
We
had
had
to
the
be a
section.
special day though that stands out, above the rest, like a special day.
I know the day when the mafia came. 2 dudes came in from the mafia. I had just turned 18. And 2 of my friends from high school, they had graduated. They went to school and graduated. I just picked up my thing, and graduated. So anyway, they used to hang out with me at the store because I ran the store. And the mafia dudes came in, and we were kind of big guys, even at that time, over 6 feet tall. So when these mafia guys came in, I don't know what they expected, but they came into all this energy that they did not expect. So they came in and told us we had to take orders from them how you call it, strong arming, whatever they call it.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah. I got
they came from somewhere.
extortion.
They weren't.
Extortion.
Yeah, yeah, they weren't no Miami dudes. They came from the north, and they had their little attitude with them and everything. I'm sure they had weapons, or whatever. It didn't
Wait,
matter
so
to
they
us.
told y'all had to basically like pay them a percentage of the bookstore?
Yeah, or they'd close us down, or
Whoa.
whatever. They didn't say if, but they didn't say what. They just told me what to do, and I started laughing, right? So the other guy came a little closer because now he see the energy of what's happening. So my dudes got up and came a little closer too. And I told him, I said, look, dude. He said something about
Were you like a
some kind of
gangster back then? Were you like a bad motherfucker? You was like a gangster. You'd have
not
killed a
at
few
all.
niggas before. You'd have
Not
killed a
not
few
at all.
niggas
Not
before.
not then though. I'm just saying. I
Y'all
was
used to pack chains
I was
and y'all used to hit a nigga with a metal chain back then.
oh no. No. My aunt right now, she's 103. I speak to her. I'm gonna call her when we get off. She's 103. She taught me what to do. We carried can openers.
Can openers.
Yeah.
Like the same, did they look the same as how they look today?
You know the metal can opener where you pop
Yeah,
the
back
bottle
then they had
top?
the twist on it, the little metal joint you twist on it. Kind of look like
No.
pliers back then.
No, it was a one-piece unit.
Okay.
It had a round pod where you flip the bottle caps off a bottle, like a pop soda
Okay.
water
Right,
or
right, right,
and the other side was before this thing where you know when you buy beer now you pull the tab.
right.
Yeah, before the tab. See what I mean? Before
It
the
had like
tab. There was
the little thing you poke it with, right?
yeah, and now the little triangle thing would poke it. And you could put the two holes in there and drink your soda, drink your whatever if it's in a can. You get me? Because we didn't have the little pull tabs. It was before all that stuff. So some of this stuff I think people don't get in context when they be thinking about the past. They have to think
No,
about
we
it in
walking with you. We walking with you.
yeah, beautiful. So what we learned, she taught me to carry that because why? It can do just as much damage and it's not the
A
police
weapon,
can't
like a
arrest you for
crime. Right, right.
there you go. She messed up a lot of people with that back in the day. Yeah, now she was a gangster, my aunt.
Hey, now you say she was 103. And
Right
coming in
now.
Florida, did y'all have people down there who identified as like Indians, were they any like Indian tribes down there, or people that
Oh
had
yeah.
talked about Indian ancestry?
Of course, yes. The people down the guys that I went and I told you about the lynching.
Right.
Them guys them guys were from the reservation. Their
Did,
family, excuse me,
did
not
they look
them
like
guys. Them
us?
guys.
Did they look like us, or were they, different looking people?
Did they look like niggas?
You say they like niggas?
You know, yeah, they look like yeah. They I mean, what you talking about did they look like us? We were all we didn't all of us were considered at that time
Colored.
colored people.
Right.
That's it.
So they
We
were
done
colored
with all that.
people.
Yeah, we all colored people. Now, if
Okay.
they
All
want to
right.
say they want to be the reservation Indians and stuff like that, okay, well then they weren't hanging out with us, you know. But the ones that hung out with us were we all colored people. We don't do that stuff. Ain't no hierarchy and lowerarchy in
So
colored
at that
people.
time,
Everybody.
people were aware that colored people had Indian ancestry. Like it wasn't a
Yeah,
secret, or it wasn't like it is today. Like if you say it, they'll think you crazy.
not at all. Not at all.
So
Not at
your
all.
aunt, who's 103, do she have like memories of that? Could she like
Of
better
that time,
explain it? Right, right. Of that
she never
time
said
period.
nothing about Indians.
Right.
She
Have you
never
ever
said.
asked her though?
Yeah, oh man, she knows a lot, but I asked her about the slavery thing, that specifically. because you know I told you she was a roughneck. She wasn't no what do you call it, intellectual like my mom. My mom was kind of intellectually prone, you know. But my aunt, she kill a nigga, you know. She was like that. She's older than my mom. She said the only thing she remembers is she heard about slavery in school.
Mm-mm-mm.
I said, "Well, y'all weren't slaves? Your dad and all that?" She said, "No, they was sharecroppers. They did sharecropping. She did too." She said before
Can
she
you
came
break
to.
that down what a sharecropping that time was? Because people equate that to slavery today. In the history books,
Well,
kind
uh-huh.
of help them.
Right, of course, and the movies. A lot from the movies. People learning history from movies. Can you imagine that? Anyway, the the thing that happened is a sharecropper was like you these guys you see coming from Mexico and they work them through
The
they do the
forms
season
and right,
they do the seasonal work. They'll come and pick apples. You see them in California. They
right,
come and pick apples. They come in. That's sharecropping. Except the way they get paid is sharecropping versus just a salary. Sharecropping, you get to take some of you get to share some of the crop. You understand what I'm saying?
break it
If it
down
ain't
to the
your land,
people.
let's say a guy got a plantation and he said, you know, they can, because this is how she worked. They used to, my mom and them used to come down to Miami to pick oranges. Yeah. So they would come down to Miami and go to wherever else you go and pick oranges for the season. And then they go back up to Hastings, Florida, where they live at. And they were done until they did another, you know, another job or some other thing. They had their own places and stuff, but they did sharecropping. That's how she told me. And then
Right.
they decided to live down in Miami. They got jobs, you know, and started doing that job thing
So
on the
so
regular.
so she have grandparents? Like was did she meet her grandparents?
Her grandparent, I don't know what you mean. My mom or
No, your
grandparent,
aunt, grandparents. Yeah, did your mother and your aunt did they know their grandparents?
they came down here with my grandmother, my mother's mother. My mother's mother raised me for the first 5 years or so.
So your
Hmm.
your grandma, you were raised by your grandma. So did your grandma know her grandma?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's what I was asking. And so it was so
you
through that history that'll put your grandmother's grandmother at about what year?
okay? Wow, 16. I mean 18, 40 or something. My niece did a whole genealogy with times and dates. Go back to the 17, 18,
You ought to
16, and
bring her on here on
1700s.
the show one day and let her talk
One
about
one day
some
when I can
family.
reach her, yeah,
Yeah.
one day when I can speak with her, see how she feel about that kind of thing.
Right.
Cause they
So through that, y'all didn't have any history of slavery through that.
she didn't mention any. Now she sent me some work that she had on it, and I haven't went through it yet. I think she
Come
sent me a
on, man.
disc.
You done own bookstores since you was 17. You done read all these other books, and you ain't never
I
go through
stopped
the
reading books.
information.
I stopped
Yeah, but
reading
what
books
about the
about
information
almost
she
10
sent you
years ago.
though? You know you're gonna have
I'm
to go through
saying
that this weekend. If you don't have nothing going on this weekend, go through it because we want you to come tell us what it say, the parts that you're comfortable with
I
talking
think
about.
because I make paper, and I plan to make paper this weekend, and it's up in the
Make paper
factory. So
like what? Make money, make a bankroll.
I make physical paper.
Okay,
I make
okay.
ganja wraps for wrapping ganja. I make it from the ganja sticks.
Oh, okay. Rastaman.
So I make the paper directly from the ganja stick, and then we smoke it. Yeah,
So you grow your own too, then, right? I mean, if you making papers, then you grow your own bud.
yeah. But I don't grow enough to make
Yeah,
to
yeah, I
really.
got you. I got you. I got you. It grew enough so
Yeah.
you ain't gotta pay the dope man. I got you. And
But
you
shoot,
probably got
I
that
can get a
organic
pound for $40. I get a pound of Supreme herb for $40.
from $40. A pound for
Yeah,
40.
I buy Purple Haze and all that stuff. I think it cost me $21. They got an ounce of each one.
But okay, so you must know farmers then, people with their own land then for
Yeah,
$40.
we connect.
Unless you just OG, unless you doing what the mafia men did to you. See, you probably be
No,
one
we
of the most one of the most school gangsters, and you probably did with the mafia. Hold on, how did that end though? Did those mafia guys walk out of there, or did y'all ever see them again,
oh
or did y'all pay the tax?
no, we never saw them again because the mafia guy had offered me a threat, and I recall my response to his threat. And I asked him, he talking about he gonna do this and that and the other, and I was laughing. What you laughing at? The other, and I kept laughing. I said, but dude, how you know you're gonna make it to the door?
White boys,
They were Italians.
man, it's crazy. In this day, that's crazy for a white boy to walk up to you. We couldn't even imagine it. White boy walking up talking about, hey, you gonna give us in this day, we can't even fathom that happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was before all of y'all were born. That's what I mean for the most part. But that's how they roll.
But
You
some
said
people
it's a
actually
movie. Oh,
paid
look
that.
at that movie. Wait a minute. There's a movie on YouTube called Fast Black. FAS Black. Fast Black. Watch Flashback,
Okay.
and then you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, we seen in the Godfather's movie and different mafia movies
No,
where they
no.
use
Watch
that
Fast
tactic.
Black. Fuck them people, man. Watch the one where we put on. Bobby Womack put that movie out. Bobby, you remember Bobby Womack? You ever heard of him?
I heard that name before.
Bobby Womack was a singer.
Right.
Did R&B. Bobby Womack put out this movie. He sponsored the movie called Fast Black. And I'm telling
I'm gonna have
you,
to go
I
check
didn't
that
watch
out.
movies about it. I was not going to watch it. I don't watch movies about other people talking about us. You know what I mean? I watch movies like even that doggone thing, what's his face did? Jai White, you know Jai White?
Nah.
Yeah, the little kickboxer.
Karate
Jai
dude.
White.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. He put out a movie. It was kind of corny. I forget the name of it. It had a couple of comedians in it and stuff. But you know what the thing is? That's the he was putting it out. Dolomite. Yeah, it took me a minute to think of.
Okay.
Yeah, watch Dolomite, man. Watch the movies where niggas they call them black exploitation. That the media did that so we wouldn't watch them. So now niggas making their own movies was made to be illegal, made to be an
A
insult to the
joke. Right.
black people. Yeah, but here niggas making their own movie. That's what we were moving for. And then somebody gonna come down talking about, oh, that's black exploitation. We misuse. I say, what the fuck? Hey, man. See,
Were
that's
there any
crazy.
black colored people at that time who were helping push that propaganda
What propaganda?
for as the
About
black
the
exploitation movie?
yeah, you can see that everywhere. Even now, if you go to YouTube, put the word black exploitation movie, they'll show you a bunch of movies. Because
So let me ask you
that's
this. I have
who
two
was
questions for
pushing
you.
that agenda. The Jews were pushing that agenda of black exploitation because that's what the movies were saying, that they are exploiting the so-called black people in the movie. That's what they're telling you in the movie. The Jews are exploiting us. And so they did a reverse psychology, whatever you say, you know, whatever you do to turn it right around and say, we are exploiting our own people and stuff. And they got a couple of niggas to go with that and
Yeah.
help sell it. But we were taking over our own industry at the time, and people were going to see our movies, the ones that we make, and not going to see the ones that the Jews were losing money, just like at the airport. They were losing money. Them Italians that came to me, they
Right.
own the airport bookstore. and they were losing money. They were like, "Wow!" They went to the airport. Why are we not getting our receipts like we supposed to? Oh, this nigga opened a store. What? Yeah, a nigga down there opened a store, and they came to see me and say, "Look, we run the book business, man. The airport is ours." I said, "Yeah, okay, fine." He said, "Yeah, well, we run the book business down here, and if you want to be in the book business, you got to pay us." And I said, "No,
Wait.
you're not
Who
doing that
exactly
today.
was that? Who said
You're
that?
not
The
doing that."
Jews? Who told you that?
No, the mafia guys came.
Okay,
The
right,
guys
right,
that
right.
came to my bookstore, the mafia guys came with that rap. Matter of fact, in the event as it went down, I was buying books from two, two or three. I mean, three or four places. I think one place was just a location, and so it wasn't just so three places, but they had two locations, one of the places, and I was buying books from them, and one of the guys they went to my suppliers to stop me. And one of the guys, when I went to buy books from him, he said, "Man, this is the last time I could deal with you." I said, "What's up?" He said, "We got visitors, and we can't sell to you no more."
Oh, so those guys got a hold to them.
That's right. He was the only one that told me. The other guys just stopped selling. Period.
Right,
They just
right.
closed. They didn't even talk to me. But he talked to me, and he said he quitting the business. He ain't ready for this because the mob was coming down. See, the mob wasn't in down there then with the cocaine and all that shit came to Florida. You know, all them big hotels on Miami Beach.
Right on.
Yeah, when I was a youth, that was just a beach. I know niggas that used to own that land. One of the guys I'm telling you was at the bookstore when the mob came in. His
So
aunt
so
owned the
so
land.
colored people owned that land back then.
Yes, I'm
How
telling
did
you
they
now.
lose control? Yeah, like how did they lose control of all of that land? Do you
Look,
think the mindset of us having a global um connection with people from other diasporas, people like yourself wanting to leave and explore the world, and do you think that has something to do with us losing the land, especially that type of land in those areas?
no, she okay. The people that I know firsthand sold the land. There was a concerted effort to take over that land, right? First of all, so to the woman that I know, she had moved up into the town, so she wasn't really using the land, like that. So she didn't see no. So when they offered her the thousands of dollars for the land and no taxes, she don't have to pay no more tax, because they started sweating us with taxes. That was the big sweat, was taxes. When they started taxing the land, man, they had a lot of people lose land as a result of that. You know about that, right?
Right. Break it down for the people who don't.
Okay. Before taxes, there was used to be not so much taxes like it is now, in especially in the states. And so people would own land for years. They ain't never have to pay no tax. They just own the land. And then they start charging people taxes. And even though people were like, taxes, what's that? We ain't paying no taxes. They would get us in the courts, and we don't know the courts. All that flim flam. Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
And even if you pay the lawyer, he still work for the court. I just found that out lately. The lawyer you pay actually works for the court. You're just giving him money. You understand what I mean? His loyalty is to the court, not to you. So the whole thing is a setup to rid people or separate the people from their land. This whole Pan African shit is a setup to separate the people from their land. The whole thing is a setup to separate the people from the land. They bought the land for thousands of dollars where the beach is right now. The Fontainebleau, the biggest hotel there.
Right.
I used to work there. I used to clean the brass
A lot
on
of
the
pretty
on the
ladies was up in there. You see a lot of pretty ladies come through them
when
doors.
when I was there, niggas had to be off the beach by nightfall.
Man, it's kind of I don't know. It sounds kind of crazy now. Like, was people like okay with it? Like, was it? Do you remember a time or when you was already born? Those, yeah. Well, I'd say because the 20th century kind of heated up far as that, and by the time you came 50 years later, I guess it was already in place. For shit like that. Because we'll hear that today and it'll sound far fetched. But I have two questions I want to ask you. You said you're gonna call Auntie when you get off of here. Can you ask her a question for us and come back and give us that answer?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I'm sure if she answered, she ain't no machine, she may not answer.
Right.
But
But
sure,
whenever you get a hold to her, I want you to ask her about the colored people back then in Indians. Or did y'all family have, colored Indians in them?
oh, I get you. I'll ask her, but the you say, see, that's a hard thing because I know already my grandmother was called the Indian. They say she had Indian, this kind of, whatever.
So the
But
grandma
my
you say the
grandmother,
one that raised you, right?
but she was cultural. She was not,
What you mean?
she knew culture. She wasn't involved in this academic stuff. She only knew the culture, what to do, how to do this. And like I called a woman yesterday about my ear is infected, right? And she said, oh, just saute some onion and make a poultice and put it on your ear as hard as you could take it. And in about half an hour, my ear was no longer infected. That's what I mean by culture. They know things. They're not academic. They know the culture. Do you understand what I'm saying? The
Right,
words
right,
I am
right.
using.
Now I get it. My grandma. A lot of us, people from the South, we grew up. Our grandparents were kind of country. You probably couldn't even understand all of the words. We can understand them, but a lot of other people wouldn't. Like I give people an example, right? So if y'all seen the boat, the Alabama boat that happened, right? And the lady in the Alabama boat joint. Yeah, you did see that, huh?
Oh yeah, man, I seen it.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I want to pull it up to show this example. A lot of people laughed at her. A lot of people didn't understand her. Man, let me find it. It's the
Right.
lady. Hey, if one of y'all can help me find it out there, y'all give me one of y'all send it to me the video of the lady that threw the lady in the water.
Hey.
She ended up coming back doing a live saying she'll do it again. I think they fired her from a job and everything. But yeah, if one of y'all can help me out and send me that video. Nate said I seen it on TikTok. Somebody send that video to my DM. I want to show it. Is that her? No, that's not her. Yeah, I want to show that video because a lot of people talked about how she talked and how country she was. And hold on, I think I found it. Hold on, y'all. Let me fast forward to it. A lot of people, she went live, and a lot of people spoke about how country she was or whatever. Okay, y'all, I got it right here. Hold up.
Oh, sure.
For a whole week. I just ain't put it on Facebook and let nobody know. People just don't know what I was going through. And that whole week I was going through stuff with my father, with my uncle. You understand? personal stuff. You understand me? But I ain't gonna excuse by me putting my hands on her, because God always say he is a revenge, but me, I'm not
So
do that
Wale,
boat.
did the people talk like this here back then? Can you
That
understand what she's
I don't
saying?
even work on that boat that long. I ain't even never got a check from this lady. And this lady fired me the same day. Time I put my hands on this lady. You ain't say nothing when them folks were putting their hands on Damon Dane. You didn't even come out there and ask her if we dead or not. You come out here to my you fire. Okay, fire me. I don't mean fire with clear job lady. I don't care about no job God.
All right, so brother Wale, did the people speak like that back then? Could y'all hear the video? My bad. Did y'all hear the video? Mic check, mic check. You there? What about y'all in the chat? Can y'all hear me? Trip to go said that's all my great aunties. Superior say I'm used to hearing that twang. Folks in Mississippi got that. Bellagio say she sound. He say, hell, she don't sound. It's moving too fast. All right, yeah, Wale. So did could you understand her?
Right away. Listen, I was laughing because the way you hear me speak now, I learned how to speak this. I call English my second language because we used to speak Geechee.
Hit us with some of that. Give us a sample of that Geechee.
I don't even remember that. That's what I was
Oh, you
amazed at
wrong
myself. I
for
don't even
that. You
remember.
wrong for that. You wrong. See, you were supposed to
Just,
remember so
no,
you can
that's how
come
I
bring it
go.
to us. Cause we need it now.
Listen, my niece and her mother, my niece for sure, was born speaking Swahili in Tanzania. And she can't tell you more than 2 words right now. When she left, the whole thing dropped. Even my aunt, her mother, don't remember much of the language. Languages are different, man. You got to be using them. And I
Right.
was
You don't
using
use
the
the
language.
word.
Everybody was speaking like that until that guy came. A guy came through called Sidney Portier. I met him when I was about 11. He came through the joint where I was at. I was
Talking
hanging out
good
with some
King
friends.
English on you.
Yeah, and come to find out they was some kin to him, and he came to visit his people. You know that me, and so I was there, and I met him as a result. So I used to hang out with the other little boys, not the grown people like him. He's, my senior, and he came to talk to us where we were because it was a weightlifting joint. His relative ran a weightlifting place, local little thing in his garage type attitude. But he had all the weights and stuff, and he was training people. He had people in the state competitions and all that, even though he had a little joint. And
Hold on for you
Sydney
move
came to.
on. Hold on one second. I
Oh,
don't
okay.
mean to break your wisdom. But see, that's what's
No,
different about now than back then. Like back then, we we don't have people like that today. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, he ran a little local joint for the neighborhood, and we don't really have that today. A lot of that type of spirit died out. Like my great grandpa used to be the baseball coach, so he'll go pick up
yeah.
everybody, all the children in the neighborhood, and you're gonna have to come play. He gonna pick everybody up. You're gonna have to class today on the weekend. Saturday morning come, you gonna have your ass up. He gonna already be to talk to your mama, grandma, whoever. He gonna have everybody kids on the back of them trucks, and your ass finna go cut grass all day. You coming back, it's gonna be almost nighttime. But yeah,
Oh,
we
you
don't
in
have
the
that
south?
in the neighborhood. Yeah,
You
I'm in
in
the
the
south.
south?
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, beautiful. Where at in the south?
Texas. I'm a Texas boy.
Oh, Texas. Okay, yeah. I've been to Texas. Texas get hot, man, in the summer. Hot.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that kind of heat, man, till I got to
Oh,
Texas.
nah, it's different. It's different. 107,
Hey,
108, it's different. We right by
yeah, people were
Mexico.
saying,
So yeah,
yeah,
we get a lot of rain down here. That's the flip side. But when it's hot, it's hot.
okay,
Texas hot.
when it's hot, it's hot.
Nene said she
Yes,
got
sir.
so hot and she out of Texas. She said just soon as she get out of work, she walk around the house naked. It be that hot down here in Texas.
Yep, yep.
Titties sweating, Dosey titties sweating. All them titties Dosey got, them titties get to sweating in that Texas heat.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
All right, now okay, now
All
go
right.
back. I hate I broke your wisdom, but you were saying y'all spoke Geechee, so uh, that's what I wanted to ask. A lot of people laughed at that lady in the way that she talked, but a lot of us from the South, we like that's how our people them talk. You know, our grandma and them, they'll say words that maybe our friends wouldn't recognize. You know, or they wouldn't, how you said,
Yeah.
intellectual. You feel me? They wasn't intellectual. So
Right.
I feel like do you think there was like a language system that was already here for us to only know it and understand it? Because they taught us that I use Dick Gregory's example. He said that the white people that bought us as slaves, they didn't speak English well, so we learned how to talk like that from the white people. Or go down there yonder, go fish that down there yonder. You know, things like this here. He said that we learned that from the white people because they couldn't speak the English well and they were illiterate and they were our slave master.
They were our intimates. You know, we ran with them. They weren't necessarily our slave master, but he is correct about that for sure.
They how to talk like that lady talking from white folk.
They did, yeah. They didn't talk as much what you call proper English. Because I grew up around crackers. I mean, they were right across the canal, and they lived over there, and we lived over here. The canal
So they
was
talk like that lady.
yeah.
Did
Everybody
y'all did the
talked.
colors talk like that lady too?
We talked a little different because we had more of an accent, and we used different words sometimes. So not necessarily.
When you say
Like now,
different words, see, we'll need an example of it. Like, you
you would
know,
have to. Maybe my sister remembers stuff.
how can you break it down? Like, how can you get us to like see this picture that you painting?
You know, there's a beautiful movie I just remembered. It's on YouTube also. I just watched it 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's called Daughters of the Dust. Dust.
I think I heard of it before.
It's excellent.
It's like an
The
old
one,
school classic.
the one called Yellow Mary. I met her. I know her.
You was like a suave dude back then. Did you read them Iceberg Slim books? Them Iceberg Slim book turned you out, man. You know, yeah. So
No,
my other question to you was you said about 3 years ago you actually stopped going under the banner of Pan-Africanism. Is there a
yeah,
reason for that?
yes, because I had gotten involved in Lumi, the African Kingdoms Lumi. Are you aware of African Kingdoms Lumi?
Nah. Break it down.
A lot of people are not aware of the African Kingdoms Lumi. The African Kingdoms Lumi was an idea started by a guy in Jamaica, and he collaborated with the Queen of Sheba, and they decided to take the concern to the kings of Africa, not the countries, the kings, and the kings got crazy gold, amounts of gold. You know that. I don't know if you know that, but the kings got a lot of gold. And they put it together and came up with the African Kingdoms Lumi, a digital currency that's supported by the king's gold, all the kings that sign on their gold and solar energy. And they've learned they were saying they have a way to quantify ship, to log it in like a battery solar energy and ship it around. And they're selling, that's part of the value of the Lumi. And one Lumi dollar equals 16 US dollars from the value of the, stock exchange. Mm-hmm. And it's backed by gold, real gold. No play, not no 14 karat gold. You know, people laugh at 14 karat gold.
Yeah,
People who
when I went to the overseas, their gold look different than ours. When I first seen it, I thought it was fake. And I found out, well, the shit we got is fake. You know what I'm saying? But
there you
yeah,
go.
you know, they go 24, 23, and I think they don't go no lower than 18. They don't even have 14, 12, and then
18 is
10 or 8. Yeah,
yeah,
they
18
go
is
24, 23, and 18. That's all they do out there. And it's beautiful. It look way better than this gold that we win.
it's real gold. It actually can do something.
Hold
You
on
know,
one
gold.
second. I apologize. 1 second, OG. OG
Yeah,
Donna Grant. Hit the link, man, if you got
oh,
time.
I see.
Donna Grant. OG Donna Grant. Hit the link if you got time, man. Come up and build with me, man. Y'all meet my OG right there, man. And we got the same birthday. So we both, y'all know we both throwed off. We both crazy as hell. Yeah, OG, if you got time, come on up. See, I remember
Oh,
it used to be
he
Donald
know.
it used to be Donald the 65-year-old
Wow.
Grant when I met him. And now it's Donald now the 68-year-old. And I've been watching him change that number for the last 3 years. So yeah, Don, if you get time, man, come up and build with us.
There
Um,
you go. What do you think?
all right, yeah, you're finished. I apologize breaking your wisdom, but yeah, continue on that the currency and how did that
Oh, you
affect
were
your
asking me about the Pan African thing.
right,
Okay,
right,
so
right? How did that affect it?
I was dealing with the Lumi, and I had learning about it and ready to promote it and everything. I still don't mind promoting it. And one of the people, actually the woman who turned me on to it, she told me, she said, Wale, I just went there to the meeting with the Queen Sheba Ra, and they're not really interested in us. They're interested in Africa and the diaspora. And if your family is not a slave, then come over on a slave ship that you can prove or something like that, in the far, willing to attest to, then you're not part of Pan African. They don't see Pan African like I do.
Whoa, who told you that again?
The woman that turned me on to it. So I went to check with Sheba Ra myself.
Your mic went out. Your mic went out. We lost you.
Listen, because they got a Zoom meeting. So after the Zoom meeting, okay.
All right, you better now. You better. We hear you.
Okay, so I went to a Zoom meeting. So they do Zoom meetings. And I checked with her verbiage to see what she was saying. And she had told one guy that was looking to repatriate, he calls it, to Africa. She said, man, stay where you at. Don't come here. We got enough poor people here. If you ain't got no money, some kind of outstanding resume, don't come here. Don't come to Africa.
Whoa. Now, since you were 17, you were on this headed towards this journey. Wow. So how did that make you feel, after all these years that you committed to this?
Well, I wasn't committed to go to Africa. I would have went
No,
long
no, no. I
ago.
mean for the movement or just the thought of this international creating a presence for colored people.
Yeah, because I had gotten that from that idealism from Marcus Garvey. Because Garvey was internationalist. He said himself he wasn't saying people should go to Africa. He was saying we should unite. We should join hands with all the colored people around the world. They even had some kind of glyph for it. All the people holding hands, different colors and stuff. Because
Yeah,
that
Michael,
power.
I was in the play when I was little, and the We Are the World. They had me in that play when I was little. We Are the World. First I was gonna be the king, and then they
Uh,
gave it to this other dude, and I had to like wave a leaf on him in the queen and the girl. See, first I won it. I was auditioning for that part, and I won the king. And I think his mama was over it, and so at the end they put him as the king, and I had to fan this nigga with a leaf, man. But at daycare, I beat him up. I was learning math, and I think it was 11 times 11, and I had got the answer wrong, and I took off on him, spurred off on him, the daycare was called Dimples Academy. I still remember it like yesterday. I took off on him. I had got it wrong, got the answer wrong. And yeah, and he laughed, and I still was mad about that We Are the World play that we had. And y'all spurred off on his ass. They called my mama. Hold on. But we got the OG Donna Grant in the building, man. What's up, Virginia in the building?
Man, who is that confused ex-Pan-African?
Hey,
that's my homeboy Wale. That's my homeboy Wale.
Is that your nickname, Wale? What is a Wale? Did your parents give you that name? Or the boys in the street, Wale? What does that mean?
I don't understand. Where's your point so I can answer you?
The man that asked you 10,000 questions, and I'm just as confused as I was when they asked you the first one.
My name was divinated. You do know about divination.
I got an idea, but no, I ain't heard that one. I know about deviate. I know about deviate.
Okay, it's cool.
I know about deviate, but I don't know about divinate. But it sounds like they could be one and the same. See, when I started reading that Pan-African stuff, my daddy damn near slapped my damn head off. Come on, don't be bringing that shit in here. It's like, okay. So that's what your family is for, to listen to them and talk to them before they die. My mom, 97, and I'm still talking to her, learning more information now than I learned 20 years ago. Back when her parents were coming up, they weren't allowed to say they were Indians, and they couldn't grow their hair long, had to cut the hair, and they couldn't say that. But they told their children who they were. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't no story coming from them about somebody packed in on a boat like sardines who couldn't eat no food or move around. We never heard that. Now, I understand the sharecropping part. Yeah, we had our own farms sharecropping, and they was cheating us out of things because we couldn't count with them. Well, I could, but I was young then, so. But they always had hogs to balance out what the white folks stole from them in vegetation.
Okay.
Wait, break that down when you say that. Break that down.
Just like the crops, whenever they took the corn in, they would write up a receipt and give to my dad. My dad give to my mom. And when I got about 16, my mom started giving it to me because she didn't understand it. Instead of giving them $400 or $500 for whatever they turned in, they wrote, "You owe us $400. So once I got, like I say, 16, 17, 18, I went down there and canceled all of that stuff. Because they just weren't educated enough to even count the money or understand what was being done to them. Back then, people could go in them little general stores and you ain't have no money. You had to wait till the crops grew before you turn them in. And they had you owing so much money. You got 40 acres of crops you done grew. And when you turn it in, you still owe them money. That explain it a little bit, or something else you need to understand?
No. That's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah, this is just the kind of things that they did to them. Our family is so big that we was out there picking our own stuff until they start bringing in those machines and stuff. And then you rent a machine out and they charge you more to use the machine than what your crops added up to, which we know was some BS then. But yeah, I mean, sharecropping even back then, like I said, I got about 3,000 family members and we all deal with each other and we are everywhere. We have several family reunions in different states up and down the East Coast, but mostly in Southampton County. That's where we have ours. The stories that they learned from us, they exaggerated them but turned them into Africans, tried to turn them into Africans. But people in my family did not fall for that. And as each generation started to grow, we started acknowledging who we were, and we didn't care who said what. And we had just as many problems with outside tribes, or what you call colored people, in different neighborhoods than we did with white folks. And then listening to Top Cat tell me about Black Europeans, I started to understand that. And all the Masons and Moors, I said, my daddy used to call Black people foreigners, and I ain't know what he was talking about. He was talking about them Moors and those Shriners and all of them kind of people. You know, I was like, what in the...
Oh,
but
gee,
you know,
Johnny
when you
Grant, do you remember? Do you recall the time where they started changing all of the books to black, to the word black?
Yeah, around 1969, 70, and the 69, 70 and on up. And then, like you said, when Jesse Jackson came around, he started saying Jesse Jackson went from color.
Let's go to John Henry Clark. Let's go back to that time, that era. You remember that era?
Yeah, that's when my dad almost slapped my head off my neck. I was trying to tell him about what that man was saying. But I remember John Henry Clark.
How did you get hip to John Henry Clark? Was he like a big thing back then? Was he like yeah, was he? Did he have like a lot of pull back then? How did you get introduced to his work?
From one of them bookstores, like the guy was talking about, that the Muslim owned the bookstore, and he worked with me too. He was a longshoreman, and he told me how he got funded. And you know, when you getting funded, you didn't get funded by no black people, so it had to have been by somebody that wanted him to pass that information out for us to meet John Henry Clark. So I would assume that would be a few white people and a whole lot of black Europeans. And we stayed in that man's bookstore. And he was a Muslim, like I say, under Farrakhan. Had a bookstore. Now this guy said, who funded your bookstore?
Where was the bookstore? Where was it, the bookstore?
In Norfolk on 35th Street, right in the hood. Where they all are, in the hood.
Was that Virginia? Norfolk, Virginia?
Yeah, Norfolk, Virginia, yeah. Norfolk,
you know
Virginia.
Anything about down there, Wale? Used to party down there?
I've been through there, yeah.
How long did you stay?
How long did I stay?
When you say you traveled through here, how long did you stay? I mean,
as long as it took the vehicle to pass through. I was not.
Oh, okay. So you was just traveling. I got you.
Yeah, man, I traveled.
I got you, just traveling. I got you. But yeah, and that's how I was introduced to John Henry Clark. And then we left in the blizzard of 1980 to go to Atlanta and hear this man speak down at what's them called? Spelman College. I think it was a girls' college and a men's college. Spelman and was it Morehouse? Anyway, we went to one of them colleges to hear him speak. And I was listening to all this mess. And by this time now, I'm in my early 30s, maybe 32, 33. And I'm listening to him. But what my daddy had slapped in my head started being clearer. Because I'm like, what is this man talking about? Talking about an African. We came here on the slave ship.
He was saying? What were some of the things he was saying?
Basically saying that we was from Africa and you know, we've been going through long struggle and the white man did this to us and did that to us. And I'm looking at him like, it sounds like you doing it to us. I mean, he just was so strange. And when I raised my hand after his little lecture to ask a question, and I asked him what kind of proof did he have about slavery and Nat Turner? And he said, yeah, Nat Turner was a great African. I said, Nat Turner couldn't have been a great African because he was in my family and my direct ancestor. And niggas put me out. I said, damn. you can't tell me.
Break it down for the new people that don't know. Break them down and let them know that about Nat Turner from your perspective.
Yes, now the story of Nat Turner, he was a farmer just like my dad and people before him and after him. And like I said, we always been here. Now, it's no different. Now, he didn't go on no raid burning and killing folks, but back then, if somebody fucked with you just like today, somebody fuck with you and if more than one, you go get your family and you come back and you fuck them up. But we never heard nothing about he loved a white woman. He was an African slave and he escaped from, just like when they were looking for him for something he did. When somebody messed with your family, you go back and get their family. And that's basically what happened. He fucked with some white folks, fucked with him, and he went back, got his family members, and they fucked with them. Now, that story in Southampton County where they say all these plantations that I ain't never seen. You can ride there today, even if they're not, and still standing, you should see the old building or something. Ain't no plantations in Southampton County, man. It was just big houses with farmland around them. Now, that's what they want to call a plantation, but it want the big old place like the White House with the big old pillars. Now, I seen one of those in Chesapeake, Virginia, but still black people went and picked Culpeper's crops, but every day they went, they could come back home. That's why I said I don't believe slavery in the sense of somebody kept you chained up every night. You got out and worked from sun up to sundown, ate very little, and then you could never go home. These people always went home. They always went home. Like I said, when my dad
Break down when you say you don't understand slavery in the way that they say. Break it down. How your concept of how it would have been.
That they would get black folks to pick their crops for them back then, and they paid them, even though they paid them cheap. But however, those same black people will go pick their own crops too, or help out their fellow cousins or, brothers or family members. And this is how they worked all day. They slaved, not somebody kept you somewhere and owned you. No. I never heard that story in my story. And I don't even see, if it wasn't my story to tell, how that would be feasible. That means you got to be responsible for these people, keep them healthy enough to go out there and pick crops from sun up to sundown. That's a lot of money. And then what did they say? They gave the black folks the chitlins and all the bad stuff, and they ate all the good shit. One thing about a hog, you can eat everything from the rooter to the tutor. My mother's 97 and still eating pork. Negroes love pork and chicken.
Do y'all know why that is? Wale, brother Wale, do you have an idea why our people or do you believe, how they say we ate the scraps from the masters and we end up making delicacies out of the scraps that was given to us.
I'm of a firm mind of SW.
Break that down.
Next.
SW. Break that
Some
down.
will. Some will.
You went out on us for a little bit. Okay. Break. Okay. No, I'm not familiar. Break it down though.
Some will. Some won't. So what? Next. Some people did go through that. Some people didn't. So what? I mean, you can't drop that.
Wait a minute. Some people went through what?
Whatever. I can't tell people what they did not go through.
I mean, who?
That's all.
Well, which one did your family do?
I seem to be saying it again, but as I said, my aunt said they were sharecroppers. That her and her sister was sharecropping. My mom's mother, because my aunt is my step aunt more or less. She was, she was not born to my grandmother. My
Still
grandmother,
family.
yeah, we are family from right
Yeah.
on, man. But the
Hmm.
thing I'm saying is I just found that out since after I turned 50. I didn't even know that till I was over 50. So
Okay.
anyway, yeah, that's how we live. So the next thing is my grandmother was said to be part Indian, if not Indian, and I didn't know what that meant, and we didn't have television. So you got to understand, we didn't know about no cowboys and Indian movies and all that stuff. None of this. We didn't have no vision presented to us as what an Indian was. Do you understand what I am saying? You guys
I know
have been
exactly what you're
presented
saying.
with a visual by whatever the medium is that makes movie, with a visual of what an Indian is. And then they fulfill that with if you look at the numbers, the dates and stuff, they fulfill that with these people that they come up now and call Indians. These people, there's a concerted effort, and people talking about a conspiracy. Yes, a conspiracy. That's how you want to put it. Just like they conspired to take over Miami Beach, and right now, them places that I told you, them condos in Florida and Miami and all them stuff, that was swampland. My brother tried to invest in it. I say, we ain't gonna invest in no swampland. But that's when they were saying they're gonna build it up and do what they did with it. It was swampland. It's still swampland. They'll find out in a few years it's still swampland. The swamp ain't going nowhere.
This is why you always have to add soil to your yard. Because from the East Coast, from the top to the bottom, all coastal lands are filled with swamps. And swamp is not a bad thing, especially when you can grow stuff on it. Once you add soil,
Hey,
you can grow them little farms in your, little garden in your yard or something like that. But that came from us adding dirt back where my dad moved at in Chesapeake. We had to add dirt. Down in Southampton County, it was so much land, you didn't have to add no dirt. The swamp was where it was. You left it alone. There was plenty of land to do whatever you needed to do. You had red clay dirt and you had dirt. You had dark dirt, you had red clay dirt, and you had that kind of light kind of dirt. So you had plenty of land to grow stuff on. But when you get closer to the coastal lands, that's where most of your swamps are. Well, little veins come from the ocean and go into land and make swamps, and it clears the water enough for you to be able to drink it. But yeah, after salt water comes into land, it's filtered through the dirt. That's why people make filters. It filters through the dirt to make streams and clear water. Sometimes if you're up in the mountains, it flows through the mountains and clear itself. And then you got rain and whatever. But back in the day where you said the do's and the don'ts and the wills and the won'ts, everybody I knew always ate pig and let's say Massa's story was true. If they gave you the chitlins, the hog neck, his feet and everything, you look at what happened then and you look at today, what causes high blood pressure, low blood pressure, diabetes, and the top 10 foods, the pig ain't even in it. But then we had the Muslims telling us to not eat pork. Pork was the filthiest thing on earth. No. Pork is probably one of the healthiest meats that you can eat because a hog don't eat his shit. A chicken eat his own shit. I've seen a cow and a horse even eat shit, even a dog. I've never seen a pig eat no shit, and I've been seeing pigs all my life, raising them. Like when people like my dad had died and whoever he turned it over to in the family after him, I didn't want to carry the stuff on. These hogs got out and was set free. Now they're running around everywhere. They call them fur hogs. But them things even bigger once they've been freed. But back then you could feed them healthy. But I don't care how a pig eat. He's never going to give you a disease. like high blood pressure, low blood pressure, diabetes. He ain't even in the top 10 in meats that cause all of these problems. Hopefully y'all understand where I went at. I don't even know why I went there, but ain't nothing wrong with it, pig. But the John Henry Clark and Farrakhan to tell you something wrong with that pig.
Hey, OG Donald Grant, I want to show you this. This happened from the Alabama, the lady that threw the white lady in the water. Well, she was talking the other day, and then she got a lot of backlash because of the way that she talks. I want to play a little clip of this and let me know if you can
She
understand.
talked just like my dad. I heard her. I heard you play.
Okay. All right,
She
so
talked just like my daddy.
break that down when you say that. What you mean?
My dad said, like, if we say, my daddy said, I'll do it pregnant, or that's just like saying I'll do it later. The word later wasn't, they couldn't relate to that. Now, I don't know who was saying later, but when I grew up, I heard pregnant. But when I got in high school, or let's say in school, I learned pregnant was later. Because when I asked my daddy, you keep telling me pregnant, I don't know what you know. I be home pregnant and beat your ass. He made the definition real clear. I said, whoa, okay. He ain't home right now. That means he either on the way or he gonna get me while I'm asleep. So I slept under the bed. He still whipped my ass, but at least when he pulled my leg, at least I woke up and I was prepared for that ass whooping. I knew what pregnant was now. So, but that's just how they talk. It takes you a minute. If you're a kid growing up listening to that, you know what they're saying. When we went to school, that's when we started not to understand a little bit.
And be embarrassed if we did understand. Like if mama or grandma got to come to the school, we embarrassed how they talking in front of these people here. But when we back at home in the neighborhood, everybody talk like this. Yeah, so
everybody talk like that.
And yeah. Now that
and I still got cousins that talk like that. I told you it's a whole bunch of us. Now they wouldn't allow us to go too far into learning Islam and what Dr. Clark and them was teaching. Because when you went home to tell them about it, they ain't want to hear that shit. They ain't want to hear it, man. And I was like, dang. So no matter what I learned out there, whatever we learned in school that tried to screw up our understanding with our parents, then here go the Black Europeans doing the same thing with masonry, Shriners, and all of that stuff, trying to erase us.
Now watch this, OG. Now earlier, Wale told me about his family spoke like a form of Geechee. Was there any other type of languages that your family speak that was just common amongst y'all?
Yeah, Pig Latin. They call it Pig Latin. Forgot what else they call it. But I was telling you about that one time I was talking to you.
Yeah, I'm throwing you alley hoop. Yeah, I got you.
Your name Top Cat. Your name Top Cat. Opte. Top Cat.
Hit it again. Watch this, y'all.
Opte. That's Top Cat. Basically, you drop the C in cat and you say Ot, and then you bring that C back. Opte. Opte. Got it?
Hey, don't that sound like an Indian language though, y'all? If y'all think about it,
it is.
Yeah, that shit. Hey, y'all get the
so
lights
when
the
European took our language, the European took our English and made it theirs.
Hold up, OG. Hold that thought. What you say, Wale?
I recognize that as code.
Break it down.
Like he said, you take the English and then you code it into whatever he got, which was octave, whatever the rest of it, right? To me, I take that as a code because we use 2 or 3 codes down where I was, You know, even was it my nizzle? Fizzle my
That
nizzle?
that that
All
that's some new shit. Alleyway.
I,
What's alleyway?
you said it. You
What's
said it's
alleyway?
new, but it's just new to you.
That's
Ain't
Snoop Dogg. That's Snoop Dogg and them shit. That's some dumb shit. What is alleyway? You ever heard of alleyway?
Yeah,
You ever heard of alleyway?
I've heard of it.
That's your name, Wally. Alleyway.
Okay, alleyway, no
I
problem.
just took the W off your name, started with the A, and then added the W again.
That's some cold shit right there.
Yeah, that's code. I understand code.
Now,
But I was just saying that as an example of code because we had like 3
Up,
or 4 codes
up,
that we would use.
other May
That way we
Okafe.
could speak.
This a
You know what I'm saying?
here's an easy one. Other May Okafe. What's that?
Who you think?
I don't know, but I need to
Motherfucker.
learn this shit. Oh, okay.
Motherfucker. Other May Okafe. If you listen, you can hear it. Other May Okafe. Motherfucker.
Now help us with this right here. About how old were you when you started like learning that?
About 12.
How did it
'Cause
happen? It just something you picked up, or because I
I
remember my
heard
grandmother was always spoken
I
speech.
picked it up from listening to my mom and dad would close the door at the bedroom, and my brothers would send me to the door to be nosy. They was probably in there fucking, I don't know, but they were in there talking, and I heard them saying that. And when I heard other May, or if I heard Ane on the way Ukfe, that mean I want to fuck. And I'm listening, I'm going, I think daddy said something about fucking. Because I heard the up part. Take the F off fuck and you got Ukfe. Fuck. I was like, and then I started asking my mama, what's this word and that word? And then she started showing me and teaching me. When we went to the family reunions, all of our older family members were talking like that because they didn't want us to know what they were saying because they
Exactly.
knew sooner or later we was gonna be listening and we would learn. They used to call us nosy, but not nosy being a negative thing. They wanted you to be nosy because that's how they passed it down.
And you know what that made me think about? Like I grew up in the house. Like my house was the gambling house. They used to play cards and they used to have like real live card games. All of the doughboys used to come through there because I had a lot of aunts and a lot of cousins, which would be my mom, them cousins. But my mom house was the house where everybody hung it. So when we'll be there though, one of the things was to get our grown folks face when they talking. So one of the things that they did around us, like when they gotta feed us and we have to be in there and they
Yeah.
feeding us, they'll speak
Mhm.
Pidgin Latin around us.
That's when they
Yeah,
start speaking. Yeah.
and so while we in there, they instead of get out grown folk mouth or get out their business or like when
Hmm.
my grandma or her friends over, we can't come in the front room. We better get our ass up
Hell
out of there
no.
now, real fast. And so they'll speak Pidgin Latin to each other. Let's say like if they meet each other out or they see each other out or something, if they're around each other, they'll speak Pidgin Latin to each other and then get in the car and start talking this English shit back with us. You know what I'm saying? What we gonna eat
Yep.
tonight type of shit. But yeah, that's what that made me think about, man. They took me back to then. When we come in there to eat in the kitchen, then they speaking Pidgin Latin the whole time they're at the card game. And everybody that was there knew it.
Here's a word that I better not hear now another. Remember that one? Now another thing
When
out of
they
you.
get out of bed, everybody y'all go in there and turn the TV off. Then I hear now everybody getting their ass whooped. I don't give a
That's
fuck
right.
if one
When they add that adjective to it, now another, they can say, I don't want to hear another thing from you. And if that didn't work, and they had to tell you now another, so yeah, that's why you hear people say now, or no. No ain't no word, but it is to us. We know what no mean. No is like no.
Sweet Feather was, she was on here and she was talking about like in Cherokee was a word meant like yes or yeah. Words like and things like that. She was breaking down something like that. It felt if you ain't here, come break that down. But Wale, you said Don, where you from? Y'all use basically like code languages. Where did that come from? And if you can remember any help us out on that.
Yeah, like
Wait
I
a minute, I
said,
got it.
when he
My
was
earpiece went out. Say something again.
Mike, check. You can hear me?
hopefully, oh,
All right, Wale, turn up.
I could. I was just saying, like when he started, I recognize it as code language. When you're trying to stop someone from knowing what you are saying, you code it up like that. And we had several different codes that we would use. One of them was, as I use as a quick example, that a lot of people might recognize is the thing that Snoop Dogg still uses. That nizzle sizzle
No, what about in
wizzle
your day,
on
like
the
in your
end.
childhood, like
Yeah,
words from your
I'm saying
childhood?
we used all of those as code words. When I was saying I didn't speak English, I wasn't talking about codes. I was talking about. You ever hear people like from Jamaica talk? The the the
Right,
the
right.
the people. That's how we used to talk. We didn't really talk. We talk more patois than the code.
Oh,
Some
y'all
words
spoke like a
you wouldn't.
pigeon language.
Yeah, it was had some English in it. Now, don't get me wrong, I ain't saying that, but it had more words that English didn't know, and the way they were put together,
Give us an
like
example. Yeah.
your
Nah,
choice
I
of
see where you
words,
going with it. Break it
like
down.
even now I'm just using Jamaican. They say hood. They say the word hood when they want you to open. I mean, what they call it, bonnet. They say bonnet when they want you to open the hood of your car. They say pop the bonnet. You get me? So they're
Right.
using different words altogether for the same movement. Yeah, but I didn't recognize dude say pop the bonnet. I'm like, what is he talking about?
I'm back in here. My earpiece went out. I was like, damn, let me see if
You
I can
know what I
remember
mean?
how Top Cat
That's
said, get
what I
back in
say.
here.
I didn't learn how to say the until I was 27. That's when I was
So
able
that
to
wasn't
pronounce.
even a word back then for y'all. So how did
We
they
we said
basically
deep. Everything was
perfect?
deep.
So how did they basically perfect the English language? Or do y'all think, since you say a lot of the words will hear English words in them, but all of the words wouldn't, let's say English. Um, where are these other words coming from? Do y'all think they have like some indigenous, or do y'all think they were just created along the way?
Indigenous to
Somebody
me,
background. Somebody got
that,
their background. Somebody
that
watching
must,
TV.
it must be S. The S came on.
Yeah, somebody watching daytime TV. All right, turn
The
up,
uh,
turn up.
the what they call it? You asked me a question and I lost it in the melee.
Yeah, I was saying like damn, I forgot to. I forgot what I just asked you.
Mm.
Peace, socio.
What's
You were
up,
asking where
Feather?
do you think these words came from? That's what you were asking.
Right, right,
That
right.
mixed in with the English. You know,
Oh, it's so
OCO,
beautiful.
Top Cat, Chief, the panel,
Oh,
VCU,
welcome.
everyone in the chat.
Hody, Hody.
I'm glad you're talking about this. I was just reading um, something about some Kanja, some Cherokee Kanja people from the South, and I was reading their excerpts, and I was looking at the language. You know, I had just um, came on your live. You know, I was surprised to see that was going on. But when I was growing up, my grandmother used to say, "Go on up there and get me whatever she wanted off the shift row." And we knew what the
Mm-hmm.
shift row was. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she's from South Carolina, so we
Mm-hmm.
have all these words, and
Mm-hmm.
I really think that especially American English comes from
Mm-hmm.
all of our languages. You know,
Ah.
because when you think about English in England, it's very different. American English, has so many words put into it from different
Mm-hmm.
regions, different accents. And I don't know if anyone heard of the language Tut that was spoken primarily in the South, I think around Alabama, Mississippi area. Anybody heard of that Tut?
Is that where you're from?
No, my family, I'm from Philly. I was born and raised in Philly, but my roots are from South Carolina and Jamaica. So I
Beautiful.
wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if anyone heard of Tut. I know they spoke it a lot in the South, and it was like one of those languages. If you knew, you knew. If you didn't, then you know what I'm saying. It was for those who knew. But I just came back from South Carolina from my family gathering, and boy, let me tell you, it's the language. You know, when you're talking about my uncle, he would say things like, "Who in there now?" Everybody say "nah." You know, so I think that's where English came from. You know, especially in the Americas. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I did hear you say in Cherokee they have different dialects, of course. You say OCO. Some people say CO. How, that means okay. Osta, that's good. Osta sanale, that's good day. Um, uh-huh, that's yes. Clum, that means no. You ever hear your grandma say, "Tuh," you know, when they suck their teeth? They go, huh, that's no. Chola is tobacco. Some people say, I don't know if they say taba or baka, but in Cherokee,
Backer.
it's
Yeah.
pronounced. Mm-hmm. In Cherokee, it's pronounced chola. Um, ama is water. Incidentally, it sounds like mama, but a lot of Cherokee is sounds. You know what I'm saying? Those sounds. When you hear people saying "mm-hmm," and they go "mm," a lot of the Cherokee language was that. You know.
I recognize what you are saying, and let me. I took a test once called the DLAB, Defense Language Aptitude Battery Test. If I could find it, I suggest we all present it to our children as soon as possible. It is comprised of almost 500 questions in no language, but the questions are all multiple choice, and some of them are visual. They are, and they show you the language, the words and stuff, or you have to hear it and then pick out what they are saying. It, it's awesome to me. It was an awesome test because after I took the test, about almost 5 or 7 years later, I spent the entire night till the dawn came, having fun and talking to a guy who spoke no English, and I did not speak his language. But we communicated the entire night. We talked about our families, how many children, everything up until the
Mm-hmm.
sun came up. And we didn't speak each other's language. So I think if we want to be mindful of some of the things and qualities that we have, that we are looking at them from a limited exposure of European concepts. I hope
I agree.
oh, okay, then thank you.
I agree. Uh huh. Um, Language and culture go hand in hand. They're one and of the same. You can't separate language from culture or culture from language. You know, we have so many expressions. We knew growing up that you didn't put your hands on your hips. That meant something. You didn't cross your hands.
Well,
You
you
didn't
know
huff
what it
and
meant when
puff.
you put your hands on your hip. You did it, but you knew what it meant. You don't do that to no adult,
Oh,
but you knew what it meant.
right. That's what I'm saying. And you know how you huff and puff and poke your lips out. You poke your lips out if you pouting, and they'd be like, "Don't do that," you know. That's considered talking back. But also, we would poke our lips out to point to somebody as well. You know, that's something that we did. So all these expressions is part of the language, and most of the sounds that we spoke, like higher, you know. Now, recent years when Beyonce put that in her music, she did the song from the Clark sisters. They said it came from the Hebrew, you know that word, but that definitely came from the Indian, you know. And there's an old song called Indian Red. I don't know if anyone heard it.
Give me 2 or
And
3 lines of it.
oh well, I could put me on the spot, but I could do the melody. It's it's the same rhythm melody that was infused into the church. I feel this is where the church got it from when they sang that old time religion. But incidentally, that melody is the melody for my family song. You know, we have a family song, and it goes, "Give me that old Tillman spirit," and it just continues like that. I'm not a singer like that, you know. My grandmom swore on singing. She said, "You can only sing, or not even sing, but sing, if you can bring the spirit down." So when I'm in that mood, I can do it. But Indian Red was a song that I know in New Orleans they sing it all throughout the South. You know that melody, and then where I guess it became popularized again was when they took everything they had and was kind of indoctrinated to go into the church. You know what I'm saying? And then that's where some of these gospels come from. But those are like our powwow songs, if you will, you know. And when I speak of the powwow, or the powwow is a gathering, we always do that. It's the cookout. That's the family gathering. You know, we have business to discuss. We get together when they sitting on the porch, dipping snuff, you know, put on the music, they dance. A lot of folks sing. You know, my family sing. They bust out singing, and then we have these songs. But that's us. You know, that's us.
What is your name? I like you.
My name on here is Sweet Feather. Um,
Sweet what?
I was Sweet Feather on here. I was given the name Usikwidali, which means little feather in Chalagi. Which one? My government name?
Wale,
That's good.
what? She said, "Why you asked that, Wale?"
And she spoke clear English, and he didn't even answer. She said, "What you want, my government name?" He said,
You
"Shit."
mean me? I was my internet is
She was
crappy,
talking to
so
you.
Yeah, in certain circles. I mean, I have a family name too.
Wale, you remember
You
her,
know.
right? When you was here talking about Santeria the other time, that's her. Remember you came up? That's her.
okay, beautiful. But I have crappy internet, and I went out of the internet for a while, so I didn't respond to her. I'm understanding that is the reason because my internet went off for a moment. So I heard you say the sweet feather, and I was satisfied with that. And then I heard you say some other stuff, chop itly, or broken up. But yeah,
Well,
I'm
I
good.
said my given name, my given Cherokee name is Usikadali, and that means little feather. You know.
Was that divinated?
Say that again.
Was that divinated? Was that divinated?
Oh, it was given to me by my parents because my mother's uh, name is Spring Breeze in Cherokee. But those are family names. I feel like, you know what I mean. But everyone is not privy to that. Just like in your family, you may have different names for cousins, and and that's something that we do. You know, Native Americans say that they will look at their children and they would give them names based on how they were. But really, they got that from the original Indians because, I have cousins that we've only called them by the family name, and I didn't know their government name,
There you go.
you know?
That's right.
And if you look at any Indian family, I'm sure like the chat could roll off the names that their families have given to them. You know, I have a few, well, really two. Let me just say that I really have two.
I was just checking to see if you recognize the word divination, and was it divinated? The names, any of them were divinated. Do you recognize the word divination?
I do, but no, those names weren't derived from, I guess you could say, formal divination. You know what I'm saying? Where they
Mhm.
consulted with the spirits and said, okay, this is who this person is returning, and this is what her name should be. How we got our name was my aunt, my grandmother's sister, may she rest in peace. She
Mhm.
would give the children a name, you know. She would give all the children a name, and she took on that tradition after her mother, my great grandmother, may she rest in peace. And then my grandmother would do the same. So it was just a thing. They would look at you, and
Which name you got from her?
my family
Little
name.
Feather?
No, that's from my parents. Mine is Plum. You
Plums. You
know,
got that from the
I
aunt or whatever you're
I
talking
got
about?
that from my aunt. Then my great grandmother named some of my cousins. She said, "Look at that boy's head. Look like a can of ham." So his name became Hamhead. I have
Oh,
another
okay.
cousin
And
that she
mine was
was named.
long head.
But I was interested in the woman that you had spoke of that gave you a name, and you said the name was Plum.
Yeah, she named me Plum. The whole family called me Plum. I remember one time I had called her just to check on her and see how she's doing, and because my mother was raised by her and my
Wow.
mother's grandmother. My mother didn't grow up um, with her
Beautiful.
mother. She grew up with her grandmother and her aunt.
Hmm.
So she named this particular aunt would name the family. My great grandmother used to do it when you know, when she passed. Then my aunt took on the tradition. And
Hmm.
so I have another cousin that my aunt named. And she said, "Oh, look at her. She looked like a little brown pig." And so her name became Brown Pig. And she hated that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So I lucked up. And then we have Jack Rabbit. We got Stuff. We got Happy Jack. We got this person, that person, you
Okay.
know,
Beautiful.
going
Where
down
was
the
that?
line.
Where was that again? What?
South Carolina.
Oh, not Philadelphia. Okay. Okay.
No.
South Carolina. I know my brother's in North Carolina right now at this moment. So yeah, I understand the Carolinas. I just didn't wanted to know where you were just kind of physically. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Like I said, I like you already.
Thank you. I'm physically in Philly, and then we do that in Philly, and it's so like you don't even think about it. I taught for years, and then I had different students. I would give them names, and it was just a natural thing, you know. I had a little boy. He came up in a schoolyard, and he was saying something to his other child, and he said, "Listen, you are fried chicken. That's what you about to be." And from that day on, I called him fried chicken, and all the students knew that in my class he was fried chicken, and that's how it happens, like these myths and lores that is in the Native American starter pack, along with the moccasins and the feathers and the jingle dress and all of that. Uh, mm-mm. When it comes to the names, it didn't have that. When you see people with these elaborate names, I mean, it's like, come on now, you're doing too much.
The thing I found, because that's when he was asking me about Pan African, and I realized that what most people consider Pan African is not what I do. Right now, I consider myself Pan Aboriginal. And I have found all over Aboriginals, we divinate. So when I was even asking, I was talking to another guy. He's a Aboriginal African, African Aboriginal. I don't know how you put that, but he's from Africa, right?
Hmm.
And but he's Aboriginal. He follows the culture. He knows divination. I say that, he'd be like, yeah, which one you dealing with? You know, that kind of attitude.
Right.
Because we divinate. I've been in different zones of the world because I travel, you know. And they know,
You know
understand,
Africa real big, right?
huh? Yeah, I
You
know.
know Africa is real big, right?
I'm saying, no, I've been to
Okay.
other parts of the world, and everywhere I've gone, everybody that's Aboriginal understands the term right away, divination.
Mm-hmm.
And they are, because, and the next thing that I found, as far as Aboriginal people, we are all animists. We may call it different names when we sit down and talk. We all talking animism. You know animism as a word.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying,
As
as
a
a word,
word,
as
definitely.
a concept, as a concept, not as a
But
concept.
yeah, I know animism as, you know, is defined and has been told to us. But I also know that we are one with nature, you know, without having someone to dissect and explain that we're one with nature and give it a name. We just do it. You know what I mean?
But
That's how we
that's
live.
animism. Yeah, there
Mm-hmm.
you go. We don't have a
Right.
religion. I tell people don't have a religion. We don't need it. We something else, and they don't quite fathom. So I'm
Right.
glad you do. Like I say, I like you already because I can feel your vibe. You in there. Just do your thing, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Baba. I do. But I was looking through the chat and someone said, how many of you have a family member named Bubba?
Everybody got a bubble.
You know, we have
If you know your family members.
I had an aunt, may she rest in peace. She just passed, and I was so sorry because usually we go down in December and we celebrate. And so since 2020, when everything was kind of like everybody was standing still, she had turned 100. So we were to celebrate her 102nd birthday, you know, but she transitioned like to her spirit. And I never knew her name, you know, until she transitioned. And she transitioned last year. But we always call her Beta, right? And so I'm like, how do you spell that? And then really what it was, they were saying was baby doll because she was the youngest. But it came out Beta, you know. So again, when Top Cat was saying, like, how do we get these words and how do we say these things? That's where it come from. You know, we have our own way of saying things and we understand what it means. You know, for the longest time I hear, go get the sweeper, you know, and it was never a question that they were talking about the broom. And then along with that, there are things that we do and that we don't do that are taboos. Like you don't put a hat on the bed. You don't sit on the bed in your outside clothes. You better not do
Talk
that.
good, baby.
You know, another thing is when someone is sweeping, they better not sweep your feet because that's not good. You don't want nobody sweeping your feet, you know. So we have all these traditions, you know, and that's our spirituality. And then it's unfortunate that it's been chucked up to superstitions. But you could play if you want, you know. You know how like when it's thunder and lightning, you better be quiet, sit in the corner. They turn off all the lights. Like that was new to me coming from Philadelphia, going down south, and it's thunder and lightning, and I'm like, what is it? A blackout? Like what happened to the TV and the lights and everything? We got
Hey, y'all, 1 second, 1 second. Hey, let me answer the door. Brother Brandon, how you doing?
What's up, brother Top Cat?
Where you calling from, family?
I'm from Atlanta.
Okay, okay. What brings you here today?
This is an interesting conversation, brother. I like the fact that we talking about like different dialects, different meanings, and we all speaking like the same language.
Do you speak any other languages?
I speak English, but
You
I
know,
just wanted to,
Geechee?
any Gullah Geechee. Nah, I
What
feel
about
like
language?
I
What about
I
pig
feel.
Latin?
Say, what'd you say?
What about pig Latin? You sound too young to know pig Latin.
Nah, no pig lad. But I wanted to add this though, brother Top Cat. Like, for instance, like if like you from Texas, right? Hello, you there,
Hello?
brother Top Cat?
He pops off sometime. He might be eating something on Wednesday. He'll be
Oh,
back
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
because he might be here for 11 hours. So yeah, he pops in, pops out.
Got
Nah,
you.
I
When I
wanted to
say
just
peace,
I
girly
wanted
girl, she was like, she has an Uncle Bubba, an Aunt Doll, an Aunt Baby, an Aunt Sister. We had an aunt named Baby Sister as well, you know. So this is what we do, you know. And as far as divination, yeah, they can get elaborate with it, but you know how your elders will look straight through you. They give you that eye, and it's like they sizing you up and reading you real quick, and they look back and they're like, mm-hmm. So I think that's like the divination. They do it quick. They're quick with it, you know. And they had less interference. Right now, you have so much media, so much outside influence. You know, a lot of times people get up and first thing they do is turn on the outside culture, the TV, and they bring that in their space. You know, our elders would really sit on the porch. You talk about a porch posse, they would sit and chill on the porch and talk and vibe, you know, and smoking that tobacco that has a spiritual element to it, you know. And so they were very pure in terms of reading people, you know, they eye you up real quick. You know, it was very pure. They didn't have that interference. And then when they would be sipping on, you know, whatever they're sipping on, that nip, and that's a spirit. And that's why we pour vibration and we give a little spirit to the spirits. You know, it's like what come out
Hey
that
y'all,
mouth.
hey, what happened to Brandon?
He back.
Brandon left, Brandon burnt out. Yeah, I had to take a phone call, so I had went on mute. I came back, Brandon was gone.
Mm.
Did y'all run him off down the ground? What you do to Brandon, man? You ran his ass
Oh,
like,
I didn't even say nothing to him.
God.
No, he popped in here and he called your name a couple times and then he left, I guess.
Oh yeah, well Brandon,
He
damn, you got all
he,
this
he
bill.
just wanted to talk to you, I guess.
I see that. That's what happened. I hope he went and bought one of them books. Yeah, let me put that on. Goddamn, nigga came here to talk to me. I hope you went and got one of them books. I want to talk to you too, brother Brandon. So if you could, you can pull back up, man. You free to come through, bro. I just was trying to see, could you help us out on some pig Latin or like, or what form of other language did y'all speak down there? I heard y'all speaking about the nicknames, how that was coming, you know, names like frog, turtle, goddamn bear, these different names in our family. But yeah, man, any of y'all out there got anything y'all want to add to the bill, pull up. And let me do a commercial, you know, really why I got you niggas here. Um, I do want to do a commercial tomorrow. We're gonna have a joint where you know, I want to do my book release and come out and you know, we probably read a chapter or something. We gonna do some giveaways tomorrow. Shout out to No Cellite. So we need one more person to go get a VIP platinum. No Cellite when he grabbed him one, like he said he was gonna do. Um, But let me come over here, man. We trying to get 300 books. So tomorrow I'll give y'all the official number, how many people I already got them. So what number we need to meet. I want to see really because none of these niggas openly came out and supported me. Nobody from none of these people. Dan Calloway, he probably the only one I can say that openly came out and supported me. But all these other people, bro, And I'm not even saying for you to go buy the book. I'm saying, can I get a share after 3 years? Brothers and sisters, all the Indians, all the Aboriginals, we got this new unity thing going on, and we all one. We hearing that conversation a lot. Everybody and their mama and them know I've been out here, real nigga on the block, pushing this line. Say, man, I need to shelter more. I need y'all to bring y'all people and them through. Let them know, man, what I got, what we have going on. It's for the American paradigm. I want to see it. I want to see if it can happen. Then I believe all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, real talk, bro. I more than deserve it. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna hold on. Let me do something. Yeah, I think I more than deserve some shit like that. Would y'all agree, the people on the panel, man? Y'all, for the time y'all knew me, do y'all agree I deserve to at least get a share, or for these people to at least tell they people them that, hey man, the brother has a book going on. You know, let's try to support the brother. Let's show this a sign of American Aboriginals and Indians, and let everybody see y'all support it. Cause guess what? All them other niggas know my book coming out. Charnetta told me, send me the book, brother. Send me a commercial, and I'm putting it up. These Pan Africans talking to me like this. You know, I appreciate the love from them, but I wanna be you know, I did this for us, for our people now. So I want the people them that I did it for to do it. I don't want, you know, even though people they from the other side and they got love for me, I don't want them to come in and have more love for me for what I did than the people that I did it for. You
Oh,
know,
absolutely. I shared your book on different platforms on Facebook, especially, you know, it's a book, it's literature for all the homeschool parents. We have a few homeschool, world school books, you know, to add that to the curriculum, you know, so absolutely. My family, you know, your information has been passed to them, you know, to tune in and to get on deck. So absolutely.
all right, y'all, we're gonna watch this quick clip and then we're gonna get back to the bill.
Ancient Greece, birthplace of Western civilization.
This is where it all began, Nathan. Because it is from the Egyptians, the first veneration of a higher, what we would call more metaphysical culture.
Called Atlantis, it was founded by the Greek god Poseidon, and the inhabitants possessed sophisticated technology. Aztecs say that their capital of Tenochtitlan was made in Mexico. The plume serpent theory is probably related to something that came from the sky. Could there be a connection between the ancient Greek tale of Atlantis and Native American origin stories?
Who is this figure? Why are these men showing her such adoration?
There's now, thank you, to the point where it took a million men to have to come to the same venerated spot to remind them of the bloodline of the gods that exist on it.
Bloodlines of the Gods and Civilizations by the legendary Big Chief Top Cats, only at BigChiefUniversity.com and Amazon.
All right, man. Appreciate y'all time for watching that commercial with me, man. That's the book right there. Good read. If you do not agree, I'm willing to give a refund. If you do not think it's a good book, if you can't sit down and read that whole book, that bitch is a page turner. You're gonna be interested. You're gonna walk through it. And I'm proud to say I didn't use no AI. I didn't have no help or none of that. Now I ain't gonna lie, I tried to get help a lot of time. I fucked out some money and everything on my dead mama. I fucked a couple hundred, you know, believing in other motherfuckers. And then I had to believe in myself, man. I kept saying, I ain't, you know, people be, what the Indian book said, what the information on this shit. And I make a joke and say, I know you ain't never heard it because I ain't wrote this shit yet. And then when it came down time for me to write, you know, I got to looking out for help and putting you know, a couple $100 in the motherfucker pocket. And they brought me back some bullshit, man. And I had to lock in and and realized that if it was gonna be done, it was gonna actually have to come from my mind and my hands. So I I had to put the work in, bro. It's been a long ride, long journey, and I got it done. Niggas was telling me about AI apps and all that type of shit. I'm gonna be honest, I tried the shit. It ain't work out for me. The motherfucker wasn't saying what I needed it to say. And so again, I ended up realizing that if it was gonna be told, it was gonna have to come from my mind, my heart, and these fingers right here. And so I did it that way. And I can step out here and say, hey man, I have something. And this whole time, my game been what's the crown if you can't protect it? What's the name if they don't respect it? And so now I'm not gonna, you can watch my lectures and all my bills. Well, this book is no different. You know what I'm saying? It's when we come out here, it's we in full representation of the ancestors, and we ain't finna do no embarrassing. We ain't taking no ills or none of that. So we really put the work in, and it's done. And I'm proud to say that I'm in the game now. These ain't the coloring books. These ain't the children books, which are needed. This the real shit right here. What niggas can source. You know what I'm saying? And it's information that the game ain't seen, especially put in this type of way that it was presented. Now nobody never stepped to the game with this. So this right here is a game changer. So yeah, all of them niggas, all y'all out there who say it is new unity movement, y'all along with the American Indians and Aboriginals, I am an author now. Bring me on the panel, man. Goddamn, let me come talk to the people. Let me come in there and talk about the book. And let's prove it. Cause don't nobody everybody think we lying. Niggas don't think y'all really together. Niggas ain't really dying with it. Niggas ain't really happy for you. What they say, if it ain't congratulate, then it look like hate. But yeah, I think I deserve an interview, man. I would do the same for y'all. You feel me? And so we'll see. That day, a judgment is coming tomorrow. So we'll see what happens after that. You feel me? Like I said, I asked for something small, 300 copies. That's small. That's pretty small. Sitting here with goddamn damn near 10,000 people, and in the chat raise up to 200-300 at times, especially when the video go off a couple thousand, you don't see it. So yeah, I think 300 is a small task to ask that collectively that we can all get together and we can try to make that happen. I'm just trying to see something. I'm trying to see if it's even worth it, because they told me don't you ever go out there and dedicate your life to doing something for niggas. Yeah, nigga, you'll die sad broken-hearted individual. Yeah, you done gave up all your life to some shit, nigga, that didn't love you back. Sound like that shit when I was gang banging. You feel me? And I promised myself I wouldn't leave the game with a broken heart, even though I did. But when I got a chance to do it right, if the little piece of heart I had left, if I was gonna put it into something, goddamn, I would hope that the motherfucker stood for me like I stood for it, for it. So we'll see. Tomorrow Judgment Day. I done my part, put the work in, and we'll see. We'll see tomorrow, Friday, man. 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. Goddamn, we in the building, man. Book release. America, Bloodlines of the Gods and Civilization, man. Bars. All right, y'all turn up.
First, the sister Kel's 314 piece. She asked, "Is it a printed copy or digital?"
Now they gonna all print it. They ain't want to do the digital because these niggas be stealing. Yeah, them niggas be stealing. But I never get a book sold if we did it digital. So nah, they all gonna be printed copies.
All right. Well, I'm excited for it. This is a type of book that needs to be in the schools because, they've done so much damage with the misinformation. I remember when, what's his name? Malefi Kedi Asante, he runs what he called the Africology department in Philadelphia Temple University. And he came out with a textbook, a history textbook. And the school district of Philadelphia took him on as a vendor to offer the textbook. I don't know if it got in all the schools. And then he went ahead and opened up an institute and named it after himself, which I think is real pretentious. And so he rolled with Milana Karangatung, and they've been putting out a lot of information that is misinformation. But in Philadelphia, a lot of what you speak about, a lot of the history happened in Philadelphia. So I'm like, bet. I know this brother who is the head of the history department in the school district of Philadelphia, and I will be taking him this information so he can put it in the school books. Put it in schools. Make sure it's a part of the curriculum. And to me, that's a great challenge because Umar got a lot of his grounding in Philly, just as Ali, but a lot of people, and not just in recent years, but historically, have started movements, Pan-African movements, the Free African Society, all that happened right here in Philly. They have exhibits that continue the misinformation. So this right here is like two shots to that. I'm excited for it. I'm like, oh, okay, look what we got here. This is the truth. Bam. So I love it. And congratulations. Big up.
Appreciate it. It don't feel real right now. The more I feel it, it don't feel real right now, but I'm excited, man. I'm trying to see something, like I say, because I got two, like part two to this already that I want to come with, and it's all information that's not out there. That's what I'm super excited about, and in part two, it connects everything. So, and then also the I'm not black, I'm Indian joint that I'm gonna drop, which tell the whole story. Basically, the lecture that we watched, the book of Colonizer 2, is gonna be kind of based off something like that. It's gonna tell the story. It's gonna have the Indian enslavement and all this shit that don't nobody talk about. And can't nobody talk this shit like I talk this shit, man. So yeah, we in the book, we talking that shit. It's gonna listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. Now I sent the book all the way over to London to get read and all of this here, right? My best friend from London. So I sent the book all over to London to go get read. And they was telling me about some of the words that I had in the other language I was using. And I'm like, nah, bro, I'm me. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? I ain't no motherfucker W. Du Bois or no shit like that. Fuck them niggas. We're going them nigga pocket, man. We're beef for them niggas, man. Them niggas can't come on the set while we out here. Now, so some of that you gonna be in there, you might read, let's walk. You might read, I'm finna break this shit down. Yeah, I'm in there talking all kind of shit, man. Cause I had to make a choice. They like, you want it for everybody, and they almost had me with this shit. And I'm gonna be honest, at the end, I said, you know what, fuck them. Tell them they ain't gotta read the motherfucker. Yeah, yeah, that's always a choice. Just don't even read it. Sister Sweet Feather, if you could do me the honors and reading about the book. This is the book cover, y'all, right here. I know y'all seen the mother version. But this was the real one right here. I didn't want to put it out till I had everything together. So if you could see if you
I
can
read
see
it.
that, is it smaller for you? Is it too
I
small?
can I can say it.
Okay, cool.
What if the gods of ancient mythology were not just a figment of human imagination, but a real and tangible presence in human history? What if the indigenous people of ancient America were not just a primitive culture, but the true inheritors of a divine bloodline that stretches back to the earliest days of human civilization? These provocative questions are explored in America, the bloodline of gods and civilizations, drawing on a vast array of historical, archaeological, genealogy, anthropological, and spiritual evidence. This book makes the case that the ancient world's gods were not distant and aloof, but actively involved in human affairs, guiding, inspiring, and sometimes punishing their mortal subjects. Through an exploration of the myths, legends, and religious practices of ancient American cultures, we see how these societies had a deep reverence for the divine and a belief in gods who interacted with humans in tangible ways. But the evidence for a divine connection goes beyond mythology and religion. Through an examination of the archaeological record, we see how the art, architecture, and artifacts left behind by ancient Americans reveal a profound understanding of the spiritual world. And through an analysis of the genetic and anthropological evidence, we see how ancient Americans' unique physical features and cultural practices suggest a biological connection to a divine lineage. Ultimately, America Bloodline of the Gods and Civilization offers a bold and compelling argument for why the indigenous peoples of ancient America are the true inheritors of a divine bloodline that stretches back to the earliest days of human civilization. By synthesizing evidence from multiple disciplines and perspectives, this book provides a new and illuminating perspective on ancient American past and its enduring significance for today's world. Bam.
Bars.
Bars. There you go. It's going to rock Philadelphia because this is what they have built their tourist industry and everything off of, these lies, just like on all other places. But you know, in 2026 it will be the World Fair again. I think the last one was in, what was it, the 1920s, and it's going to be hosted in Philadelphia. And if this book circulates, especially through the streets, but also, through the school system, challenging all these exhibits and things, that 2026 World Fair is going to be something, because what they're doing is they're making a whole museum area, you know, and they're moving the African American Museum over to another space. It was a group. We were trying to erect an Indigenous Peoples Museum, but they weren't ready for that. So organizations are like giving out money. Corporations have so much money where they want to invest into these legacies, these cultural legacies. So this book right here is that book. That's the shoddy right there. And I'm excited for it. And one more thing before I yield the floor. Papa Shorty in the chat, he had requested that some other sisters come up on a panel to talk about, what we were building on earlier with the names and the language and everything like that, And then I heard
Yeah, we
Brother
request
Wallet.
Papa Shorty to bring his ass up here. Then he want to call somebody to the stage. Then you need to come grab the mic. You need to bring your ass on stage so you ain't scared to come up here. And you grab the mic, and then you tell their ass to bring their ass up here. But that's the rule. Yeah, we ain't gonna tell nobody to come get on stage. If we ain't gonna come, you gotta come get on stage and tell a nigga to come get on stage.
All right.
Yeah, that's the new rule in this motherfucker. Come get on the stage. Yeah, we ain't seen you on stage yet. Yeah, we won't see you hold the microphone, Papa Shorty. We ain't heard your voice or nothing. Come be with your brothers and sisters. Then you ask the ladies, to come on up and come build. Yeah, we'll do it like that. Yeah, man, appreciate y'all, man. A lot of y'all going to grab the book, man. I told y'all I was gonna wait on tomorrow though, but y'all niggas hard headed. Yeah, they ran out and got it. And shout out to the people that went and got the VCU Platinum. I gotta send them their book. I'm sending them an autographed copy over there. I wish I had the hard covers in, man. But I get those though. But it's gonna be turning up tomorrow, man. We're gonna go through there tomorrow. Hey, look, Wale, matter of fact, by you owning the bookstore or coming from that background, what do you think about young authors today? Or our people actually, getting into writing our own literature and history down, telling our own story?
Well, I think you're doing your best to do what you can do. That's what I think of it.
Okay. Are you for the youth, stepping into that? Do you feel like is important that we tell our own story?
Well, of course I do. I think the fact that people are so egotistical, the egomania is taken over, and they're not collaborating to make the full picture, and so they're just selling or writing what they have themselves as information, when if they collaborate, at least talk to different factions and stuff. And you know what I mean? Actually get in there and say, "Oh, I just learned something." Okay,
What you
cool.
eating over
I
there?
just came.
What's for lunch? What you eating?
I got
What
a
you
a
warmed up in
man.
there?
I got a mango guava smoothie and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Okay, okay. Now you know that's European. You know Europeans created peanut butter and jelly.
Is that right? I never heard that before.
Yeah, I heard that from a Pan African before. He told me, got me actually stop eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Man, he told me about how they forced us to eat that during slavery. Cause I was wondering
What?
why we liked it there so much, and he said, yeah, the peanut butter and the jelly. Because George Washington Carver created the peanut butter, and he was a slave, and
And we created the jelly.
sandwiches. Right, right. And we eat it with wheat bread. You wouldn't happen to be eating that with wheat bread, would you?
My nigga, are you psychic?
Yeah, he told me that's how the slave masters they wrote it up for us, and we had to eat the peanut butter and jelly on the wheat bread. Do you believe that?
I believe
Yeah, I stopped eating peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It used to be one of my childhood favorites, but when I got that information, I left alone peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. It's kind of like when you go vegan. When we I went on and left that alone. I ain't want nothing to do with it no more. Yeah, jam, jelly or jam, Nene. Nene said that ad clap like jelly and jam. Oh, nah, we peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I left them alone, man. That shit part of white supremacy.
Well, do you eat peanuts?
Yeah, my grandpa used to coach the baseball, so we grew up on sunflower seeds and peanuts. We used to and pecans and shit. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that was my favorite. But when I found out about the peanut butter and jelly, I had to let it go.
Mm. Well, when we were talking about, or what Jabari was speaking on about African spirituality, or maybe it wasn't Jabari, it was the guy that used to come here. Uh, I can't remember his name, and he was talking about
Damn, I
Palo.
didn't even know my mic was turned off. Sorry.
He was talking about Palo and Palo Mayombe. One of the taboos is peanuts, you know, and it's only used when it's something serious, not every day. So when we look at a lot of the spirituality that is called African spirituality, and I think you spoke on this before, especially with the corn and some of the offerings that you give to the so-called Orishas, you know, um, a lot of these things actually come from the Americas. They don't, come from the continent of Africa or from the area of Yoruba land, you know, and there's so many more. Like when you talk about Ochosi, Okoade Ochosi, he was the hunter. But whenever you see Ochosi, he has a bow and an arrow. And I've never seen Africans depicted with bows and arrows. And then he
You know
has
they
on a
gonna bring up
full
the
feather
Zulus.
headdress.
You know they gonna try to bring up the Zulus.
Nah, they had mainly spears.
Spears. They threw the spears like the Greeks.
Yeah, no, Ochosi has a whole bow and arrow. In fact, when you do the dance and homage to Ochosi at a gathering, they do the motion of the bow and the arrow pulling it. That's his dance, you know.
Yeah. Now they gonna take that back to the Ashanti. They gonna say the homie tribe.
No, again, it's spears. It wasn't the whole bow and arrow. And
So you saying
Ochosi
I go
wore a headdress. Now,
on
what
Wakanda, the general, and Wakanda. What was her
that
weapon?
come
The
out of
child.
hoodoo, and hoodoo
She
comes
had like a
out of the
spear, right?
Americas. Hoodoo comes out of the Americas. You don't see indigenous people here with a spear. You see us with a stick, and usually it's a red stick, you know. But that's only signifying for certain clans and certain warrior societies. So when we talk about different warrior societies, even in Cuba, when they talk about like the Abaquai or the Efik, and they say this goes back to Africa. No, we had distinct warrior societies, and they were for, men. And so you only, if you were a man and you were inducted into that warrior society, you knew what they do. You know, no one else would know. But this comes from the Americas, just like voodoo comes from Haiti. It wasn't imported into Haiti. And so when people who do voodoo in Haiti, it hits. It has a different hit and grit to it. You know, that's different than on the continent of Africa.
Right. What you got to say about that, Wale? I know you got something on that. I know you done with that sandwich by now.
Not quite, but yeah, I'm thinking all along.
You done made a triple.
I
You done made
understand,
a triple meat.
I
You
understand
done
what
did
I
the
just
stack
eat.
of the
I
three breeds.
I eat
You
slowly.
okay. You a vegan?
No, no.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, when you done nibbling on that damn peanut butter sandwich, yeah, we'll be waiting on you. OG Grant, what you got to say about that? Yeah, go on finish.
You told him, man. You told him, man, his peanut butter and jelly sandwich, his peanut butter and jam sandwich came from Europe. Man, I was cracking up and I had my mic
Well,
muted and I didn't know what I was talking.
laughing so bad, man. He started walking with
Man,
me.
I was like,
I laughing so bad. I held it in though.
I
Yeah.
was cracking up and y'all didn't even hear me. I was like, man, peanuts came from here. We always made peanut butter, peanuts, baked, fried. You know, could put them on the top of the stove, warm them up, and we made jam. Now, jelly is just a cheaper version of jam. That might have came from Europe. The jam, the jelly, but we've always had preserves or jams. You remember that, don't you? The preserves in the jar.
Right, and we got different kinds. You got
Yeah, different guys. Yeah, and them folks took that, stole it, and started making jelly, saying it was there. Now that might have came from Europe, but you told the man his peanut butter and jelly sandwich was European.
Yeah, definitely that cranberry. You know, we always had the
Oh boy.
cranberry and the what do you call the gravy, the giblet. You know,
Hmm.
those type of spreads and things.
Yeah, we make them with the what was that it's other little fruits that we do it with too. What's the orange, man? We had the red kind back in the game.
Peach.
Uh
Yeah,
yeah, ready with the peach. The peach was good too. I always like the peaches.
yeah,
But yeah, we used to do little
peach.
spreads. I
Yeah,
can't think of the name of it though. Man, y'all hit me out
apple.
there. Back then it was known as being country. Country niggas did
Yeah,
that with the mason jars with all that
Mm-hmm.
damn jam and the different kinds. Apricot. There you go, Lucini.
That apricot.
Shit like that. Yeah, that was
apricot jam. Yeah.
mosquitoes was real bad. Nigga be
Mm-hmm.
complaining about mosquitoes now. When we were little, nigga, then when we used to go to the country, mosquitoes, nigga, that's when you find out these city mosquitoes, little bitty niggas. Oh, you go to the country, nigga, spray me with off. I used to hate the way off smelled, nigga, but I go out there, nigga, spray me. Fuck that. Them hoes, them
Yeah, they say you had sweet blood.
She said they want that sweet blood, but yeah, that shit was known as being country shit back then. They used to sell that shit out the jars, man, out the mason jars. There
Oh
you go.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And marmalade.
Hey man, you ever heard of a thing called vitamin C?
Yes, sir.
I found that when it comes to vitamin C, one guava has as much vitamin C as 4 oranges.
Damn.
Hold on 1 second. Hold that thought. Bro Rob, pull up, bro Rob. Hit the link, man. The link at the top. Bro Rob, just sweet feather. Well, we'll let him come on the panel and say that. Brother Rob, man, we haven't had a conversation in a while.
Damn.
I think right now be a good time, man. I ain't seen you don't fuck with me no more, man. I heard you joined the new African American hate. What's that program? Y'all got a white boy. Y'all ain't learned NAACP. Y'all had the white man running the NAACP. white man running African studies. Now y'all got white boy Chris running this new African hate. What he trying to get like laws passed like y'all the Jews now or something. If you say something bad about Africans, you should be fined, blackballed, and arrested. So don't tell me y'all done went with another white boy to sit on the head seat. Yeah, this shit look like the NAACP, the Black Caucus all over again, man. What's up, bro? Rob Shot-Town in the building, man. Turn up one time.
Man, what's happening, family? How you feeling, man?
Come on, goddamn, nigga, I ain't
Hey, man, I be in the clouds, man. I come through. I just you know, I be listening sometimes, man. But
you been gone so long, you done came back, and I'm an author now, Rob.
Hey, I put in the chat, man. Congratulations, and once I got a couple of dollars, you know, I'm gonna patronize you, brother. I gotta read the book.
I gotta see it to believe it, Rob. I don't know. I gotta see it to believe
man,
it.
Hey,
I want to believe you,
come
Rob.
come on, Top Cats, man. I'm a man. I've always been a man of my word.
I give you that.
Yeah,
But that's
man.
kind of like, you know, now you know if the Pan Africans find out you done went and patronized Top Cat, you could be blackballed and banned from the community, brother.
Everybody noticed that I'm a sucker for a book, man. I will go and buy a book. Hey, quick, man. I don't like audio books. I like to have it in my hand, you know, so that I can put it down, think about it, cross-reference it with other books I have. You know what I mean? I love books, bro. I gotta, you know, humbly, I have a pretty extensive library.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
this gonna be the best one in there. If you get this, be the best thing you ever done. Real talk.
Hey, well, man, real talk. No matter what our disagreements are historically, you know what I mean. This is something big. So congratulations, bro. And man, I'm a man of my word, man. By the end of this month, your book will be purchased by myself.
I appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir.
Get it from the website. I autograph it for you. But yeah, we got Sister Sweetfeather right here. You want to let her know what the comment you left down in the chat and kind of break that down on what it, why you leaning that way? All right, turn up.
Absolutely. And peace and love, sis. My name, bro, Rob. I put it in the chat just a few minutes ago. You were speaking about hoodoo, voodoo, and it is it's incorrectly called voodoo and hoodoo and all of that here in America. It is historically it comes from West Africa, and it's called voodoo. V-O-D-U-N. And it's been practiced in West Africa for hundreds of years. And so to just, not to try to because like I tell Top Cats all of the time, and Wale know this, right? I just believe that information should build people up. You know what I mean? I'm not a sniper with the information like that.
Oh, so you know Brother Wale.
Yeah,
they been jumping on Wale, man. I gave him an interview today, man. Wale
not at all, man.
What they be jumping on? I seen Wale didn't have about 4 fights this week.
My fault.
It's just Thursday, man. Wale didn't fought by 4 times this week.
Oh man. Do you feel like I attack you, brother? Do you feel like I attack you, brother?
Wale, that's why I say he probably just play humble over here. He must be talking shit in them other places. I'm trying to figure out how so many people know him that fast, and they don't like Wale. They give Brother Wale a hard time. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna give him an interview today, and I interviewed him, and hopefully people can get a better understanding about Wale and who he is today, man. Yeah. So I tricked his ass into doing the interview with him, man, because maybe he might be misunderstood. You know, the first thing the nigga told me though is he's not human. He opened up out the gate and said, "Well, I first want you to know I ain't human." And so you
can understand, like, because we science guys and everything, man, bro. When he said that, we what? You know what I'm saying? We was like, wait a minute, brother. You know what I'm saying? But he know that just like over here, bro, we ain't gonna just let you rock out and just say whatever. You're gonna have to source up or something at some point. You can't just say whatever. You know what I mean? It's disrespectful to the listener audience. You know what I mean?
I
You know.
can
So,
dig it. So let's deal with this.
yes.
Sister Sweetfield, are you there? Did you hear the words that just came out of this brother's mouth?
I I did.
What you have to say about that?
Um, a lot of times they say that the fawn transported voodoo to Haiti, but when you look at the loas that exist in Haiti, they correspond with some of the Orishas that are supposedly from Yoruba land. And so you have the same elements, a lot of the same uh, food items that were indigenous to Haiti or the island of Quisqueya. So we know that Africans did not bring those things over there and found out these things because let's figure this, right? Africans that were being transported from Benin, the fawn, the Dahomey, right? And they're being transported according to the slave narrative in these ships and things. Okay, and then they come over to this new land and they're being held in captivity. They're being cordoned off to a certain area. That's number one. Number two, you have some who are Fawn, Dahomey, and other tribes who traditionally on their homeland did not get along. That's number two. Number three, when did they have time to explore and get the indigenous plants and things to cultivate a whole spiritual religion or a whole religion as Budan and practice it if they're in captivity? And they have beef with some of these other Africans, that are being transported alongside them. They didn't know the area. The different tribes of the Arawak that were there knew the area. They knew the plant life. There was a civilization there. So there was already a spiritual culture happening there. Now, what I will say is that those Africans who came over there came in contact, you know, they may have learned and picked up on some things, you know. But to say that voodoo is not indigenous to Haiti is
It is not. It is
it
not.
is. It
No,
is.
no, ma'am.
It is because
I,
when you go to
you
a
know, I
boko, when you go to a Haitian boko and you get that voodoo done, it slaps different. The results slap different. The herbs and the things that you use in the baths, the loas there, you know, and I'm not talking about the Christianized loas that mask the indigenous spirits there. But one thing that is included in voodoo is the Indian spirit, and you can't get around the Indian loas or spirits that are practiced in voodoo, and they did not come from the continent of Africa. And there's no disrespect to the continent of Africa. It's just like this. I'm not Chinese, so someone trying to tell me I'm Chinese, I'm not gonna go for it. I'm not a man, and someone trying to say, "Oh, you know what? I feel like a man, and I can be a man." I'm not gonna go for that. So it's just like this. You can't make indigenous things of the Americas that are incorporated into so-called African religions indigenous to Africa when they didn't have it there. And that's a part of the pantheon or a part of the practice. That's a
well,
large
well,
part of the practice, and you can't get around that.
it's all right if I just uh jump in right here. Now you're saying that it's not okay, and I respect us having a difference of opinion. But are you familiar with the Haitian Revolution?
Yes, I am a white Caimán.
And
Are you
you know that the Haitian Revolution was led spiritually by Dada Bookman. Yes,
Boukman Duty, who is from Jamaica?
yes. You know that he was born in Senegambia in West
No,
Africa,
they
right?
speculate that he was born in
No,
Senegambia.
no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am. That is There are firsthand accounts of him saying this from the time. And so I would just say this, right? That
let me ask you one question about those first-hand accounts. You said that Boukman Duty said himself that he was born in Senegambia.
No, the people that he was brought to the island with, all of them
Who were
came
those
from
people?
Exactly.
those people were
Who
the
were those
people.
people?
They were the people from Senegambia.
Well, at that time, Senegambia wasn't like how it is today. So, what tribe were they
So
from?
what I mean,
Are they
what does
supposedly
that
from? Because in Jamaica, they don't have that narrative.
what bearing does that have on the historical fact that they came from that area in West Africa?
It has a lot of bearing
All right,
because wait, hold on.
it being different today versus the late 1800s when they were enslaved from West Africa. You're saying that has some bearing on the historical relevance of the Haitian Revolution and where he was born.
It has a bearing on what you're trying to say, that the spiritual practice that Boukman Duty practiced in Haiti did not derive from Haiti or
Where did he
from
learn it?
them from Jamaica.
So you're saying basically, I want to make sure that I understand your claim.
Hmm.
So you're basically saying, because all I said was Vodun was practiced in West Africa, and then I tied it to the Haitian Revolution. This is not breaking news that
Okay, what you initially said.
they had a somewhat of a like rally the night before they kicked off the revolution, and it's well known that that
Okay,
was a Vodun practice.
okay.
So I'm not
What I'm
sure.
saying
I'm
is
not
that
sure like
Vodun.
how. What? One
What?
second. I'm not sure how you're denying. What is
No, not
widely
that much.
known as a historical
Not that
fact.
far back.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Boukman Duty. Okay, in Jamaica, it is speculated that he came from West Africa. In Jamaica, there are narratives, and there, let me not say in Jamaica, but there are narratives that stated that the reason
Hmm?
why he was called Boukman
It's
was
28
because
already.
he read a book and he
Time
spoke
start.
Arabic, and supposedly Muslims were known to read books, but that is not verified. Okay, that's
Somebody
number
turned
one.
that stuff off in
Number
the
two,
background.
Number two, they said that Boukman was so incorrigible that they sent him to Haiti. Okay, so let's try to give Boukman an age. Okay, let's try to give him an age. So he comes from Jamaica where OBI's practice on the island by the Arawak, by the Taino. And then he goes over to Haiti, which is another island that has the same environment, okay, as Jamaica, and he's there. He's living in Haiti. Okay. The Arawak people are still in Haiti. The Arawak people are still doing their spiritual practices. The Arawak people know all of the plants and the herbs and the things that are used in that specific ceremony that they talk about in Bwai Kaima. They said it's a Cecile Fatima, okay, who was born in Haiti, okay, who was also indigenous, okay. They said that she was the mambo for that evening, okay. And what they did was they sacrificed, they gave an offering to Ogun. Now, what's a part of the offering when you're preparing to do a ceremony to give offerings to Ogun? It includes baths and washes, okay? It includes candles, which they don't have in West Africa, religions of, these earth religions. They don't have that in West Africa. Okay, so these were some of the things that were included in the
Ooh.
ceremony. Okay, as well as the offering for Ogun. What do you give to Ogun? Because this was what was happening at Bright Kaima. What are the offerings that you give to Ogun?
It's gonna be
It
trouble right
depends.
there.
That depends. That's a oh that depends.
Hold on, Wale, before you jump in there. Eric Walking, we got the OG. He at work. OG, you wanted to jump in there?
Which one? How many OGs in it?
Oh, my bad, my bad. OG Eric Walking. We got 3
Greetings.
OGs in the building. We got a triple OG down the grass.
Yeah,
What's up, Eric Walking? Turn up.
yeah, man. Good man. Enough respect to you all, man. But that Senegambian guy there, that Pan Africans won't learn. They just they're on steroids. I tell you, that's another one on steroids. Um, is Bookman is a African or is a what you call a a Antillean? Which one? Antillean or African? Which one?
Bro, Rob, Wale, either one of
If
y'all.
you asking,
I'm
if you are
asking you a
asking
question. Is he an Antillean or a African? Which one?
now, I
Right
never
now
said
he's
Antillian.
dead.
I never said that. So I'm not sure where you're getting this dichotomy. Is he this or that? I don't know. I'm not familiar with Antillian.
I
Uh,
know what he is for sure. For fact,
oh,
without
okay.
doubt, I know what he is. He is dead.
And I
Well,
know what he ain't.
Bookman is from the Greater Antilles. That makes him an
Mm.
Antillean. He's of what you call the Yen Kun Kun Pikibo tribe. He's the Windward people. He's from the Windward tribe up there.
Yes.
Y'all done
Do you
fucked up. Y'all
understand what
got the
I'm
OG
saying?
in here, man.
When you can, when you Pan Africans try to steal people away mentally, and you have made up stories. You guys are dangerous, man. You guys need to
Hey,
find somewhere in Africa and
um,
go, man. I mean,
Mr. Reed,
yes,
this is my first time ever interacting with you. And
yes,
so
sir.
what I would say to you is trying to use broad brushes, you Pan Africans and this and that. You know, my belief is with the widely, known story about the Haitian Revolution, the widely known. This is
All
not
right.
this is breaking news. This is not
What
this
is
is
the
not breaking
okay?
news
What is the
that
Haitian
that he
story?
comes that his origin is from the Senegambia area. That's not breaking news. Nobody
Oh,
has
that's the
ever
okay.
nobody
That's
has
the
ever
story.
denied that. And so you're
That's your
dropping this
story of him.
information like if you have a solid source that I could go and look at, yeah, obviously I would take your word for it if I knew you before today. You see what I mean? But
Well,
like
that's what
going
we're
to
saying
broad
to you, brother Rob. If you have a solid source, because you're basing
my,
your argument that voodoo comes from Africa because
that's
Boukman Duty did it, but
that's not a
everything
that's
that
not an
he
argument.
does, and that is your argument, because
No,
you brought
no.
up
What
White
I'm saying
Caima.
is
Have you heard of the Haitian
no. What
Revolution?
I'm
And I said White Caima, and then you mentioned this ceremony. You said that was a voodoo ceremony, but every implement of the ceremony, everything that you need to do the ceremony, the things that you need before the ceremony to prepare for the actual ceremony, and then afterwards come all of the ingredients of it come from the land of IT, which
but
is the
that
original name is
doesn't
IT. Hold
that
on.
doesn't
And they
that
do
doesn't
not
change
have those
what
things
and this is
in
this is
on
what
the
I said in
continent
response to
of
that.
West Africa or in Senegambia,
This
specifically in
this is what I
Senegambia.
said in response to right that you know there's never been any claim right that I can substantiate that he studied any other religion. I mean, so if you have that source, I'd love to see it,
Let me
or if
know
you
when
can
you
point
see
me
it.
in the right direction. And
So
I'm
do
not
you
Let
trying
think
to
me
his
know.
defund
name
you.
was actually Bookman? Bookman means bookman. Bookman Duty. Duty means dirty. So they were calling him the dirty bookman. They don't even say his real name.
Do you know that we have a Bookman family in Jamaica? It's a last name. You know those
Uh,
names are
um,
last names. Those are
do
family
tell, do
names.
tell. I'm here to listen. So please
Yeah,
do
that
tell.
name is a family name. Bookman. That's not a first name. That's a family name.
Hey, I got Bookmans in my family. That's
So,
cold.
so when you ask to say certain things, you cannot
What I'm
Africanize.
to
Yeah,
to
but
be to
listen.
be perfectly
Let
clear.
me say this.
Okay.
You cannot Africa. Everybody I see try to Africanize a West Indian story. You cannot Africanize an Arawakan story. These are Arawak story. Everything we do is Arawak. The food, the language, the culture, the music, every single thing.
Hey,
This
hold
is
on, hold on, OG, 1 second. What if he was to ask you, how do you know that it's Arawakan? Are you Arawakan?
me.
Right.
Correct me if
Yes.
I'm
Hold
Okay.
on,
wrong.
Rob. Hold on,
Yes.
Rob. Hold on,
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
So
I am an
you
Arawakan.
are Arawakan.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so turn up, turn up. So Rob,
Yeah.
he's saying these practices are Arawakan. He's saying
Yes.
they're his traditions because he's actually an Arawakan. So I
These are
think
my
he's a primary to
practices,
speak
man.
to this.
Oh,
And
Break it
listen,
okay,
down.
bro.
you call it voodoo. I call it obia. Don't let me obia you, man. You can't
Okay, bro.
sleep tonight if I obia you. Don't let me light the orange candle and the blue. I'm sorry for you. And guess what I'm
All
going
right.
to
I,
open next to it? I'm going to open the Bible. You know what Psalms I'm going to put it on? You will
Ooh,
never sleep.
it's called setting lights.
Do you understand what I'm saying? You cannot, you must not try to steal from people, man. Tell your own story. Don't tell African stories. Stick to your story. And you guys always be telling other people's story. Why don't you have your own story to tell? Tell your story, man. I hear Top Cat tell his story all the time and everybody else. But you guys always try to be in other people's story. If you don't have a story in the Americas, you're not from here. For real. If you don't have a story in the Americas, you're not from here. Trust me. And find your own story, man. Go home, man. You understand me? Go home to your family. I hear these people, these Moors, oh, their name is this and their name is that. Your name don't tie you to land in this Americas nowhere. So who are you? If your last name can't tie you to land church streets and what you call it, counties and cities, you're not from here, man. You're from somewhere else. We are the only people names tied into land in the Americas, in the world. Not only in the Americas, our name ties to land. Our name ties to land in many places in the world. You see, trust me, because there was what you call many crowns operating in the Americas long before what you call the so-called independence. And trust me, these are royal houses, most of them. You see, so you have to understand certain things that people are trying to take from you to try to trick you out of everything. You see, and if your story is not an American story,
Elder, can
leave
I
it
ask you a
alone, man.
question? Can I ask you a
Yes.
question?
Yeah.
Um, you saying that the maroon colonies that existed in the Caribbean, Jamaica, Haiti, uh, they were ran by Arawaks.
Hey, y'all, watch this here, family. Hey,
All
y'all,
right.
jump on the like button. This is what you call a teaching moment.
All right. Hear
Okay,
this
break it
now.
down.
Let me tell you something about the Arawaks and the Maroons are the same people. Okay. What is the word maroon? Maroon, it's a descriptive term. You can be marooned tomorrow. That means see you no more, put ashore. I can maroon somebody. Somebody can maroon me. You never see me again. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you see, the maroons now are the ones that you never see coming because the maroons they were a major part of the crown that fight for the crown all over. Because the Maroons in Jamaica, they has a military record under the West Indian Regiment records when you pull it. And we have one of the oldest military records in the Americas from the 13 colonies and all
So
the other colonies.
specifically, Queen Nanny and her brother in Jamaica. Could you
Yeah.
speak to the history of that maroon colony there in
Well,
Jamaica?
Hmm.
well, Queen Nanny, which they call Nanny herself, she's an Arawakan woman. No stranger can come to your land and know your land food and plants unless it's been taught. And you have to be there from a child to learn that, and for generations. So people try to steal from you with a story to write you out of your own story, to write you into something else, to colonize you. I understand colonization because my people were in the business of colonization. We colonized all of West Africa and give them everything, their language, everything, the whole works. A lot of my family, they're Royal Regiment people, red coats, you see, and we're Arawaks. When we come with the Red Cross. Yes. You pull the coat of arms of Jamaica and tell me what you see. That's what we come with. And we civilize.
Isn't it true that Queen Nanny on the $500 bill?
Oh, sure. But you see, that's what colonial Jamaica put. That's not real Nanny.
Now,
We don't
I
know
mean,
her.
maybe
Uh,
somebody lied to me. Maybe
yeah, that's
somebody
not
lied to me, but um,
that's not what
I
Nanny
could
looked
have
like.
I could have
They just
sworn.
put a picture up there. They put that picture after the independence, 1962. That's not Nanny. Nobody know that portrait. And if you look, you see so many different portraits of what they call Nanny. Nobody know her. You see, like that. The Maroons, it doesn't. That's not Nanny to the Maroons. You see, yeah, Nanny has her own town, which you call the old Nanny town, new Nanny town. Um, yeah, that's just Jamaica propaganda, that corporate construct operating now. You see, and the Maroons, we don't abide by Jamaican law because we have three countries operating on that one island. You see, so you have the Akompong nation, and then you have the Yankunkun Pikibo people in the east. You see, Jamaica has no jurisdiction over them
So
because those territories
I
are,
want you to be clear with me. My understanding, right? I am not in any way saying that indigenous people did not exist on the island of Jamaica, right? On Haiti, Dominican Republic, they called it Espanola, right?
yeah,
I am not denying that indigenous people did not live there, right? But what I am saying is that the people that I named, uh, Dada Bookman, Queen
yes,
Nanny, right?
yes,
Historically, it has been said that they were of African descent.
yeah,
Queen Nanny was a Shanti woman. It has never been said that she was
yes,
an Arawak. Hey,
yes,
Dada Bookman,
yes,
right? It has been said that he was born and his origin is from Senegambia, never
yes,
an Antillian.
yes,
So these are very new claims,
yes,
and I call myself a researcher. I wouldn't say I'm
yes,
a historian, you know,
yes,
and I would just like if you could
yes,
direct me to some sources on
yes.
the subject.
If Nani's story, if the story of Nani was in the 16 and 1700, Senegambia is in the 18 and 1900s. So how do you fit that into
That's what I was
one?
saying.
I know how to fit it. You know how? I just keep telling the story. It's easy. If you
Well,
hear it enough,
I'm
then you
just
start to
when
believe
I
it.
say Senegambia, I'm just referring to that region.
You did not say region because you
Well,
have to say
but
region now.
I'm just clarifying for you.
So
Yes,
what would
because
be the name of
if
that
you,
region, brother
yeah,
Rob, at that
if you're
time?
telling a story,
At the time it was Senegal. At the time it was
Senegal is a
Senegal.
recent. There's no ancient Senegal, brother Rob.
Yes it
But what
was.
tribe?
Yes it was. Yes it
No, it
was.
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Man, what do you
Tribe, brother.
Because you come through the Songhai, you see the different empires. Okay, at
so
that time there were
the
empires and
three
chieftains made up of
empires that
different
existed.
tribes. Okay,
Man,
so what was the
I
tribe that you claiming that
I
King
have to
Canute
be
is from?
I want to understand what it is that y'all know that I don't know, right?
That's a good
what
Okay,
is your
question.
name, boss? What you call yourself?
What do I call myself?
Yeah.
What does that have to do? Man, I wanna stick to the history if we could.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what do they call you? What should I call you?
Bro Rob. Call me Bro Rob.
Bro Rob.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Cat, the language you were saying in Jamaica, we call it gypsy language.
Gypsy
I would
language.
call, yeah, would call it Hoy Brab High Rab. That's how we'd call him, among ourselves. If he call himself Bro Rob, we call him Hoy Brab High Rab. That's it. That's you turn all the letters around and stuff, That's speaking in code.
See,
So we
see.
have those kind of indigenous way of talking too, among ourselves as kids, and we learn it from parents, some elders in the neighborhood will teach it to the young, so we know all these things, you know. So there's nothing, African about us. Never heard the story. The only story I know about Africa in my family oral history is when we went there to colonize and we set up those colonies. That's it. And I have a lot of story on it. You see? You see the same Ashanti tribe they said that Nani is from? It's the Maroons that went there. The
And fought
Royal
them.
Regiment
Talk to
went
them.
there and defeat them.
And this is in the
Yeah.
1720s. Would you be
Yeah,
having to be talking about
1720s.
1720? Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
we
okay. I'm
went
just
there
making
and
sure.
took them
So
and took
watch
them
this
out
here,
into the sea
OG.
cells, you
OG,
know?
watch this here. Watch this here. Well, see, what they would have to understand this history of this war that took place in the 1720s. Okay, because y'all you were saying nanny. Now, who's nanny father? They're saying nanny father comes from the Shanti tribe. Would you agree, brother Rob? That Queen Nanny's father comes from the Ashanti.
The Ashanti, yes.
Okay, now do you know when the Ashanti tribe was created, brother Rob?
Man, I don't know off the top.
No
Nah,
problem. No
I
problem.
would have to
So
go and look it up and all
yes,
of that.
sir. And I know you a student of knowledge, so check it out. Well, the Shanti tribe was created in the 1700s, early 1700s. That's why this war is gonna take place. See, this story right here, this part of history is very interesting to me because this is a part that the colonizer always used because all of his heroes in the quote unquote Pan African story is gonna come from the same argument. You're gonna get Paul Cuffey's dad out of there. He was a Shanti, right? Correct? Paul Cuffey
That's
daddy.
correct. That's correct.
Okay. You also have the story of the Dahomey because the Dahomey is going. This is the Dahomey's gonna come into play in this story as well. You also got Adinkra, which I proved already. King Adinkra was a German. He was mixed race. He was mixed race German king. That's why the people there, I played the tape of the African saying that the Dinkras and all of that shit didn't come from them. That's not their original. I'll play that bitch again today and show y'all that them Africans even say that them folks gave them that. But anyway, back to the Ashanti. The Ashanti first king. This would kill Paul Cuffey because Paul Cuffey daddy was supposed to been a prince. He was supposed to have been a prince, but when we go through the ruling class of the origins of the Ashanti, because I'm gonna make it easy for you when you go in your studies. Look, it's a timeline on Ashanti kings. So he's gonna have to come. Paul Cuffy Daddy is said to come in 1728. Why is that date so significant? Because this is the same time they was bringing them niggas from Jamaica over there kicking on you niggas' ass. See, that's the part of the story
Big
they leave
time.
out.
Yep.
That's the
Yep.
part of the story that y'all missing
Yes.
in this Pan-African history. They
Yes.
didn't twisted it up and called
Yes.
these people African,
Yes.
and
And
they're
they
all
also
taking
from
it back.
Nova Scotia.
And
They're
when
also the Nova Scotians.
Nova Scotia as well.
Yep.
Between when the British got control of it, well, they had
Yep.
already had the connection and
Yep.
the trade between
Yep.
the
Yep.
Micmac tribes that were there. But
Yep.
after 1763 peace,
Yep.
Treaty of Paris, a
Yep.
lot of them migrated up there. That went along
Yep.
with the last Maroon War, and they started
Yep.
shipping them over
A
there.
lot of Massasoit Indians went too.
Right, and then
Yep.
they ended up taking them to Sierra Leone. They
Yep.
became part of the Sierra Leone
Yep.
project. So, brother
Yep.
Rob, they also tied the homie story in with the Africa town in Alabama, don't they? Where did the brother go get the slaves from? Out of Africa town story they created in Pan Africanism. Said they got them from the homie. They was Ashantis. So this keep coming up, and I'm like, man, don't nobody see this? But it's a part in this story that's missing. But yeah, all of y'all, all of the hero, I ain't gonna say y'all, but all of the heroes in Pan Africanism and Afrocentric, they wrote them coming from the same. That's one of the parts where they fucked up at. You keep throwing the same lazy jab, I'm gonna come over the top of it. And bring a foe under your ass. So you're watching their patterns. If I can name you 5 top Pan African stories, and all of them coming from the same nation, but the chronology gonna fail when they put Queen Nanny Dad as the Ashanti when the Ashanti tribe wasn't created in. Ashanti tribe has a king list and it does not start then. The origins of it gonna start in the late 80s to the 90s, but it's gonna begin in the 1700s, early 1700s, and the wars gonna spread out to 1728. That's gonna be the significant date. It's just so happened that's the same date that Paul Cuffy Daddy came to America. Ain't that some shit? But yeah, turn up.
Hey, let me tell you something. Wiley, or what you name? We are the best colonizer you ever met. You hear me?
So why did y'all go over there to fight them niggas over there?
We don't have to fight them. We train them to fight. They could even fight in our military.
Yeah, I'm saying, why would you go to Africa and fight and colonize them? What was that all about?
No, we civilized them. You see,
Yeah,
you
I'm
get it
saying
wrong. You know why?
I
That's
got
why
it
they
wrong.
all act. No, yeah, that's why they all act like us today. What they listen to hip hop, they're just like you and me today. They want to come here. They'll swim in the waters to come here. Your culture. You ain't
He
swimming
said
going
it'll
over
swim
there. Yeah.
And you say you went over there to Africa to fight them from the West Indies wearing red coats?
Yes, we are the red coats, man. The royal that created what you call the 13 colonies. You call it the 14 colonies, including West Florida.
So you were a colony of what? Of what
So y'all were
England?
the colonizers, is what you're
You
saying,
were a
Elder?
colony of
No,
England? I'm
you
trying
must
to.
understand that we are what you call the Britons. The Britons are a tribe.
Uh-huh.
Y'all were the
Saying
Britons,
Europe.
is
Hold
what
on,
you
let
said?
him get it out. Let him break it down. Let him break it down.
The Britons. We are the Britons.
You came. Are you the people of Europe? They're the Britons of
No,
Europe,
no, 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 no. You're not
where they
listening.
call England now. I'm listening. I'm asking questions.
Listen. Well, it depends on where England was at the time.
I'm saying right now, we have
Right
an
now,
idea.
no, we're not those people.
Asking you right now the
Those
idea,
people are
man.
mostly Arabs,
I'm
pretenders.
not talking about who's there. I'm talking about location.
Location, Britain. There are many Britain here, you know. There are many London here on the
Yeah,
mainland.
yeah, I know a lot of that too. I've seen them all over the
Yes.
earth, man.
So
I'm not tripping. I'm asking you a specific
yeah.
question
So
about
when
what
you
you're
show,
saying.
so when you so when you say things, you must know exactly what you're talking about and what time frame you're talking
Exactly.
about.
That's why I'm
But
asking you about this thing about you saying Jamaicans went to fight in Africa and colonize people.
no, we did not colonize people. We set the colonies up and bring them in and assimilate them by Christianizing them, set up schools, give them education, and train them and train their army and set them up and use them to rule themselves.
So you went over to Christianize the African people in Africa from Jamaica. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes,
People
sir,
in
brother.
I
Jamaica
want to
who
be
did it.
specific that that's what he is
No,
saying.
sir.
Um,
No,
your
sir.
uncle.
That
Listen.
makes no sense.
It
Um.
sounds like that's what he's saying to me.
That don't
Okay.
make
Let me
any
hear
sense.
it. Order. Let me hear something from him. What is your family name, sir? You're born with four houses. What are your four houses you're born with?
I'm attempting to get a story that you have already spoken of. I'm attempting to get an understanding of the story that you've
Yes. But
already
you see,
spoken. I don't want to bring in something else and all these other things right
yes,
now. I'll answer all
yes.
the other
Okay. But you, you
but I
see,
want to ask you specifically about what you just said. Only that,
yes,
if you don't mind.
yes. Go ahead again and let me
Uh-huh.
break it down to you.
Please do. You said that the Jamaican people left Jamaica to go to West Africa to civilize and to Christianize the people there.
I
Yes,
said the West. I said the West Indian Regiment from the 13 colonies and all its territories in the West Indies. We did that.
Do you
hey,
understand, brother? Hold
yeah,
on, let me ask you this here. Do you know the war that he's speaking of, brother Wale? Are you familiar with the founding or the creation of the Ashanti tribe? Because they lied, ain't none of that shit ancient. All of it was a part of the colonization. All of the ports, all of the major ports doing international trade got hit. Everybody got hit. Now, how do we
what
know
year was
where the
that?
excuse me?
What year was it?
1728, brother.
What
1728.
year? Okay,
1728. Let's
I'm
start
trying.
there.
I'm
1728.
bringing. I'm bringing it into focus. Oh, go on, please. I'm ready.
1728, brother. That was a big war, a major war that Pan Africans should talk about. They don't like to talk about it because you'll find out that the Ashanti tribe is not an ancient tribe, and it was created through colonization. All right, a lot of those
That's
people
the
that
name of
led
the
it,
war. 17.
a lot of
Excuse me.
them
I'm
people
sorry.
were
Is
were,
that
were,
the name
were
of the
mixed
war?
race. So even when we come the ports, who owned the ports? The places that they take you today in Africa and tell you that they slave dungeons, they charge niggas to get in, and the whole time it's just a spot where they hustled at. That was their trap house back then. All right, that's all they had. They couldn't leave out. They couldn't leave out of there. When they went in them walls, they lived there. They couldn't leave outside the walls. The governor was governor over 30 years. That nigga said he had
Yeah.
never been more than 20 miles into the
Yeah, man. Those
interior.
were forts that housed the governors and the military, the redcoats, the royal regiments, all the redcoats houses there. They whenever time did a flare up, they send the redcoats in to put it down.
And they had ports from coming out of West area at Cape Coastal.
Yeah. The
You had
Canaries, the
Port
Canaries,
Royale in
yeah,
Jamaica,
the
Port
Canary
Royale
Islands,
in South Carolina.
yeah,
Those were major ports for the
yes,
Royal African Company or the
yes,
Royal Adventures, and then later they
yeah.
sold it in the
Hey,
1780s
hey,
during that
Yeah.
war to Ashanti.
hey, Top Cats, you never named the war.
I just gave you today. I ain't
You,
gonna
yeah,
damn. I'm
yeah.
teacher today. You want me to go all out? It's
Well,
the
you
war
you
when the
said you said 1728, and
yes
you
sir.
said it's
That's
a
the war.
war.
Yes sir. You didn't find the war?
No, I was asking you what's the
Oh no,
name of
I'm
the war.
telling you, brother. It's dealing with the Ashanti tribe. This is the war that all of y'all heroes. Well, I'm sorry about saying it again. All Pan African
Young man,
heroes just so happen to come out of this time frame right
I
here.
hope I match your favorite guys over there.
I just wanted to, if we ask, could we double back to Boy Kaima just to finish that after y'all finish this part,
All
please?
right, go ahead now. You can turn up. You can turn up.
Okay. So, in a lot of, Brother Rob, you were mentioning that Bookman supposedly came from the Senegambia area. So, the brother Elder Reed just clarified that for you. But I wanted to go into a little bit more about Bwai Kaiman because you mentioned that, and you mentioned that that was a voodoo ceremony that came from Senegambia area. And a lot of times when we think about voodoo, that comes from the Fana of the Dahomey area. Okay, so not too much in the Senegambia area. Those tribes weren't really known to do voodoo. That's number one. Number two, let's go to the island of Haiti, which was also called Quisqueya. And these are Arawak and Taino names, okay? So you said Boicaima. Boicaima is a Taino word, okay? And it was a word that means alligator, but it was also a particular type of tree that is indigenous to Haiti, and that's where they gathered. Now, in this area that they gathered at that time was between two chiefdoms, okay? It was a chiefdom of Maguana and the chiefdom of Haragua, okay? And they were ruled by, have you ever heard of Anaquana, Brother Rob? Have you ever heard of
Uh,
Anaquana?
Nakwana.
Hmm.
Man, that was a leader. I just don't. I just can't remember the
How
exact
about
story.
Coanabo, Bohechio? There were many caciques or caciques in that area. So in this area, this is where this Waikama area is. It's next to
Uh,
Colonize. You ever
I,
heard of
I just
Colonize?
I just want to be clear, sis. I am not terribly familiar with the indigenous cultures history here in America. I know that the Taino and the Arawak uh, pretty much lived on the island of Haiti, the Dominican Republic. Today they called it Hispaniola during the point of colonization. Um,
Okay.
but
Well,
you know, but I'm
Arawak
not. I'm
means
not
mountainous
familiar.
region. So all throughout the Caribbean,
Florida too, buddy.
there was the Arawak
Arawak is Florida as
people,
well.
and in Florida as well. Exactly.
Yeah, don't forget that.
So the language that they spoke was Taino, and they had different. Like in Jamaica, you have the Taino Yamaye, and you have different Taino tribes. Okay. Okay. So Haiti is the name that the people gave them, and it was also called Quisqueya. That's the name of the land. But at this time that we're talking about, that you referenced Waikaima, right? It wasn't called Hispaniola. They were trying to form it into Hispaniola and then
Right.
make it a permanently Haiti. But what I'm trying to explain to you is everything that involved that ceremony, okay, was from the indigenous people. In that ceremony, they used the bamboo tubes. They used some of the what they call maracas, okay, from the calabash that were there in the seeds. One of the things in the ceremony they smoked was tobacco, okay, and in the
Yep.
islands that's known as cohoba. Okay,
Yep.
they had that was a part of the offering that goes to Ogu. Okay, so they did not bring tobacco over on the slave ship and hold it while they were in captivity. And then what's the other slave narrative that they're picking cotton, and then they holding this tobacco and they planted it and they planted tobacco all over the island. And then they decided to use no, 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 no. The indigenous people there, okay, that was part of their ceremony. Now it's interesting that you said that all you've ever heard was that Book Manduti came from Senegambia because honestly, they're all I've ever heard was that Book Manduti came from the Congo, and that was incorrect. Now, when you
The
see depictions of Bookmong's duty, when they were calling everyone to the area, this area that was like they call it like the alligator den because that's a Taino word for Bwai Kaiman. It's a Taino word. It's not a Senegambian tribal word. Okay, so and this was the name of the ceremony, and the ceremony was named after that area. Okay, now, um, mm, I lost my train of thought for a minute.
All right, baby, let me just say one thing. And the offerings that we use during what you call voodoo or obia
Mm-hmm.
is rice, cornmeal, and rum.
Right, and then you have the
Those
tobacco.
things has to be on the table with your candles and your tobacco.
Right.
An all American staple from here, from the Americans. Nothing
Hey,
foreign
hold on.
about it.
Hey,
Before we
is it
move on
true?
from that, hold on, Rob, brother Rob. Before we move on for that, do you understand what he just said? What's your thoughts on that and all of those being indigenous to the Americas?
I man,
Like, do that
I,
change
I would,
anything
I would,
in the
it,
story?
for me, I would love to hear the sources on this. Again, I am not terribly familiar with Arawak or Taino culture. I'm familiar with the glyphs, and
Right.
that's about as much as I know about their culture.
Okay,
Uh,
so let's go into this part of the culture. These
I had some questions, but go ahead.
all right, so yeah, just by that, how he just named everything and it's all indigenous to the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we talking about culture, wouldn't that be a part of these people culture if they're coming from if they're the people of the land, the resources on the land would be of them too, right? That would define their culture, right?
Not necessarily.
What do
You
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 don't
know,
think
I
mean?
mean to adopt a
it's the
cultural practice. You
no,
know,
not to adopt. I'm saying that you just said that the people of the land were who were the people of the land?
the Arawak and the
And
Taino.
correct. So the culture of them will be defined off of the land that they own, right? That's why they're
That's where I had some questions.
oh,
Okay,
okay.
so what's
I
your
Okay,
think
go
I
ahead.
question?
think we established that Bookman Dada was brought to the island. Yes,
Yes,
What
from
state you living in,
and
boss?
then the
supposedly.
people.
State you
One
grew
one
up
Ryan
in?
from
one second,
Chicago.
Elder. 1 second, and then the
Oh,
people who
Chicago.
part.
Yeah,
I live in
you tell me
Chicago.
you
I
don't
live
eat Jamaican food. You don't eat Jamaican food in
Man,
Chicago,
I might
boss?
have some jerk. I might have some jerk today.
Yeah, well, jerk
Yeah,
comes from
that's
Jamaica. That's
Arawakan
a
food, man.
Taino. Yeah.
Okay, it's
That's straight
Arawakan food.
Arawak.
All right, let's get back to
It's
the point.
Yeah,
Right?
okay. So
The
you said
point,
that Book Manduti was the
he was
story
brought
goes
to the
that
island.
he was
Yes.
brought to the island. So let me just
Okay, and then
okay,
as
but
he
wait a
was
minute.
brought,
He was brought through the area of this that was referred to as the Strait of Jamaica. So that part of the island, which is like the southwest, okay,
man,
comprised of two
that's
chiefdoms at that time, Manguana and Haragua. And that's very important because he's coming
what's
to
also very important is that we are talking about the Haitian Revolution. The Haitian Revolution, by far and large, the participants in this battle were not indigenous to the land.
yes, they were. In fact,
Oh,
Dessalines
really?
says
Oh,
in
really?
his
Oh,
speech,
really? So why?
Dessalines
Why?
says
One
in
second.
his
One
speech,
second, love. One
we
second,
are
love.
going to
One
fight like
second.
the
One
Natchez.
second.
The
All right.
Natchez were
If you
brought
going
into
my fault. I was
Haiti at
talking and
that
I didn't
time.
hear you. I'm a. Could you start over and I'm a mute up.
The Natchez and different indigenous tribes from the southeast of so-called United States of America were brought into Haiti. If you go through Dessalines' speech, okay, he told the countrymen, the Arawakans, he said, let's all fight together like the Nachi. And in some transliteration, it comes out as Apache.
indigenous.
Okay,
It was the indigenous
they were
army.
the indigenous people.
Um.
Okay,
Do you realize in
Yeah,
the sugar
indigenous.
trade
Yeah.
that they were one second, brother? Do you realize in the sugar trade that they were forced to farm the sugar cane and everything, that the life expectancy of those men were 2 years,
Are you
and they
serious?
constantly
Because
and
their
they
Pan
children
constantly.
exist
African stories, man.
today.
Is
Come on.
that
Listen,
true?
Pan
Is that
African,
true
man.
or not?
You
Is that
guys
true
are
or not?
you
Are
guys
you
are too much,
serious?
I
man.
wanna I wanna
Listen,
make a point. Is that true or not?
listen. After
That's not true because the
That's not true.
descendants are
That's not
still
true.
living
Is it
today.
one second? It's not true that the men that were enslaved on the island, right? That they
what
life
island?
expectancy was 2
What
years.
slavery
Why
was
do
on the
you keep
island,
talking
man?
over me, bro? Why do you keep doing that? Why?
You don't know what you're
I'm asking
saying
you a
because
question. Why do you keep talking when I do that? Why do you keep
all
doing
right,
that?
okay. Listen, this after 1804, there were two kingdoms operating in Haiti, one in the north and one in the south.
And so you
Emperor
are
Christophe
saying
was in
that
the north
you are
and
saying
Dessalines was in the
that
south.
the Spanish and the Portuguese are not operating on that island. You keep talking about these chiefdoms.
It's no Portuguese. It was the French and it was
The French and the
the
Two
Spanish. I'm sorry.
two
the
French kingdoms.
Spaniards were at that
French and the
time.
Yes,
Spanish.
two indigenous kingdoms.
So the French are there, and y'all still have full autonomy with these chiefdoms. Is that what you're
The
telling me?
chiefdoms, they were fighting the invaders. So
All
you
right,
have
and
the
the
French
people
and the
who were and
Spaniards coming in.
the people 1 second, sis, and the people who were fighting were all indigenous. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Yes, that's who lived
This
there.
is
Who else
where
would live there?
wait. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where me and y'all supremely disagree. Supremely. We are not,
Well, if
they
you're
were
talking
not
about
the indigenous
if
people of that
if you're
land.
talking
They
about
were
the
not.
road of White
And if you
Caima,
got a source,
doggone right.
to
I
prove
just
that,
gave you the source. I gave you
besides
the
you telling me that,
topography of the land.
if you have a source to prove that the people that participated in the Haitian Revolution
No, you're
were
working backwards.
indigenous
If
to
you
that land,
have the
why do
source
you
to
keep
prove
talking that?
that all of
And,
the
all right, well, let me
Arawakan
just
were there, the
let me just
name of the
say this.
ceremony is a
I'm a mute
Taino
because I gotta
name.
say this.
Yeah.
I gotta say
The
I'm a
name
mute.
of the
But you only
ceremony is a
can have a
Taino name. So
revolution
you
among
telling me that
yourselves.
Africans came over from
No
the
slave. It did
Senegambia
not say a
and
Hey,
did a
slave revolt.
ceremony and
it is
named
It
it
lovely
said
that
a
you
in
know
another language?
revolution.
names to
It's totally
ceremonies.
Hey,
different.
Top Cat,
It's lovely that
Top
you
Cat,
know
are you
all this
still
stuff
here?
about
Top Cat.
Arawak and culture and history.
Okay, Top Cat.
All of that is lovely. But when the
Oh, so
Will
rubber,
you
you
help
this
out
is
believe
where
here?
that
the
all of
rubber
the
meet
I'm
the
doing
Arawak
road.
people were
some
This
dead?
is where the rubber
more
meet the road for me,
bullshit.
G. Right?
I don't
Doggone
So
do
we
right,
that.
can
it's
be
mean the
clear.
road burnt.
The
Hello,
people
hello,
who
hello.
participated in the Haitian Revolution were not indigenous
So
to
where
that
did the indigenous
island.
people go? They
And
just
you
what,
need to
hiding in
provide a
trees,
source to
watching
prove that.
Africans
Some
and
primary
British and
source,
excuse me,
some
Africans,
type
French,
of
and
any
Spaniards
kind of
fight?
anything to substantiate that extreme claim. At this point, you're going to have to
Hey, I
bring
want to
a
ask you a
source.
question, Rob.
No,
Rob, I want
you
to ask
have
you
to
a question.
bring the source because you
Hey,
have
Rob, let me
I
ask you a
got
have
him.
question.
people
I
that are
got him.
there.
I got him.
Oh,
Now,
ain't no
now,
No, you
question,
don't.
sis.
hey,
Y'all
here it
just want to
is,
do
right?
this.
I'm not just
Y'all
running
gonna
my
clear up
mouth. I'm not
nothing.
just one of these dudes on YouTube that just be talking.
You are. So
Top
you're telling
cats
me that
know
Africans
me. You
came over
don't
So
on
know
y'all
me,
don't
Taino
plan
ships,
to get this
I
thing
populated
don't
on
the
the
know.
ship.
island.
It's
All
my
of the
Y'all
first
plan
indigenous
time
to just
people
ever
bicker.
talking
built,
to you.
Y'all just
and they
gonna
did a
bicker
My
like
first time
ceremony.
children.
ever talking to you.
Hold on, they
You
did a
don't know me.
ceremony and they named
I
it
can bring the
after
sources.
the
That's what I'm
indigenous
saying. And
people
then we
in
can have
indigenous
a talk
language.
about these
You
sources.
bugging.
A slave revolt is different from a revolution, man. Which one it is? Which one is it, man? A slave revolt or a revolution? Because a revolution
Hey
is
man, what
among the
you got
people.
a recorder on? Hey man, what the hell going on? You got a recorder? Hey bro, I think they broke your phone, bro.
I
Wait
know
a
y'all
minute, man.
making
Time
crazy
out.
sounds. I'm
Hold on. Time
laughing at
out.
the crazy sounds that y'all
Time out.
making. I'm
You mean
laughing
to
at the
tell me
crazy
you didn't press
sounds.
play on nothing, brother? You mean to tell me you laughed that goddamn long for real?
Hey,
Nigga, how
yes,
you do that long ass laugh, nigga?
I'm a professional. Thank you so much for
So
stopping
you
me. No,
trained yourself to laugh that goddamn long.
and you'd be surprised at how loud I can make it. Also,
Well, go ahead, give us a sample.
I just gave you a sample, man. You just
No, we
experienced.
we want the loud. You went long that time. Go loud, raise the pitch.
You just got a sample, man. Go ahead and
All
turn this
right,
back
all
into
right, all right.
a decent
So, bro,
conversation.
Rob.
Just turn it back into a decent conversation.
Okay, so what do you have to say about all of this?
Personally, I got a lot to say about a lot of it. The first thing Rob said was that the people assume that voodoo come. He assumed that voodoo comes from West Africa, the word itself, and it's being mispronounced. It's really voodoo. He said that sentence. And I was going to say something about that, but some things are passable. But then he thinks everything is going in one arrow direction, and things were going in two arrow direction. You know, like when they show
Break
you
that
whether you
down.
got
Break that down. What you mean by that?
culture was traveling in both directions. And then when I went to Saudi Arabia, I spent some time in Saudi Arabia. They called me a hoodoo priest when I was in Saudi Arabia. So they say hoodoo, voodoo, juju. I asked them when I was there, they say all that the same to them. Hoodoo, voodoo, and juju. And then when I went to I started dealing with the Indians, they call it bood priest. What I, when you do this stuff, they call it bood priest. That's from the Aboriginal of the India. They call them, but not a, anyway. But and in Japan, the woman knows in Japan, the Indians there, they knew Eshu, and they knew Ogun, and they knew Oshosi. And I was in Japan, the islands of Japan. So I mean, everybody trying to draw the stick, that, oh, it went this way, oh, it went that way. I'm saying culture moves around. It's not just one way, and people keep looking at it as a one-way street. Oh, we came from Africa. Oh no, we did say all that argument. Some people did come from Africa, some people did not. What's the argument? I don't understand it. And those that say they did, I don't see no problem. Those that say they didn't, I don't see no problem. What's the problem? What's the fight? It's all palaver, so we don't never do nothing except sit around and argue. That's why I'm laughing, because that's what they were doing, sitting around arguing about nothing. Who cares? I can tell you for fact, all of that don't make no sense because voodoo is a science. It's not even a religion or nothing. It's a
It's
science.
definitely not a religion, but it's
Voodoo
a
science.
science that it was a science that was homegrown from the elements, and the
Exactly.
elements of
All over the earth.
Haiti
I'm
was
saying all over
practiced.
the earth.
It was all over the earth, and then
Is
the
there a
people in
coconut? Is there a
Haiti.
coconut? Is there a coconut in Haiti? Is there a coconut
Yes,
in
there
this place you're
is.
talking about? Well, we
Yes,
done
there
talking
are.
about what we talking about. It's
But
a
what I'm
coconut.
saying, he mentioned
We
a
in business.
specific ceremony, Brother Wale.
Yeah,
And that
I know
specific
a goon
ceremony
ceremony for what though? There
came
are
out of
many
the
Ogun
culture
ceremonies.
based
Yeah,
off
man.
of the elements of the people of Haiti. And so when he
Yeah,
spoke of the Haitian Revolution, you cannot
man.
claim
Now you got
that
that ain't.
there were other indigenous people that brought it there, because all the indigenous people on Haiti were, I don't know where, he didn't even mention where they were, you know. And so when we talk
What I'm
about this
saying is nobody
specific
brought
ceremony,
nothing
he
nowhere.
mentioned Bwai Kaima,
even
and
if
Bwai
even if
Kaima is a Taino word.
even
Bwai
if
Kaima
even
was
if
also a
even if
place. Why? Hold on.
uh
Bwai Kaima was a ceremony that the indigenous people already were doing these type of ceremonies. So to say that it is an African ceremony, meaning that people from Senegambia or from West Africa came over here and then they created this whole spiritual science over there, that's incorrect. That's misleading. And that's what I'm correcting. Everything, all of the things that involve the ceremony that he mentioned was a part of the Haitian Revolution, deals with the indigenous or the Arawakan people's spiritual science that you're speaking about, Brother Wale. And that includes the elements of the earth indigenous plants, herbs, fruits, vegetables, roots that do not exist on the continent of Africa. And also, how would they bring those things over there to do the
Thank
ceremony?
you.
Okay.
Excellent.
The other thing is when you see depictions of Bukmanduti and he's holding the conch shell. Okay, if you look in the capital of Haiti and you see the statue of Makandel and he's holding the conch shell, that was one of the things that Arawakan people used as a call to war.
Yeah.
Okay,
We use a lot of
so
conchs too.
where did they
Yeah.
carry these conch shells over here to get this
Yeah.
science? And
We
as
use a
Brother
lot of
Reed
conchs.
mentioned, all of us have been born in a place, and if we live there for a lifetime, we don't know the whole topography of the place where we're born. Okay, I'm in Philadelphia. I don't know every plant, root, herb, and thing like that. I can go and study and find it. But what I'm saying is, people who were born and raised there, who did this ceremony, knew how to use the spiritual science of those herbs and plants and fruits and roots and shells and the water, you know, to do this ceremony that tipped off the Haitian Revolution. I yield the floor.
Well said, princess. Because I tell you, before even in 80, before they start, when they are going to do their carnival season, the indigenous people has to come out and open the carnival first. And you know what they dress like and what they do when they come out to open their carnival?
The
Okay,
Rara, yeah. They have the
okay.
feathers.
Thank you.
You go through
All right.
most of like South
And yeah, I don't
America,
see
all
not
the
one of them in the
Caribbean.
dashiki yet.
Mm.
I don't see no dashikis yet. You hear me? Okay. They don't wear dashikis.
As I understand it, dashiki is not indigenous African apparel. So they don't have nothing. I mean, this or that. But I'm agreeing with you as far as all Aborigines worldwide.
One of the main things that was used in that ceremony is they used a seed called peregrina. Peregrina comes from the peregrina tree.
I'd
It
like
was
to
also
respond once you finish.
that whole area, you know, was again called Caimán. Caimán means alligator in the Taino language. Okay, so that whole grove was known as the grove of the alligator and the trees. Okay, they use cohoba because that's one of the things that you offer to Ogu. That's tobacco.
Yep.
So these are
Yeah.
Arawakan people. I'm not saying that there were no African people that were there that participated, but what I'm saying is this specific ceremony that you mentioned that tipped off the Haitian Revolution was an Arawakan ceremony. And
Yes.
how did Boukman Duty know to do that? Do you know his
Thank you.
speech and what he said in the speech to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. And so he's an Arawakan person. That's how he knew
Yeah.
the region so well
Yeah.
because it's the same thing from island to island. He came through the
Yes.
Strait of Jamaica, which comprises again of the area of Manguana and Haragua.
Yeah.
Those were two chiefdoms. Do
Yes.
you know the wars and
And
how many
Haragua.
people there? How many
Haragua.
caciques, how many chiefs that Haiti or Quisqueya had? So
Do you really
when you
believe?
have the
I want to
French
ask you a
coming over,
question.
no,
Can I ask you a question?
believe?
Because
Do
I
you
can
really
now
believe?
pronounce the island the way that you said it, Haragua, right? Can I ask you a
No,
question?
no.
I can't ask you a
Haragua
question,
was an area, a chiefdom
right?
that was
I
led
said I
by
know how to
El
pronounce it
Hechio.
now. I know how to pronounce it now, right? But do you really believe that the French honored any of that?
It's not about them honoring. When the French
No, no.
landed in the
I mean,
area and the
I'm
territory where they
saying, no, no, no.
belong,
I know
obviously
that's
they
not
didn't
what it's
honor it
about.
because it was a
I know
fight.
that's not. I know that's not what it's about. But I'm talking politically speaking, militarily speaking. Did the French honor that at all?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question because it's like you're putting
Why?
stock so
I mean,
much
why
in
you
the
can't
French.
answer my
Do
question?
you really? I'm
Why you
about
can't
to.
answer
I'm
why you
about
can't
to
answer my
answer.
question?
I'm about
Because
to
I
answer your
let you
question.
talk for a long time, and I wanted to I wanted
Okay,
to
but you have
restate
to
my
stop
point.
talking so I can answer your
All right,
question.
all right,
I'm going to
love.
answer your question,
You
Brother
go.
Rob. Are you ready? Do you really believe that Europeans, so-called French, went to this island that was thousands strong of indigenous people made up of different chiefdoms, many caciques or chiefs, and those people just laid down and stayed down and didn't fight? There were wars that were going on there. So what you need to do is you need to study the history of Haiti and Quisqueya. You need to go to
That's
Haiti
not a
and see
question, man.
what the indigenous people were
Not a
doing and
question.
how many wars set off, how they dealt
Let's
with the French.
focus for a
And
second.
then when the Spaniards came over there, what do
Let's
you mean
focus
it's
for a
bogus?
second.
That's their history.
No,
The name of the
let's
island,
focus for a second.
Haiti, hold
Wait.
on, Haiti
You
is
going on a
a
tangent
Taino word. I'm not going
that's
on a tangent.
unnecessary. Listen.
It's as simple
I
as someone come to your
hey,
house and you're telling me that what you just gonna stand there and let them break in your house?
I just want to know when it'll be appropriate for me to speak.
You got it.
This is what I'm saying. To be very clear, this is what I'm saying. The Haitian Revolution, by far and large, if it had any indigenous people that participated, great, right? But by far and large, it was ran, operated, and largely fought by Africans who were enslaved on the island. Bookman
Man,
Dada.
ain't no African can lead no indigenous army in the
Hey, now
Americas, man. What the hell is wrong with you, man?
you see,
What's wrong
you
with you,
see,
man?
you
Where the hell
see.
you get that
Ain't
shit from? You
there's
crazy?
nothing wrong with me. You
Listen,
see?
man, Africans don't
As
make
soon
good
as I
soldiers and
start
good
talking,
leaders,
all
man.
right,
They don't
bro.
make good
Now,
commanders.
elder, out of respect,
What's wrong with you, man?
I'm gonna mute up. But
Nah, bro,
Listen, man.
Rob, bro.
Hey, let me tell you something.
It's
Watch this, man.
disrespectful, elder.
Hey, listen, man. Get it out of your head, man. They don't make good soldiers. Africans don't make good soldiers up until this day. You're
Your
weak.
self-hatred is on display.
Not self-hatred, I'm telling you. My
That's what it
grandfather
is. It's
trained
on
them
display.
people.
It's on
They can't
display,
take
bro.
orders, man. They don't know orders. They
Yeah.
don't know
And
how to listen, bro.
you
You
know,
can't train. They can't be
I
trained so easily. I'm
it's on
telling you, man.
display. It's on display.
Listen,
You're
we
triggered.
would
So
even
All I
may
was
I
we
ask a
trying to
would
do was
even
question?
make my
sit them.
point. And so, sis, if you want to go ahead, go ahead. I know I'm not gonna be able to
Ain't
state my
no
point.
African can come to the Americas
Okay, bro.
and win
All
no
right.
war, bro.
Yep.
How the
So
fuck they
then
couldn't win a war in their own land?
are you
They
saying
have to
that the
come to a strange
Africans
land to win.
acted as colonizers to the
What's wrong
indigenous
with you,
people
man?
there? Because where were the indigenous people?
They couldn't win in their own land. You come to the island to win a war, and you couldn't win from where you're coming from.
Right.
What's wrong with
You
you,
were
man?
captured as a slave. You didn't fight over in Senegambia.
Are you
Listen to
familiar
me,
with a
bro.
historian? Are you familiar? You
Nobody
asking me what's
answered.
wrong with me.
You and your
Nobody answered
You
historians,
asking
Rob's
me
man.
what's
question.
wrong with me.
Listen, man. Listen.
Nobody answered
You
Rob's
borderline
question.
You and your
disrespectful, bro.
Nobody
you and
You
your
know what I mean?
historians
answered
full of shit.
Borderline
Rob's
disrespectful, bro.
question.
Asking me
Nobody
what's wrong with me.
answered Rob's question. She said she was going to answer it, and she started right out asking him a question.
I did. I answered this question. He
That ain't
said,
no answer. When he asked a question and you asked a question, that ain't an answer. That's two questions.
yeah, that's a rhetorical.
Yes, you didn't answer his question. You said you were going to answer his question, but you did
Okay,
not.
well, I'll answer his question. The
Until now,
Arawakan people
nobody
fought.
has.
The Arawakan people were still there. They were not disseminated. Okay, they fought in the Haitian Revolution because they had bloodline ties to the land. They were still fighting for their territory. You have the French in there, you have the Spaniards in there, and now you have Africans that you're telling me they didn't fight along with the indigenous people, the few that were there. You're telling me that the Africans didn't fight over on the continent of Africa, but they waited. They were on plantations, enslaved, and then they decided to, boom, fight, and they fought alone. No Arawakans that were still there, whose
That's
descendants
that
are
is
still
what
there, fought
that
with
is what
them. Is that
makes
what you're saying?
that's what makes the story
A story.
inspiring. The
Look, we're
Man, you
not
talk
doing
hateration
the
about
emotional
is what
inspiration,
thing.
makes.
man, into
And do
falsehood.
you see,
That's
bro? Hey,
falsehood,
you know
man.
what, man? You
How
know
about
what?
you're
Hey,
inspired?
top cats, top
So you've been
cats. Hey,
inspired by
man,
that
I
story?
appreciate you having me up, man.
Man,
I
you
don't
want to
want
be
to be
conquered so
disrespectful
bad,
to the
bro.
elder, bro.
Chill out, man.
But like, hey, you need to get some decorum about yourself, man. Every
If
time
you're
I
not
start
coming
talking,
here,
you start talking, man.
if you're not
And,
coming
and, and I
here
mean,
to
you to
inspire
talk over
and
me and
strengthen
start
the
yelling and
Indian,
screaming,
we don't
and
want to hear
then
nothing
I
about the
ask you
African
for a
pseudo
source.
story.
You haven't named
That's
one
the thing
book.
you got, man.
You haven't named
Man,
one
you crazy, man.
article. You haven't named one
Who you here for, sir?
document. I'm
But
Excuse
neither
trying to
me.
be
have you.
Excuse
respectful,
me.
G. And all you doing is talking.
Okay, I'll give you a very direct source. Okay,
Hey, it's
if
good,
you go,
sis. Hey, I'ma
no, no,
holler
no,
at
I'm
y'all
gonna give
later,
you
all
a
right?
direct source
Who,
because
Santon?
Why
Hey,
Kaima?
hey, this all you
Who,
gotta
Listen,
Santon?
do.
please.
Hey,
Name?
Okay, I'm
hey,
gonna give it to
just
you.
Yes,
just go
please.
ahead
Yes.
I'm
and
gonna give it
and
to you.
and
Why
post the
Kaima?
sources.
The
I don't
tree,
want to talk no more.
the
Go
area
ahead and
where
post
they
post
had
the
the
sources in the
ceremony.
chat.
I'm
I
gonna
hope
tell
you
you
can
the
hear
source.
me
No, no, I'm
because
gonna tell you
you
the
because here
source
you
right
I'm not
now.
gonna hold on. Post the sources in the chat and thanks for having me, Top Cat.
Yeah, your Pan Africans will do better with you, man.
If you go to
Salute, Rob.
Haiti
Salute.
today, if you go to Haiti today, the area where this ceremony takes place, what you will see is the tree that is still there, the cohaba, which is the tobacco that is still grown around there. Okay, if you go to that area today, it's between Gonaive and Haiti, and they have all of the information there. They have the actual accounts, the descendants in that town there. Okay, so that's where you can go. Those are direct source. You can actually see and stand in a place where this ceremony took place. And I guarantee you that there is nothing in Senegambia that shows these same things. Also, if this story is so well known, why don't we see in Senegambia, where Boukman is supposedly from, anything that mentions his great feat in Bwai Kaima, how he tipped off the Haitian Revolution, because this is monumental. Senegambia, his descendants in Senegambia, his tribe people in Senegambia, saying, look, what our folk did over in Americas, we
Eh?
held up the Haitian Revolution. We did that
Yeah.
because that's history. We don't see that in Senegambia. Honestly, I think if you go over to Senegambia, and I have a cousin that lives over there, and she hasn't said anything about Boukman Duty over there. And if you go and ask the average people in Senegambia, oh, what's up with your relative, your tribe man who led off the Haitian Revolution? What's his name? Oh, have you ever heard of Boukman Duty? They'll look at you like you're crazy. I guarantee.
The
I yield.
Senegambia is called the Senegambia Company. It's a company, became a country. He's okay. All right, good. These people want to be colonized so much. Well, we did it to them. All right, man. I'm out. All right, everyone. I'm out. Cool.
Also, another thing, we have Dessalines, okay, in 1804. He's the one who said that he wanted the two color flag, the black and the red, to stand for Africans who were there, but also for the indigenous. And he mentioned in many of his speeches, that we're going to fight. We are going to fight like the Nachi or the Apache. So you need to study the history of Haiti, not from books that were written by Pan Africans a century later in United States that were published in the United States. Go to Haiti and see the history. Also go to Dominican Republic and see the history. Because these two islands, well, it's one island, but these two nations tell the same story because they have a shared history. When you go there, you will see the names of all of the caciques, all the chiefs, all their towns. Okay? And like I said, you can go to the area where White Caiman was and see all of the things that were preserved from that ceremony because those trees and that specific tree where they held the ceremony around is still there. And if you look at depictions of that ceremony, you will see that they made a circle of candles. In Africa, they don't use candles. So this is very much an indigenous ceremony, lifestyle, spiritual science of this island. Don't strip the people of that. That's just wrong. I yield the floor.
So, sweet feather, or little feather, plum. What is it? Plum.
Who knows? No, no, no. Sweet feather.
Okay. Uh, I would just suggest to you that all Aboriginal cultures are very closely related to one another, and we all deal with the elements, elementals. I just watched a show of a guy in Jamaica, uh, Dr. Elliot Ben Israel, and he said he can teach over 3,000 plants and their uses in one day
Mm-hmm.
because of the way he's describing the plants and the way he's categorizing them. He can teach over 3,000 plants in one day. So when you think in terms of limited things that you can do, everybody is not as limited as you are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I come from a line of herbalists and midwives, okay, in Jamaica. And from the spiritual aspect, just knowing when you do spiritual ceremonies, right? And the type of ceremony that Brother Rob was mentioning was African. It has so many indigenous elements and a lot specific to Haiti, you know. And so it goes back to what you were saying about animism, right? And spiritual science that indigenous people all over the world, whatever region they're in, they use what they had right there to get what they want or to do what they had to do. So, from that point of view, not a historical point of view of what I have read, not a political point of view to state a position, but from a real life point of view, from what I have experienced in different ceremonies. You see, there are things that are distinct in those ceremonies that are unique and original that only could be done in that area of Guayacaiman. That can't be done. They can't someone come in and do that. You see what I'm saying? I can't go over to China into the Chinese forest or whatever and do and copy a spiritual ceremony over here that I do to go over there. Now, in the height of enslavement, and I'm fighting for my freedom, and this was a ceremony that was not privy to every person that was so-called enslaved. So it was only those who knew and had access or were invited. So then I can't go over to China and do some secret ceremony. I'm enslaved. Got the French over here fighting, the Spaniards over here fighting, and then I'm going to galvanize you know indigenous Chinese people and tell them and instruct and lead a ceremony on their land. That's just impossible. You're not going to get any results.
I mean, you're
You're not.
speculating, of course, because not only is that possible, but in some cases it's already been done. Because the Chinese are indigenous Chinese, the people that I know, the indigenous Japanese, the people that I know, they all respect what we know because we bring a different perspective to the game. And when I was there, they celebrated us like they didn't lost their mind, man. It was beautiful.
But Brother Wale, that's something different. When I'm in the
I don't know
height
what you're talking about.
of captivity,
You're talking
I'm
about the
going
heights
according
of
to the
captivity.
narrative
Let me
because
tell
he
you
said
something.
that
How good that's the narrative. In 1802, a guy over in West Africa named Adeyemi sent a letter over to Britain to stop the trade, stop the slave trade, because he found out what they were doing to the people they were getting from him, how they treated them when they got over, away from the shore. And then, in 2 years later, this thing about the what's their name? The thing you're talking about in Haiti happened. 1804, right? Two
yes.
years later, 1804.
Hmm.
Yeah, that happened 2 years later. And
Right.
also that year, I think that same year or right around that same time, the Queen of England or whoever it was over there outlawed slavery, the slave business in England as well. So there was a lot of upheaval going on, and mostly because people were starting to realize what's going on because people didn't know what was going on. They didn't realize it was a worldwide, uh, what do you call it, conspiracy to have our people enslaved. They hadn't picked that up for a while. And there are books about, where you want to read that if you want to read stuff. But I mean, it's kind of sensible. And this
Well,
thing,
what Brother Rob
indigenous,
did mention, he
please.
mentioned about sugarcane.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
What
because
about?
sugarcane at that time, United States wanted Haiti. They wanted a lot of those island quote unquote outposts,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, to do the sugarcane. So even at this time, late 1700s, because White Caimán is estimated to be around 1791. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
United States wanted to get their digs into Haiti as well, and so that's when Frederick Douglass was set up as an ambassador
Hmm.
to Haiti,
Oh,
and he
beautiful.
went down there and worked with the overture because, Dessalines, and a matter of fact, according to a lot of accounts from
Mm-hmm.
Haiti and then even sources that were written in the United States, they
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that Dessalines and Louverture didn't really see eye to eye. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying?
Of
So
course.
it was a lot going on because, they wanted, these Europeans specifically wanted these territories, and
Of
they
course.
wanted to continue their trade. They wanted their money, you know. So, but to think that what was happening in Haiti with the indigenous people
Mm-hmm.
wasn't happening when, especially, it was happening in the United States with the
Mm-hmm.
indigenous people. I mean,
Uh-huh.
it's like it doesn't make sense because you have large numbers of indigenous people that still exist to this day, but they existed back then. So the narrative that we're taught is that they were weak and they got diseases and they were
Oh,
all
yeah.
killed off. Like,
Not all
come
killed
on.
off, but diseases was devastating. But the diseases of Africa were devastating too. Most people don't think that. They've been about, oh, they took it over with the gun and the this and that.
Yeah, but the
Over half of
diseases for the
Africa was
Arawakkin weren't devastating
the
like we've
same.
been taught
I
because
think
they
so.
knew the cures. And then when you look at all of the herbal books that were written, especially in the United States, like what's that, Garden of Eden, that's written by Jeffrey Class, and you look at all of these who are eugenicists and explorers, you know, especially in the United States, when they went island to island, they documented all these herbs and put it in a book. They documented the cure-alls, and that's the foundation of what people will call modern day medicine. Okay, so if they think, and they had to kind of like mirror or apprentice under indigenous people to learn these things.
That's right.
Okay,
Go on.
so the narrative is like just struck down when they say that we die from diseases and things like this. I mean,
Oh, well,
come on.
you're
And
gonna
it's
get
struck
hit
down
first.
again, it's
Listen,
struck
I don't
down
care if
doubly, because if we have the
look,
hoodoo science, which deals with cure-alls as well, you know what I'm
listen to what
saying?
I'm
And
about
how
to
are we
say.
dying from these diseases?
Please try to listen to what I'm about to say. When I first walk into the into the ring with Mike Tyson, I might get hit. I don't care how much voodoo I do. I might get hit until I see how, how his movement and his frequency and his timing and shit. Then I can stand it. It takes a moment. When you hit with something, it takes a moment, is what I'm saying. You think right away, oh yeah, the voodoo stopped the thing right away. We got herbalists. But the place had been hit first. And then the herbalists come back. That's how the people manage. Yeah, we're going to come back. But we got hit first. Might even get knocked down and have to get back up. And you seem like you how do you say, reluctant to consider that all of these things may be true. Some things more in some neighborhoods than others. Some things more in some incidents of time than others. But to negate them and say that don't exist or that don't, hey man,
I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that it didn't exist on a large scale that the narrative says. I'm not saying there wasn't sickness. I'm not saying that there weren't ailments. I'm not saying that people didn't fall sick or even fall prey. What I'm saying is that they're saying that the entire population, this is the narrative, the entire population is supposedly wiped out.
Not a chance.
They're saying that they couldn't survive planting rum, and not rum, but sugar cane. And we know who tended the sugar cane crops. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they couldn't
And he said
survive
they didn't
under the
survive 2
conditions they were
days.
subjected to. But the other people who marooned themselves, they survived just fine.
Yeah, but before sugar cane was grown there, the indigenous people planted sugar cane themselves. So
Okay, no.
now they can't survive 2 days planting something that they've always planted that was a part of their staple in terms of their diet and living.
I don't think it was under the same
I'm just
conditions, though, is
saying
Under
what
that
he's
those
saying.
when we
conditions.
Yeah.
okay, but
Yellow
you have to
fever,
also understand that these chiefdoms warred against each other, so they were used to some type of
man.
war conditions. You have
But
to put
this is
yourself
this
in the
is
place at that time,
You know,
okay,
some of
and
those
see what was
so-called
going
wars, there
on.
was no
and if
death.
you do,
Are you familiar in some of those wars that we had amongst each other? There were no deaths. Are you familiar with that? We didn't have jails. We didn't have all this stuff y'all familiar with now and try to logically deduce anything with. You're using terms and concepts that had nothing to do with us, and then try to make them fit us, and that's not going to work. And that's what I'm saying. We didn't have rape. We didn't have none of that as a concept. No jail, no rape. We knew other people. Some people, man, we had community. We weren't just neighborhoods where don't nobody know nobody. Everybody know everybody.
When you say we, who you talking about?
I'm talking about the Aboriginal people of the earth. Because every time you went somewhere, anybody went somewhere, the first thing they say, where you from? Who you from? Come over here and meet my friends and shit. Everybody want to know who this nigga is that just came up in here.
Are the Europeans Aboriginal people of the earth?
I don't know. Some are.
Well, they rape folks.
Huh?
They rape folks.
I don't know what
Yeah.
you said. They what? They
I
what?
said they rape
Well,
folks. If Europeans are
all I'm saying
Aboriginal
is
people.
Yeah, I
that
said some are. There's
some
different
are,
groups of, some,
some
dude.
are, but what is discounted in a lot of these stories and narrative is that Indigenous people had lives going on. They had society, they had families, they had interactions, they had spiritual culture, they had culture going on long before Africans were brought into their territories. Now, with that, they had beef going on. They had ways to settle beef. You see what I'm saying? They had sicknesses and ways to heal that. So, a lot of that is not considered when these narratives are being propped up as proof or fact.
So,
And you can't negate that.
No, I
so
think
this
I think
is
what
this
the
is why,
elder I
And
think
so
what the
that's
elder was
why,
saying was that there's more
yes,
nuance.
I
we
negate
understand
that.
indigenous
This
people
is
all
why I
over have
negate that.
spiritual science and culture.
This
But
this
when
is
you
why I
start to
negate
name
that. Man,
specific
let me know when you land
incidences,
your plane. Let me
you
know.
have to
Or you can just be
understand and
quiet and wait
read
till
and
she
learn
finished.
and listen to the history of the people from their perspective as well. And what we've been given is what Brother Rob was speaking on. He's only heard that. And he said that, oh, I've never heard that. Oh, you have to give me proof of that. And so when you said I was answering a question with a question, well, my question is, well, why do I have to prove a narrative? And that's
I
the
wasn't
only
asking
one.
for proof. I was
When,
asking for
there are a group
where
of
I was
people
asking
who have
for.
Hey, you
told
can
you
wait
that.
until she finished, bro.
And I'm telling you what that narrative is.
I think she finished
And
now.
so that's where you have hoodoo here, homegrown in the United States. They want to say that it has African implementations when all of the Ebo's practices and things are indigenous to here. Same thing with voodoo or voodoo in Haiti. That's homegrown in Haiti. Ask some Haitians about it. Go down south and talk about the root, the conjure work, the left hand work. You know, that's all I'm
All over
saying.
the world. I'm saying all over the world. I know African Aboriginals who see the same way I do. They're not into the religious fervor. They're not trying to do all of that stuff that way. They understand that we are just Aboriginals, and that's how we look at the world. From what I right now
I
refer
was
to as an
But
animalistic.
Toussaint Louverture was into religion.
I
Mm-hmm.
wanted. I
Of
just
course,
wanted.
some
He
Just
people
let
never
me
are.
know when it's my time.
he
Some
never said anything about African
Hey,
spirituality. In fact, if you look at the Constitution that he wrote, he was talking about Roman Catholicism and European religions. So if he from Africa, why the hell he talking about European religion?
because he had been converted. No,
This
no
is
matter
this was
where he
after
was.
this was after he was free though.
I'm just saying,
This
I know about that. That don't stop a person from being converted just because, hey, that's funny. But what's the name you mentioned again? Who we talking about?
Toussaint. I'm talking about the big dog,
I
Toussaint.
know he went. Guess
Toussaint
what? You know how he
Louverture.
passed it. He went over there trusting
So
the
this
French.
is this
He
is
went
my
over there
issue.
trusting the French, and they immediately imprisoned his stupid ass.
I'm talking about before he went over there.
Yeah.
I'm
I
talking
wanna.
about
Well,
after. Hold
that
on.
would like again, if
I
you
wanna
look at
double
some
back.
of
I'm talking about
the
after the
speeches
Revolutionary
from
War.
Dessalines to some the overture and their disagreements, it was on how to manage, the what was becoming a French colony in the Haitian Empire. They had differences in ideas. That's why they have two different flags, at one point.
I don't know what
I
happened to
think
her.
we lost this. But
Yeah.
this was my point of contention. My point of contention was she said, and the elder agreed with her, that the Haitian Revolution was primarily fought by indigenous people. I asked her, I didn't ask her to prove it. I asked her for the source of her information because that is an extreme claim. So
Well, let's think.
that's
Let's
my point of contention.
let's think logically about
For
this then.
sources.
Let's think logically about this. Okay. So Toussaint rose up to be the captain, the head honcho of the French military. Can we agree on that?
Yes, he was in position. Yes.
Were these Frenchmen white or black?
The Frenchmen on the island, or the Frenchmen who were trying to take back control of the island? Which set of Frenchmen?
I don't care which one you're talking about.
Well, the ones that were not on the island, they were definitely pasty looking, white. They were white. And the ones and the people, if you will want to refer to them as Frenchmen that were on the island that rose up, they were definitely African.
So these were French Africans?
The only reason I'm even referring to them as French is because France at this time had control of that island.
Right.
So that would be the only reason that I'm referring to. I'm referring to them in a 14th Amendment type of way.
Right. But the thing is, every book that you talk about, you said this is not news breaking. Every book that wrote about Toussaint and his rise to fame, all of them say that he
That he
rose
was
up to be.
indigenous?
No, all of them say that he rose up to be the leader of the French army.
That is not the point of contention.
Right, but we get in there. We got to walk it out. So that's why I'm asking you.
So I'm gonna let you walk. I'm gonna let you walk. But the point of contention, you can't forget.
Brother,
you can't forget.
Brother, can you let me? I'll let you talk. Let me finish. I'm asking you a question. Were these people white or black? The people that he was leading, were these people white or black?
Black Africans, to be specific.
Then why do they call them French? They call them the French military.
Because I just I'm referring to them in a 14th Amendment type of way. The French had control of the island.
Hold on, brother Rob. Peace, y'all. I'm back. I just want to say this real brief, and I'm gonna finish letting y'all do y'all thing. Brother Rob, I want to ask: Do you know who his father is? I mean, it's clear evidence out there say that he rose up.
How would that play on the point of
Oh
contention?
man, brother Rob, I'm so glad you asked me that. And Rob, I'm kind of saddened because you know me longer than everybody on the panel, brother Rob. So you already know what I'm gonna go to the bloodline. You know me, you've been knowing me since before a lot of these people in the chat.
All right, so
you know
one second, Topcast. One second. So
I think the answer.
One second.
Yes, it's always 1 second while somebody else talking.
I just got one question.
It's always 1 second while somebody else talking.
Okay,
man.
no problem, brother. I'll take your question.
My question is this: do you agree that by and large, the fighting force that won the Haitian Revolution, they are indigenous people? Is that what you're saying too?
Yes, sir. Okay. For my answer, I would say yes, by and large. But there were other nations of people that were there who were also fighting in that revolution, who also had part on that. But your guy, the one who we speaking of right now, do you know his dad is from a French secret society? This is how he's gonna be fighting for the French first. All right, he has French bloodline, my brother. This is Black Europe. Like I say, you know me longer than everybody on this panel. So you know I'm the Black European history teacher. The brother is of European descent. All of the heroes that they gave, I'm not gonna say you, but the people in Africanism and Pan-Africanism. So earlier when we got caught up on the whole maroon thing, or if we, you know, all of these heroes, these main characters that we know throughout this story of Pan-Africanism. Well, this brother, he's gonna actually have French bloodline through his father's side, who's gonna be in the French secret society, brother.
Can you share my screen, Big Chief?
Okay, no problem. Whoa.
You see that, homie? This was the Constitution, the first Constitution that Toussaint wrote after they were free. Now keep in mind they free at this point. Can you read this? If not, don't worry about it. Why is it
Well,
that
he's a school teacher, you know, but you know what? Go ahead, you go ahead. But he's a teacher.
yeah.
But you go. You see the glasses he got on, right? Them reading glasses.
So right here, Title II. Now this is the first Constitution that Toussaint drafted. Why right here he is saying that all people born on this land, talking about Haiti, will die as Iberian Frenchmen. That's what Title II, Section 3 says. Right here. Let's copy, you know what? Let's translate it so that way you can see it. Because I was doing this already. Can you see my screen? The translation? Oh, we can't see it.
No,
Hold
we
on,
can't. We can't see the translation.
Let me see. All right, hold on.
What's the rest of that number 2? You only did one line. It was a whole nother line.
Wale, this is why you been getting your ass jumped all week.
Is it?
Look at this. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. This right here is Title III, Section 6. If these folks was using voodoo to win the war, then why is he over here talking about the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman is what's publicly professed?
God damn, that's how they. Damn.
Hold on, wait,
Really?
we got some more work in here. Hold on. This Constitution says a lot. Hold on for a second.
Y'all know Jesus gonna always have something to do with it.
Hold on, let me pull this up. I think
Publicly professed.
But
Yeah.
this
Jesus'
is to
name.
who Toussaint was shimmying up with.
I think this is it right here. Hold on. Ooh, yeah, this is a good one. The administration. So this is Title 8, Section 27. The administration of the government is entrusted to the governor responds with the government of the motherland. Who were they referring to as the motherland back then? Well, we can go back.
We know they talking about France.
Right. So if he's referring to that as the motherland, because people refer to the motherland as Africa today, but that wasn't always the motherland. But if the motherland changed to be Africa, then who are those people over there representing Africa today?
Lord have
So
mercy.
it's not Sweet Feathers.
And they have in French. Go to Congo. They all speaking French
One
out
second,
there.
brother. 1 second.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sweet Feather. She referenced it earlier with Dessalines and Toussaint L'Ouverture differed, and this is it. Because now we are looking at the political nature of Toussaint L'Ouverture, right? They wanted full independence, just like they had the French Revolution. You know, it was somewhat inspired. The French Revolution somewhat inspired the Haitian Revolution. You know what I mean?
You got to ask yourself, when anytime they had issues, why did Toussaint send Dessalines to go deal with the Spanish?
And why
That
did
can be easy. It could be
Y'all
easily.
keep teaching like this here. Y'all gonna make me start pulling shit out the closet back here, man. Ooh, boy, these nigga European, man.
But the
somebody had made a comment the other day, said my next book ought to be Pan-Africans Ain't African. I said, oh, I'ma steal it. Creekside Yeller say Pan-Africans ain't African. I said, I'ma steal that nigga. That's gonna be a book. Don't keep, because I think this needs to come out. It needs to come out now.
This is
Haiti,
politics, bro. That largely,
yeah. Of course, they're part of politics. Watch this here.
What I'm saying is,
hold on. Watch this here, brother Rob. It's always been politics, because after the wars, you gonna need the politics gonna come in for control. You have to remember, it wasn't until the scramble of Africa, bro, that this new the Pan-African thought or international, you know, we all get together, stand as one army, that they brought that out. You have to remember that first Pan-African pictures, all them niggas in suits and ties, bro. the regular niggas who do the street vending and shit like them ain't no real goddamn Pan-Africans, man. A real Pan-African will walk by and you niggas can't do nothing but smell that nigga cologne through the breeze because he ain't finna stop and talk to these niggas. These are the niggas in politics. That's why African studies was funded through political lobbyists, bro. They the ones who brought them on. Now, earlier, Brother Wale said that his niece spoke what language you said she spoke earlier, Brother Wale?
I'm not
Swahili.
sure.
It was
I help you out.
Swahili.
Swahili, right,
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
now they taught this as a course. Now, Brother Wale, you can help me out on this. Did they teach Swahili as a course in the school in the U.S.?
Say that again. Did they teach it where?
Did they teach the language Swahili to students in America?
I heard some places, spotty places do.
Oh yeah, sure. And we can show the funding.
They taught it at my elementary.
Oh damn. See, hold on. Let me. I mean, I'll source up if I need to. I got it right here. Cocked. Just so happened, I turn around and said, "Damn, it be right on side of me." Yeah, I just get the up in this hole. Nah, but we're gonna stay on this. I like this a little better, man.
Look at this one.
Bro, Rob, what do you think about this and why would he say this?
Look at
and
this.
I'm surprised you ain't know his daddy was French.
He said, the citizen who will be chosen by him, citizen Louverture, to receive after his death the renaissance of the government, will swear before Central Assembly the oath to execute the Constitution of Saint-Domingue, and to stay loyal to who? The French government.
You talking about when you put sources. Now, Brother Rob's a student. He's a real student of the knowledge. So he not letting this shit go over his head now. So I know Rob.
I'm paying close attention. And I want to make sure that
this young brother's teaching today.
It's not changed. It's a political ploy.
So it has nothing to do with bloodline. You're saying it had nothing to do with bloodline because we're gonna dismiss who his mother and father is.
I am
because
not.
Because he can only be who his mother and father is.
If you notice, you made that claim. I didn't dismiss it.
Well, let me ask you this here. If his dad
I'm talking about the Constitution specifically.
No problem. If his dad, let me ask you this here, because we're trying to, and it equates to this. It's so if his dad is French, does his dad have French blood? Will that make him partially French? Because we can go into his mom a different conversation.
Yeah.
But we know for sure who his daddy is.
I think that point is established.
Okay, so this is all right. Now let me show you. Let's cross-reference that with the Constitution. Why is he saying the things he's saying? Why is this brother leading this army, and then he gonna leave and come stand on the other side? And we only remember him from standing on the other side, right? Because this is how they taught it to us.
I wanna point something out.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
He at the same time, he's working with the Spanish army. At the same time. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is he's trying to get the French to, hey, look, man, look, we done won. We got a constitution. We gonna be independent. We gonna pay taxes, but we expect representation. And this constitution is basically backing up what he's telling them. But at the same time, he's getting ready.
But this after they free, bro.
I just said they won the first excursion.
Why would you need to be political? You free.
Because they on a little island, they got a small fighting force, and the French, they got their own problems. They got Napoleon.
So what does the Catholicism come in, brother?
My bad.
Where does the Catholicism come in, brother?
The Roman Catholic Church plays a huge role in this discussion.
Well, we ain't here to talk about it tonight.
The influence. You mean to tell me that the influence of the church That didn't have anything to do with the slave trade.
No, I'm asking why he didn't have no Orishas or Butes or none, you know, or none of these things.
Because
Why he
he's
didn't use
because
the
he's
voodoo
trying
and
to.
all of these things? You know, we catch him over here with the
It's
Bible
politics,
and the
bro.
white
That's what it
Jesus.
is.
And
It's
see, at
politics.
this time, the British were coming in. So Toussaint, he sided with the French to get rid of the Spanish and then to try to get rid of the British. But Toussaint, he was after that bag as well, because that's when he cut a deal with Stephen Gerrard.
No doubt. Hey, I
You know,
need y'all to keep on. I
it's
need
crazy
y'all to keep on chopping that sugar. We need this money.
it's crazy how they talk. You know, it's ironic that you know, when you think about the story that they tell about him, how he rose up and Toussaint had a global network. You know, he was connected with all of these people. If he was from Africa, who were these Africans that were all over the world that he was connected with? Like when what part of the story
He grew
did
up in that society
what society?
on the island,
Right.
and he grew up a free man, and he was educated.
I thought he was a slave.
At some point in his life, he was.
Okay, so if he was a slave, he got
But
educated.
he was
He
free
rose up.
before
Smart nigga, huh?
the Haitian Revolution.
And that's fine. That's fine. I ain't got no quarrels with that. What I'm trying to
He was
figure
a
out,
free man before the Haitian Revolution.
that's fine. I'll accept that. What I'm trying to figure out is how does a person who started off as a slave in Haiti
Mm-hmm.
rose up the ranks,
Mm-hmm.
leading the French military, and I'm still trying to get an answer from you. Are these folks white or black? You don't want to answer that question?
Man, bro, I answered the question earlier.
I didn't
If
ask
we're
if they were
talking about the
African.
people,
I
if we're
said
talking about the people on the island who
mhm,
was fighting in the Haitian Revolution,
they were French.
those the people you talking about?
So if that's the case, you're basically
I'm
telling me
asking you a
white.
question so
You're
that I
telling
can answer your question clearly, bro.
right. So you
Right.
telling
So
me
my question to you to
uh-huh.
answer your question clearly is:
Uh-huh.
when you say are those people, are the people that you talking about in your question, are those the people who fought in the Haitian Revolution? Are they white or black? Are you asking me that?
Yeah, because you didn't ever answer that.
They
Were
are
these French
black.
people white or
They are
black?
black. They are
All of
black
them?
African. That's what I
All
said
of them?
earlier.
All
You
of
said
them?
they black African?
Yes.
So how you French and African?
Because
You see how I asked the
it was
same question?
politics, bro. The French run the island. What don't you understand
But
about this?
bro, what would that have to
And
do with
so
you?
and
So
so
if you gonna be African, you
they like,
African.
man, we
So
don't
hold
want
on,
to
are
be
you saying that
slaves.
politically? Hold on,
Why
are
we
you
want
saying that?
to? Wait, let me state my point, and
Yes,
then
sir.
you
Yes,
can
sir.
come
He
right
ain't
back,
thinking, man. He
Yeah,
ain't
you
right,
got
thinking.
it. You got it.
bro.
I'm just
Go
talking
ahead,
about
Rob.
I'm
Go
talking
ahead,
about the
bro. You know
French.
you
I ain't
got the
talking about
flow. Go
nobody
ahead.
else.
Talk,
I'm talking
Rob.
about the
I'm
French.
talking about the French as well, sir.
Okay.
So let's break this all the way down.
Please, come on, help us out. Oh, the black ones? We talking about the black ones
The
or the white
black
ones?
people.
Okay.
He say,
Where did these black
are these
French
black
Africans come
African?
from, brother?
Man, bro. I
Where
want
did
to.
the black
I didn't hear your question
Okay,
because
my question is where did the black French Africans come from?
through the transatlantic slave trade.
All right. No, okay.
Am I gonna be able to state my point or
Yes, sir.
not?
So do they have French blood in them? Is do they have any
Do
French blood
something
in them?
over tour does.
No. I'm asking about all of these people that you're speaking about. All of them. He not the
All
only French
all of
dude
them
that's there.
didn't. All of them didn't. And for
So
you
some
to
of them was
ask
just
me, wait,
straight up
wait.
African.
But Toussaint was black as hell though. He
His
French,
mother was
Them
African.
black Europeans always been
but
blacker
he but he would have
than the Africans.
but if the French were white, he would have been light skinned. But he was black as hell. So if he was French and African, why he would have been light skinned?
So are we questioning? Are we questioning now if his father was French?
I'm questioning your line of logic.
All right.
You
I've
said
never got a chance to actually state my. Every time I start talking, Top Cat's got a question. You got something that you want to say.
okay.
I just want to clearly state my claim, and
Okay.
then we can go ahead and get it in.
Okay.
Okay. These people white or black is what you asked me. The people that participated in the Haitian Revolution, got to the island of Haiti through the transatlantic slave trade. They were enslaved. The reason why they had the revolution was because they didn't want to be enslaved anymore. Once again, these people
Now,
are
why they ain't
black.
fighting
One
Africa? Why they
second,
wait till
bro.
they get to
I
Haiti
wasn't
to
finished
decide
yet.
he want
I
to fight
wasn't
now?
That's
They
what
finished
I
just
yet.
fight.
asked.
I wasn't finished yet.
You're right,
I
brother. Go
wasn't
ahead.
finished yet.
You're right.
These people, once again, are black African. How did they get to the island? Through the transatlantic slave trade. After the first excursion, right? And they write this constitution. I said, and I didn't, and I haven't changed. It was political. What Toussaint Louverture is trying to show
Now
is
you
that
did
we're
say that, brother.
organized. All right, I wasn't finished yet.
Okay.
The Constitution, he's trying to show that the island of Haiti is independent. We got a constitution. We willing to pay taxes. You know, man, we gonna operate like a satellite of the French motherland.
What
Why
about
is he
Africa? What
referring?
about
Why is he
Africa?
referring to them as Iberian Frenchmen?
Nigga pulled out a
Because
bazooka.
of that reason. He showed me something in the Constitution. That's why I referenced it.
Correct.
See,
Now let
that
me
is
ask
my
you this
point.
question,
That's my
brother.
point.
But
Yes,
can we
sir. No
factor
problem.
in, Top Cat, can we factor in that Toussaint was supposedly freed according to French records in 1776, and he rose to become a steward or a landowner and an
Right.
accountant and tax him?
I think that's a huge point. And let me ask you this here, brother. When did Africans get into politics, come over here writing constitutions and shit like that? Did they ever have a constitution back at home? Nigga got real smart when he went into slavery, huh?
Like I said, he was educated.
He was educated by who?
I don't know the name of his
By
school or the teacher and
Jesuits.
what type of grades he got.
He
If
was
that's what you
educated by
asking me.
No, I
Jesuits.
ain't asking you what type of grades he got, bro. Obviously, had to be an intelligent person. He writing constitutions and shit. That nigga had that all A's.
Obviously.
Okay, have you ever heard of a African constitution before this, bro? So actually, he should be in history as the first African to write a constitution, right?
Yes, sir.
Well,
being
that Haiti was the second republic that was founded in the West, I guess so.
Okay, that's new Black history. Yeah, put that on your board. A new
America
Black
first,
history clip.
82nd.
Now, brother. I want you to take a look over here at the chalkboard. We want you to focus over here at the chalkboard, brother. This how we do this over here. Are you ready, brother Rob, to learn, to be educated, brother? We're gonna get this colonization up out you. Let's take a look, because you said they came through the transatlantic slave trade, huh? Well, folks, feast your eyes on the chalkboard, brother. All right, turn up, Swood.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, if slavevoyages.org, they were the ones that tracked all of the records, and they tell you the number of Africans. Well, let me go, the slavevoyages.org. When you look at their source, they tell you the number of Africans embarked on boats in 2008. It was 8,000, you can read. So I'm trying to figure out, like, if all of these people that fought in the French military were French Africans, and this is the number of people when they updated in 2018, that would mean this 8,000 would have been dispersed between all of the Caribbean islands. Some would have went to Barbados, Jamaica, Haiti, so on and so forth. So how had all these people in the French military fighting for Haiti when there was only 8,000 of African origin that actually got on the boat and left Africa? Can you answer that one?
So once again, I'm gonna do my best to try to answer your specific question, but let's be very clear. The historical narrative supports the transatlantic slave trade, and then when we are talking about the island of Haiti, we are talking about the sugar trade, and the reason why we know for a fact that these people were Black African was because of the concentration of enslaved people that they had going to the island due to yellow fever and malaria and death. Again, the average uh, life expectancy was 2 years. So they would only probably import, a number of enslaved men to be able to do the work. To try to tie that to a specific number at that time, that would be difficult. Um, we do have primary sources that we can look at, but to say what the number exactly was, that would be difficult.
Okay, I appreciate that. So that still don't answer the question of. So wait, you're saying that enslavedvoyage.org, they're telling you that 8,000 Africans got on boats and left Africa. They don't say where they went. They just said that they got on boats and left Africa. You're saying 8,000 Africans getting on boats and leaving Africa supports the slave trade narrative?
So you're questioning how they got there. That's back because I just answered the same question. You're questioning how the people got to the island of Haiti. That's what you're doing?
No, sir.
All right. So why are you question what's I mean, I did my best. Like I said, I was gonna try to do my best, right? Because I'm hyper focused on this Haitian revolution. To say that the slave trade never, that's a whole nother discussion.
Well,
What I mean?
so let me restate my question. Maybe I didn't say it right. Let me say it this way. This number right here, 8,000 uh 8,285.
Right.
This number represents how many Africans left Africa between 1501 and 1875. Does that support the transatlantic slave trade narrative?
No. I mean, of course, 8,285 people wouldn't support the 4 million people that was liberated after the Civil War. So, no.
Okay. So my question to you is, these folks went and tracked down the actual records, the documented records, the slave manifest, the bill of sale, all of those things that took place, the documentation to illustrate what actually happened.
Okay.
Why would they say this, and why would your narrative be any different? And what makes your narrative
My narrative
stronger than
is
theirs?
not different.
Okay, what
My
makes you
narrative is not different.
what
And to pull a data set to try to throw into question, one of the worst crimes in human history, right? I mean, I'm not familiar with the data set. I would you would have to show me the context in which they got this 8,285. These are questions that are quite simple to answer, right? But
you can go look at the website and read it yourself.
yeah. I mean, but I mean, to throw it into the discussion as to throw into the whole question of the transatlantic slave trade, that's a reach, bro.
It's not a reach. If you're saying that you
Okay,
have
I
if
mean
you're saying
that's what
hold
you're
on, hold
saying.
on.
That's what.
If you're saying you got primary sources, okay, well let's pull up your sources and let's see what your sources say.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, I'm gonna show you one more.
Okay.
So that way
But do you see, like, we getting away from, like I said, how did they get to the island? I said through the
that's what
transatlantic slave trade, and then you said 8,000 wouldn't support the transatlantic slave trade. Does that mean that the people that were fighting in the Haitian Revolution, does that mean that, like, that didn't happen? Do
brother,
you
I'm
see what
too
I mean?
I'm
Like, we getting away from the
are
core argument. The core
you brother
argument is this.
brother,
This
I'm
is my
too
point of contention. One more time. The people who fought in the Haitian Revolution,
we're
right,
African.
were Black African, and they
Okay.
got there through the slave trade.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. If you're saying that these folks are African, but on slave voyages through primary records, they're only finding that 8,000 Africans got on boats and left Africa. How does that support the fact that the French military was African?
The entire French military was not African, bro. And
Okay,
that's you're conflating to try to prove a point. That at the end of the day, me and you both know that
bro,
this is
it's 6 o'clock.
sweeping. It
It's
is
six
a
o'clock. It's
sweeping.
not the
It's
end of
a
the day.
my my fault. I didn't hear you because I was talking.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock. It's not the end of the day.
Oh, so yeah, man. I wanna hyper focus on the Haitian Revolution if we could, right?
Okay.
And
Did the
so
Haitians fight by themselves or
um
did they have help?
I wanna. My fault. I was talking and I didn't hear you talking.
Did they have help or did they fight on their own?
Did they have help?
Yeah, did they get help from anybody else or did the Haitians fight on their own?
They fought on their own.
You crazy. So you mean to tell
Excuse
me
me. At this time, Haiti wasn't in existence. Like they weren't known as Haitians.
Yes, that's
I agree.
exactly. They didn't name it until after the end of it. Okay.
So then, who were the people? Is what
The
Swordfish
people
is
were
asking.
the enslaved that were on the island that fought against the French, the British, and the Spanish.
So when they won the war on the land, how did they win the war on the sea?
It was not fought on the sea. It was fought largely all excursions were largely fought on land.
But if you
They
look
they,
throughout
they held
history,
them off the land. It was a lot of different excursions, but largely they like the detail that you're asking for, right?
hmm
Um, I'm
the
I'm
devil's in the
familiar
details,
with
ain't
that.
it?
I'm familiar with the Haitian Revolution.
You
I'm
sure?
familiar with, huh?
You sure?
Well, I mean,
If you don't
what would you like to know?
if
Because
you don't know if
the
you don't know that they had help,
condescending nature of the question is, I'm starting to take offense to, bro.
well, that's
And
your
like,
problem.
Oh,
I
come
just asked you
on.
a
so you
question.
you
Don't be
talking
soft.
like you know something that I don't know. So
Okay, well let's
go
go
ahead and
back.
say what it is that you gonna teach me right now,
Well, it goes back to the same question that I asked on the screen. If 8,000
bro,
Africans,
bro, bro.
hold on, you asked me to teach you, so I'm gonna teach
You're
you now.
not teaching me shit by talking about
Well,
8,000. I'm
why
support
you cussing?
the
Why you cussing, man?
okay.
I ain't
You're
cussed
not
at you
teaching
yet.
me anything by
Uh,
constantly bringing up the 8,000.
yes, I am, because I'm questioning your line of thinking. If you're saying that 4 million slaves came over on slave
It's a
boats,
that's a
but
fact.
they, but if they only document 8,000 slaves,
Hey,
how
hold
did?
on, hold on, hold on. Show them how you got it. Do it. Walk them through the process on how you got to there.
Oh,
Show them how to work the site.
it gets worse, Chief. It gets worse. I wasn't even gonna go that route, but let's do it then. Since he want to get in his feelings and shit, but I give a fuck about your feelings. So let's do it. All right. Broad region where voyage began. Let's see how many quote unquote Africans
You
got
you
on
you
slave
trying
boat.
you trying to up me with a rudimentary point, bro.
Bro, I don't care what you talking about. We finna just do it. Boom. Let me ask you this, brother. This is documents. This site is built off of documents. We finna walk it down. Let me ask you this. How many, so between 1501 and 1875, only 45,000 Africans got on boats and left Africa? What happened to the 4 million? And the crazy part about it is all these folks ain't African. They African by nationality, but they ain't African by bloodline. How do we know it? Because I just showed you on the other side.
Facts. Because Toussaint Louverture was deported to France, not to Africa.
And this says slaves. Who the hell are these slaves? 5 million slaves left Europe? If you're going to tell me that Africans were taken from Africa to Europe and stored there until they brought them over here to America, then show me the documentation, because I don't know no Pan-African that ever said that. And if you start looking at the laws in England, That shit wasn't even allowed. We know that because of the Stewart and Somerset case in 1772, where the slave took the slave master to court and won their freedom. And the judge said, what was that exact quote?
So, one second, just about the chart. So, Europe, mainland North America, the Caribbean, Spanish mainland America, Brazil, Africa, and then they got these totals, right? So basically, they are talking about trips, or they talking about people in this data set.
They talking about the region where a number of people got on boats and left.
And so what they're saying is, in Europe in 1776, right, 1.2 million people left Europe and ended up where?
We don't know. It just tells you how many slaves got on boat and left.
So slaves, so everything that we see, all these numbers, these are all enslaved people.
Yes.
So it was enslaved people that was leaving. So 72,695. This is mainland North America, right? 72,000. They left America and went where?
Ooh, you ask really good questions, brother. Let's see. Let's go to broad region disembarkation. We know some went to Africa. There's 3 times more people that went to Africa than that left. The Europeans wrote about this. Would you like for me to show you that?
Nah, I want the transatlantic slave trade database.
This is it. Transatlantic.
All right. No, keep going. My fault.
Hey, it don't get more primary than this. It do not get more primary than this, especially when you talking about the slave trade.
My fault. I'm just opening a tab on my computer, and I'm about to get on the site with you, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Play around with the filters. That's how I figured it out. Just play around with the filters. What really caught my attention was this right here.
Can I ask a question? And I don't want it. I don't think it's a. I hope it's not a dumb question. But at this time, to Song of Overture, he wrote the Constitution in 1801, and it's obviously that he's free. And this was during or the tip-off of the Haitian Revolution. It's in progress. He was deported to France in 1802, and he died there in 1803. So he didn't really see the results of all of the war that he put in. Now, he was trying to free as Brother Rob says, the Africans there. But what is also shown is that he had the means and the access. Why didn't he just put the Africans on the boat and send them back to Africa?
Exactly. Why is it that the African spirituality is called Santa Maria, but that's also the name of a slave boat? Doesn't make no sense, man. If I'm from Africa, that would have been the first
I'm
place.
on the website, and
Santerra, not Santeria.
I wanna see how did you get to before this voyages and vessels, before you pop this on the screen, right? how did you get to where you showed me the 82? What was it? 8265, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
you would,
is it any way that you can navigate back to that screen?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
So you would go to understanding the database.
All right. Let me go to home real quick. Understanding the database. Uh-huh.
hmm And then you would click on data variables.
Data variables.
hmm
Okay.
And there you go.
All right. And I'm just perusing the website.
hmm
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to stop your build, brother. So whatever it is that you was building on, please continue. I'm just looking at the website and trying to understand a little better.
Yeah, no,
See?
that's all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all good, bro.
yeah, yes, all good. Let me show you one more thing. I want to prove to you that the Indians was over there in Africa. So let me see.
Hey, hold up. 1 second, 1 second. Nah, this is a teaching
Oh,
moment.
okay,
Hey, do me a favor, fam. Go back to the screen. Pull it back up on there.
okay.
This is what we want to do. Since he want to learn, and he pulled his site up, walk him through the site and show him how to get to what he need to get the information, because for some reason he needs to see it for himself. And so I think it'd be good if we started who is slave voyages, and how did this come about, what made them want to put this together. Let's start there, and then work our way back to the numbers. But yeah,
hmm
take him to the about section and break down basically what it's about, who these people are. And right now this is who they are sourcing. So if you go into these historical societies or anything like that, these schools, John Hopkins, these are the people that they're sourcing. These museums, they're sourcing slave voyage, fam. So this would be a Pan African's dream, best weapon, But what happens is there you go, we on the methodology. So we're gonna walk you through the methodology and how this shit here was put together. You feel me, Rob? Now, Rob, I want you to go to the same page. So Sword, make sure he follow you. You're on the same page so you can make sure he understand what's going on. So brother Rob, if you don't mind following along, show him how to get to where you at and walk with him. I'm finna go get something to drink. I'm tired. I'm over here working out. Ladies, don't go crazy, okay? No, I'm over here working out. I done broke a sweat. Yeah, look at it. They finna go crazy. Oh, yeah, y'all better come get a book tomorrow. I don't want to hear it. All right, now turn up.
Yeah, no, it's just they pretty much did the homework for us. In which I get it. You trust or verify, but basically they instituted a project, and the project is what you see today on slavevoyages.org. This man right here is the head of the project, and he did it under Emory University banner. And he hired two people, one man, one woman. Can't remember their name, but you'll see them as you kind of walk throughout the website. But when you get a chance, kind of read this. And another page that I think you definitely want to check out is classification of a transatlantic slave trade voyage. You'll read some interesting stuff in here, especially in this paragraph right here. And he basically tells people that, this story didn't happen like they said it did. So this is classification as a transatlantic slave trade voyage, and it's the second paragraph. So you read that, and that'll kind of reshape your thinking, if you will. If you want to fact check the sources, you can go down to the bottom, click on the sources. They got some pretty good sources in here. They check archives here in America. They check the archives in Spain and Portugal and France and Colombia and Peru, Brazil. They was checking archives all over the place. So you got 32 pages worth of sources, and each page I think has like 20 to 30 sources on each page. But yeah, you got quite a few sources to kind of go through to get a good idea of how they built this project. But they did their homework with this, man. They really did their homework. So I use this as a way of figuring out what books to go read, so that way I can see if I come to the same conclusion that they did. And so far, they ain't let me down. So they practically went and dug in the archives and pulled all of the information together and put it together in the website that we see today, which is this. So,
You know,
but,
I was looking at the website and that same data set where you said number of Africans embarked reported, and then it is 82, 85. I said 65. Then I also noticed it says number of Africans disembarked reported 18,346. But the number with that 8,000 would even go down further if you looked at it where it says voyages reporting number of Africans died on board 6,459. So you would actually have to subtract that number from the 8,285 to really get a solid number on how many actually made it.
Right. I agree.
But at the top of that data set, though, it says number of slave voyages in data set, and it says 36,002. And so I mean, I'm just assuming that those voyages had at least 10, each voyage. Would you say that's a safe number to go with?
No, sir. And he talks about that. He talks about that on this classification tab, because he was saying that that's the common thought process. If you take the approximate number and divide it by the number of voyages, then does that equate to the amount of slaves?
My fault. You said he clarified that where?
I think it was in this tab, classification as a translate.
Classifications.
Over here on the right. I'm on the left. My bad. I think it was this one.
Oh, my fault. I'm looking at the website. Classifications. All right, I see.
Brother Swordfish, where it says inferring places of trade, right? Did you click that? Okay. Because oftentimes when they talk about how much cargo goods were sent over to England or over to Africa, and again, here we have the General Toussaint L'Ouverture, who fought for the Haitian Revolution. The idea was to be free, and according to the narrative, to free Africans. So they're sending goods over. Why didn't they ever send Africans back over? Because that was the point of liberté.
Yeah. And the only reason I say that as well, bro Rob. Yeah, bro Rob.
Don't call me late for dinner, bro.
No. I want to make sure I got your name right, Yeah.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah, some of the boats, they only had like produce and commodities and stuff like that. So that was the only reason why I said, like, I can see how somebody would come to that conclusion, but we would be leaving out the fact that some boats just had commodities and stuff that they were trading.
So can we infer that the majority of the people were not of African descent, they were indigenous? Because it seems like if they're going to fight this revolution to be free, why not go home? If ships are going every day or daily, or let's say weekly, with cargoes, I mean, why wouldn't they jump on the ship and go home? We don't hear about that. So that's what I was saying, Brother Rob, in terms of the Arawakan people that were there who fought this revolution.
Yeah, I mean, again, sis, we gonna agree, we gonna disagree on that. Uh, I have not seen any source that could substantiate that by far and large, the Arawak people are the people who fought in the Haitian Revolution.
So, what were the Arawakan people doing when this fighting was going on? I mean, what were they doing? Just chilling?
I mean,
When
again,
because this is their land and their territory.
I told you earlier that I am not supremely familiar with the indigenous people of these lands' history.
Mm-hmm.
The
That's fair.
the Taino and the Arawak. I'm not familiar with their history, so I wouldn't know what they were doing during the Haitian Revolution.
So there's
But
a
they
war
wasn't
going on
fighting
in
though.
Chicago,
My fault.
and it says
My
so.
fault. I had
So
heard Chicago. My bad.
you live in Chi-Town?
That's where I live.
Okay, so let's say the Ukrainians come over here and they fight this war against the people who live in Chi-Town, the natives of Chi-Town, right? There's this war going on, right? You just what? What are you doing?
So Ukrainians have come to Chicago to fight us, to fight
No,
Chicagoans.
it was an example. Maybe it was a poor one, but what I'm saying is it would be as if Ukrainians came to your neighborhood, to your block, right? And you claiming that they brought a whole group of people over there and they're fighting these people on this block in this area. What are you doing? You're not fighting
Yeah,
because the indigenous people.
of course, I would be fighting, but
Okay,
but
that was my
but
question.
yeah, and I mean, you asking me a question, right? I was hoping that maybe you could tell me, you know what I mean? Because like I I don't have any sources for what the Arawak people were doing, or the Taino people for that matter were doing during the Haitian Revolution.
Well, that was their land, so like you said, you would be fighting. They would be fighting too.
That's a
If war
I
is
mean
going on in their
I would just say
territory,
that
in one chiefdom,
that's common sense, I guess. You
yes,
know,
in one
if these
chiefdom, you
people,
had 21 nations of Taino.
but
In
like the
Nicaragua,
Taino and the Arawak, they didn't fight the French. They didn't fight.
yeah, that's who
I
were they
mean, I'm
fighting in
talking
the
about
Haitian
before the Haitian
Revolution?
Revolution. Before the Haitian Revolution.
Yes, yes.
What's the name? What's the name of the war?
The war against the Haragua territory, the war against the Managua territory, the Indian wars. I mean,
I man,
White Kaima.
I was just about to
Hmm.
again. I forgive me for my ignorance with Arawak culture and history.
No, it's all good.
Hey, somebody was trying to help you out, bro, Rob. Uh, old. If y'all look
Go
in the
on
private
the
chat,
methodology page. Yeah,
yeah, I just pulled it up. I don't know if you want to do that, but that's fine.
yeah, I'm under there right now. And then I happen to
Mm-hmm.
I happen to try to speed read through it, but then I had stopped because I was chopping it up with sis.
No, it's all good.
But hey, you better believe that Top Cats will tell you I'm gonna read through the website.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try to be as thorough as I can. And
Mm-hmm.
then the next time that we talk, we can really talk about this website. I was primarily talking about the Haitian Revolution. Maybe I don't come off as somebody who knows a whole lot about it, but I would say I'm familiar with it somewhat.
Nah, I know you're familiar with it. It's just you fell for the same trap that everybody fall for. They label these folks as Africans, but ain't nothing African about them, and that's why
Nothing, nothing,
ain't nothing African about them.
nothing.
Nothing.
Wow.
How you practice
That's where the rebel. So again, that is the point of contention again. That is
I
it.
agree.
Yeah, and
I
you
agree.
know, I was hoping that I could get a source to substantiate y'all claim that the men that fought in the Haitian Revolution were Arawak. It can't be an inference for me. It would need I would need some type of primary source or a really good secondary source to make that argument, to make it make plain to me, because that is it historically speaking, that's an extreme claim.
Well, we proved to you today that Toussaint wasn't. He was French.
That I knew that his father was French. I knew that he had French blood, and I told you the reason why he wrote the Constitution. That has not changed in my mind. It
And what
was
was that reason?
political. It was political.
What do you mean political?
Again, I restate the same thing I said earlier.
Okay.
He was trying to show France that they were going to be independent and that they were organized already.
Mm-hmm.
But see,
And
by
so
this
that's why he
time,
wrote the Constitution.
Toussaint had already traveled to Haiti. And see, he was cutting side deals. And that Constitution was written in 1801. So he died really before 1804 when Haiti became a black republic. So that Constitution was really out the door. When he got deported in 1802 and deported to France, not to Africa, that Constitution was like done. Dessalines stepped in and he wrote the
But
Constitution.
he
And then
didn't.
right after that, Pétion came, and then Christophe. They, Haiti flipped presidents and generals often, and their constitution flipped a lot. And so when you bring it up to the 1900s, you have United States going in there, but it was all about Haiti being their bank. You know what I'm saying, for their cash crops. Okay, so again, here you have Toussaint L'Ouverture, who has money, who's been to France, who has a business of trade going back and forth. So he's dealing with ships. He's dealing with disembarkation. You see what I'm saying? Why didn't he put Africans on the ship to sail them back to Africa? Because that was the point of the revolution. It was to get free. Where are these Africans that are free now? And he was
Just
free from 1776. So I mean, at that point, he was doing business from 1776. Okay, so at that point, that was before the Haitian revolutions popped off, because it didn't pop off until Bois Caiman in 1791. So at this point, why isn't he sneaking and sending Africans back to Africa? That was the point, because the majority of the people were Arawak and they were already home. And that Constitution, if you read his Constitution and Dessalines' Constitution, it speaks to that. Oh, Brother Rob, one more question. Do you teach? Are you a teacher?
yes,
What grade level do you teach?
I teach juniors and seniors in high school.
And what subject do you teach, sir?
I teach U.S. history, consumer ed, and world studies.
Interesting. Can I offer an idea or a suggestion? Since you do juniors and seniors, do they take French in school?
If they took
Spanish?
French, they would have taken it before they got to me.
Okay. Well, if they took French or Spanish, maybe you can organize a senior trip or junior senior trip as part of a lesson and visit Haiti and Dominican Republic and look at the history there. Go to these places. Okay.
The Dominican Republic.
Yes, go to both, because at this time during the quote unquote Haitian Revolution, it was Quisqueya or Haiti. It wasn't Hispaniola. It wasn't Haiti or Dominican Republic. And I suggest that as a history teacher of American history, that you go there, to both islands. Take a trip there.
I would love
Because
to, man. That
yeah,
sounds great.
because
I
we
would love
want
to.
the youth coming up to have the correct information.
So, although I teach history, right, I don't teach them what to think. I teach how to think. You know what I'm saying? And so I might teach history, but I'm not teaching history per se. I'm teaching how to do research. I'm teaching how to discover the audience that the writer is writing to. Why is he writing this?
I agree.
That's what I teach. I teach the why. I don't teach history like a bunch of dates and names and stuff. I don't. That's not how my class is structured.
I understand. I used to teach, and it wasn't until I realized that I was a facilitator,
Hmm.
then I really became a quote unquote teacher
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I
That's
learned much
exactly.
from
Sis.
this.
I
I
asked them
learned a
what
lot
they
from the
want to learn.
students.
I asked them what they want to learn, and then I model. The first couple of months, I model how to do research, how to pick primary sources, how to use Wikipedia, not as a source, but as a place to go and get, sources, references.
Right.
Um, um,
That's
Google
right.
is your friend, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't teach them what to think, I teach them how to think.
Excellent. So, with that, organize a trip to Haiti or a Dominican Republic, to the
Man.
Caribbean, to different places in the United States, down to Mississippi, Alabama, that area where a lot of the Natchez were actually sent to Haiti during the time of the revolution, so they can see firsthand sources.
You see that, bro, Rob?
Yes, sir. Looking at the screen now.
Hmm. So you would have to prove to me that these folks are African. This book was written in 1666, and
What's
it
the name of the
says
book?
these islands are inhabited by 4 different nations, whereof the first are the indigene or originary inhabitants, who have lived there time out of mind, and these are the Caribbeans or cannibals, of whom we shall give a perfect account in the second book of this history. The other 3 are the English, the French, and the Dutch. The establishment of these foreign nations in those parts happened about the year of our Lord, 1625, blah, 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 blah. So this is what the Europeans were saying at that time in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Uh,
What's the name of the book?
yeah, I'm gonna go back and get it to you.
Oh, my bad.
No, no, it's all good. It's all good. There we go.
The history of the. All right. Let me 1 second. I just need to because I love dealing with primaries. I
Hmm.
love dealing with primaries.
Hmm.
The history of the Caribbean islands. And you wouldn't happen to know the author, would you?
Yeah, John
Well,
Davies.
yeah. Are you sure that he's not just the translator? He's the author.
You can go find that out.
Very good, brother.
Hmm. I got one last one for you. See that one?
Yeah, Library of Congress. I said Barbados.
Hmm.
All right.
This book was written in 1769. I can't give you this source, but you can see it. The number of Negro slaves bartered for in 1 year in 1768 on the coast of Africa from Cape Blanco, which is Mauritius, to Rio Congo, the Congo River, by the different European nations amount to as follows: Great Britain, British Americans, France, Holland, Portugal, and Denmark. Um, in all, 104,000 bought by barter for European and who? Indian manufacturers. Nobody ever told us the Indians was over there in Africa. How much did they buy them for? 151 sterling. Yeah, man.
I'm not sure what you were trying to show with that source. I didn't catch it.
No one ever told us that Indians was over there in Africa, and that source showed you. They were bartering slaves on the coast of Africa. Who are these people? European nations and Indian manufacturers. Nobody ever told us the
Why were
Indians.
they bartering Africans?
Well, that's for you to go and find out.
That's for me. You're not going. Okay, bro. All right, all
Be a
good.
project for your juniors and seniors.
Nah, it ain't no. It's clear. But
The only thing I was trying to illustrate was that nobody ever told us about Indians being over there in Africa, because they told us that all the Indians were killed before the 1600s. So why would Europeans writing about the Indians being in Africa bartering slaves 150 years later?
What Indians are they referring to?
Well, India didn't get its name until the 1900s. So you tell me.
I asked a question. I can't.
They came to the 1900s.
No question.
Yeah,
Thinking maybe your answer.
The country India today didn't get their name until the 1900s. So who were they talking about in 1769?
That sounds like the question I just asked you.
I don't know. Maybe they was talking about the Indians over here. Who else would the Europeans be teaming up with over there doing business?
Because at that time, the Indians over here were referred to as Los Indios. So if you look at those maps on the countries that he just showed you, it would show Los Indios for those nations that he just showed you. And India, again, like Brother Swordfish said, didn't exist at that time. It was Hindustan. Brother Rob,
Yes.
I don't know if you write curriculum, if you started writing your lesson plans, but you're gonna have a lot of new things to add.
Yeah, I got the first month kind of planned out. So I got like 6 assessments that I'm gonna do off of they clone Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna try to make sure that I do something that's fun, but then teaching at the same time. So I got about a month of school already planned.
Maybe
So
you
I'm
could call it "Who Cloned the Haitian Revolution."
man, sis, I mean, I'm just not sure, if you heard me earlier. I really do. I would like to have some type of documentation, some type of fact to go on, some type of source to go on to prove that the men who fought in the Haitian Revolution are Arawak. That I mean, I wish you had one. You know what I mean?
Well, we would actually need a source from you, brother.
Oh, I got man, I said I got one, and then we moved on.
This is
You
what
know what
they
I'm saying? I
said.
got sources. It's sources
showed you
that's not a problem.
He said John Davies said when he was there, on his trip, If you read the book, he'll talk about how he came over here. This is who he saw: indigenous or originary inhabitants who have lived there time out of mind. That means forever. He also saw the English, the French, and the Dutch. He didn't see no Africans, or else he would have listed them. So you would have to prove that anybody, any of these folks, like who were they? Who were these Africans? And this was in the 1600s.
The Haitian Revolution happened, 1791, right? Like you
I
know
agree.
what I'm saying? Right. So we talking a large sploof of history. Like, man, that's a big jump. You from the 1600s to 1791.
I agree.
Okay. And I know that people be saying that a lot of people are mislabeled and all of this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
Mm-hmm.
so I'm just trying to find I'm just trying to find something that I be able to quote to you, and this will be a primary source.
Okay.
It was a Jamaican planter, and his name was Brian Edwards, and he was a first-hand observer of the events of 1791, and he states the slaves that resisted were unorganized and new from Africa. It's a first-hand account. It's just that's why I'm like, man, I don't understand how, like, if I can show my screen if you want me to show the
What was his name? Was it Bartholomew?
no, let me go back to it. His name was Brian, Bryan Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a first-hand account.
Yeah, go ahead and pull it up.
The University of Miami. That's where the first-hand account. The young man's name is called Resistance and the Haitian Revolution, and the young man was writing for his PhD, and so that's where I pulled the primary source from.
Okay.
Okay, and so that source is just you're using that to state what, that the
Yes, ma'am.
Arawakan
Yes,
weren't
ma'am.
there.
That's, man, very good question. To state what, right? I am going with a primary source. Now, I'm not trying to be funny just for the listening audience. A primary source is somebody who is literally there and they are writing a first-hand account of what happened. That is the difference between a primary and a secondary source.
Brother Rob, I get that. What I'm asking you though is you're mentioning this source from this person that claims it to be a
You
primary source to state that Arawakan people were not there or were not part of the Haitian Revolution.
Now, he didn't say that Arawak people wasn't there, right? But what he is saying, right? What he is saying is that this is me just reading it. I ain't trying to be funny. Jamaican planter Brian Edwards, a first-hand observer of the events of 1791, states the slaves that resisted were unorganized and new from Africa. It is indeed true that Negro rebellions have heretofore arisen in this and other islands in the West Indies, to which no such exciting cause contributed, but is equally certain that those rebellions always originated among the newly imported Negroes.
Okay, but Negroes is just mean the color black. It doesn't
No,
mean
no,
that
ma'am,
they
no,
were
ma'am, no, ma'am,
imported
no,
from
ma'am, no, ma'am,
Africa.
no, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Because
Earlier, he said, states the slaves that resisted were unorganized and new from Africa. And
okay,
he's
so
just stating Negro. He's
those
just stating,
particular ones were unorganized because they were from Africa and didn't know the terrain. That doesn't mean every person that was so-called slave that fought in the Haitian Revolution was from Africa. He made mention
so,
and he noticed that these ones right here that are new from Africa, they unorganized. And that would make sense because they wouldn't know the terrain.
so what I'm going to ask, because he asked for me to source up. So what I'm going to ask from you once again, can you give me a first hand account
Can you pull it up on the
of
screen?
any? Yes.
I cannot pull it up on
It
the
sounds
screen,
like somebody that quoted from him.
but I can give you a
Like I
first-hand
like I
account.
said earlier, the
Did
young
he
man
write
was
that?
writing for his PhD.
Oh, and he quoted.
Okay,
Okay.
And
so
he pulled a direct quote from a diary,
You went
and
and read it?
he
Did you go read it?
okay, so I can give you first-hand accounts. La
the
Casas,
entire diary
Bartolome
I
de la
didn't.
Casas,
But you did read
Bartolome
that
de
Now,
la
part?
Casas. Okay,
and
in his
so
book
can you see my screen?
Previsinia
Nah, I
Relación
think Chief got to do
de la
something.
Distorsión de las
Okay.
Indias, he has an account. Odette Roy Fombrun, History of My Country, Haiti. Charles Emile Barron, he wrote this in 1854, The History of the Cacique of Haiti. Okay, so this is what he's writing about the history of the chiefs of Haiti in 1854 is when this was written. So those are some first-hand accounts.
Okay. 1854 would be outside of the range for first-hand accounts.
Well, he's writing the history of the Cacique people from what they've written, and what they accounted as to what has happened on the island. And so, and this is not just in Haiti, but this is also including Dominican Republic.
Hey, I can't see your screen. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I can see it on my end.
Oh, damn, Chief done left.
Let me see.
Hey,
Let me
Chief,
stop.
can you let the brother share screen, Chief?
Yeah, I was trying again. I was having trouble. That's why I just made myself go out and come back in. So try it now. Damn, that's some cold shit. So on my end, it's showing that it's showing. Oh, it's loading. Is it up on your screen, Rob? Because
Yeah,
even
I can
from my
see it. I
end,
can
you
see
have
it.
a
Yeah,
white
I can see
screen.
it on StreamYards, but I can't see it on the
See, on
YouTube.
even on mine, while I'm looking at it, it's just a white screen. All right, try
Yeah, I
it one
can't see
more
it now.
time. Yeah, nothing. I can't even. It's just a white screen, so I don't know if it's my connection. So I went out and came back in. So let's try it again. But StreamYard been horrible, man. I need to move to another joint. All
So
right, let's try one
this,
more time.
Brother Rob, this source that was written when?
1791.
Who? Okay, and it was quoted when?
Let me go. I can Let me break it down.
Hey, how about this? Can you put it in the back
And
chat?
he wrote
Can y'all see it? My
this.
bad. Can y'all see it? Y'all looking at it?
No,
Nah,
I
I
can't
can't see
see it.
All
nothing.
right. Yeah, I think it's maybe mine. Can you drop it in the back chat, in the private chat, and then I try to pull it up.
Count of insurrection Negroes. Um, at
Maybe
the
we can
bottom
see
of my
it.
screen, I'm looking for the year that this young man wrote. So this is him writing for his
Yeah, but we want to
PhD.
see it, man. That's
yeah,
my bad. See right
and
now how y'all see how I just
he
moved it
got
over and
his
put the
he
book
got
up. His screen's supposed to be up.
references
Mm-hmm.
Can you drop
listed.
it in the
So
private chat, Rob,
this
and then
B
I'll try to
dot
see if it'll let me
account
put
of
it up.
insurrection of Negroes in Saint Domingue. That is the diary that I was talking about. That B dot, I have not read the diary. I have not been able to lay my eyes on the diary. All right.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
All right. But I'm just telling you that's where the quote came from. It came out of the diary.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, um, I can't pull this up on the screen, but again, this source is from 1854, and it's not 1791. But it seems like it is a first-hand source it, because it was written in 1854, and it's the history of the Cacique of Haiti. So it tells you about what these chieftains were doing and their breakdown of their history. And then on the other end, which is way before the Haitian Revolution, but it gives you an idea of what was going
So
on with.
one thing I did want to say was that it looks like we do agree. I mean, what you were saying earlier about how Verdun was kind of like built on top of Korean religions. You know, he does make reference right here where he says a Creole language and religion of Verdun were built on the Korean religions and gathering the Caribbean. So that does add validity to the point that you were making. It doesn't take away from the fact that Verdun was built in. You see what I mean? Or built on top. Does that make sense?
Not really, but
All right. So if I can
because
say it either way,
because earlier you mentioned that there
Hey,
were
bro,
probably
you breaking up, bro, Rob.
earlier you made mention when Brother Sorfus was showing you the slave voyages, and you estimated that it could be about 10 persons per voyage, right? Now, what it didn't show and what we don't have an accounting of is where they landed. So let's just say that let's say there's like 20 voyages that landed in Haiti, just for the sake of this point. And it was 10 per ship, okay? So you're saying that these few numbers of Africans comprised of the total Haitian Revolution that was fought. Oh, snap, he's not in here. Hello?
Peace, peace.
Right, Brother Rob, he got dropped off the call.
Peace, peace. Anybody hear me?
Peace, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, I want to ask you, guys, since y'all talking about this slavery down in the Caribbean and shit. So, with these British that was coming in and so-called bringing these African slaves to those isles down there, were those pale skinned British and Englishmen, or were those the Negro or melanated ones that was enslaving so-called Africans on the in the Caribbeans down there? Anyone?
Y'all all right? Hey, Trip the Ghost. What's up, Trip the Ghost, man? I seen you had came up, bro. And then you ducked off. What you had for us, family? Pull up. I seen the homie Trip the Ghost had came up. I don't know if that was his first time building with us. Brother Wale, are you still with us? Brother Wale said I got caught.
Yeah, man. I'm in here. I was
Peace, peace.
dicing up.
Ooh, and got an attitude.
Yeah, I was dicing
Oh,
up some peppers and stuff. I'm cooking
you
dinner.
say you doing what? Was you cooking?
Yeah, I dice up some peppers and some onions and stuff for the pot.
Okay, what you mixing together for the night?
Yeah, just some pasta and fish.
Pasta and fish. You keep the bones in your fish?
Yeah.
You do?
Sometimes I just chew them right up.
Keep the head on it?
No, I don't bother with that part.
Do you catch your own fish?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. So what you said? Have you been following the conversation that was just going on?
To a degree, yeah. And the guy was talking about mostly the Haitian Revolution, but on the honest tip, I learned my history lesson from George Floyd. You ever heard of George Floyd?
No.
Yeah, man, the guy that got choked out by some guy over there, policeman.
Right. I'm from Houston. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I'm familiar.
He taught me something about history that hasn't changed my mind yet.
And what was that?
For the first 2 months, all the official records and all the official sources said that George Floyd died from a drug overdose until we saw the video. And then once we saw the video, we realized that those 6 police officers who signed affidavits or whatever they signed talking about this is the true number, and all the rest of that historical fact stuff. So for 2 months, historical facts said that George Floyd died from a drug overdose. And if we had not seen the video, guess what? That's history. So when I found out history is just a matter of who lie and who get away with it, history, man. I don't even bother with history no more.
No, you ran the books though, bro. You can't say that. You ran the books though.
Yeah, I read all that stuff.
All right, you can't say that. History is all a mess. So you gonna get are you giving back refunds for everybody that came in there and you sold the book to? Because after not a bookstore owner who
I read books too, man.
You even put MacBooks and teach niggas how to pimp on the bitch in there and say he'll get caught. We gonna let this bring him in, but then we can show him all the other stuff. Right? That's what you said. So for years, you doing this, and now you come out and say, "Oh, that shit, I don't believe none of this shit." but you
No, no,
actually sold these people these books and wanted them to believe it is true.
no. I didn't want them to believe nothing. They asked for books, and I would supply them with books.
Nah, that's
I didn't
wrong,
tell
man.
no.
You
I
wrong
didn't
for
never
that.
push. No, I don't push. I'm not a proselytizer. I don't push nothing. I offer some idea. If you know if you want to argue with it, that's you. I don't argue. So
So
there you
so
go.
when we so even with the this situation, the French not the French, the Haitian
Mm-hmm.
revolution. What was your thoughts on that, brother Wiley? You say you don't believe none of that. Did you used to believe it?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't get up into it too much, this historical account thing, because okay, in 2000, I mean 1802, the man sent the letter to the Queen of England. In 1804, the Queen of England abolished the slavery trade, officially. In 1806 or something, this Haitian thing kicked off. It's all in line with there was a wave. I'm thinking kind of internationally because there was thing kicking off in America too, and in South America, where
Correct.
making all these kind of rebellions or trying to take their shit over.
Right,
They
Mm-hmm.
right. So we
they
see
had
Louisiana popping at the same time, right?
there
We
we
see
go.
Exactly.
Now you
Georgia. We
feel me.
see because
Now
the
you feel me.
Louisiana Purchase was 1803, so niggas
Right.
had to fight for that. So
So
then
there
we
you
go
go.
into 1807 with the Federal Road. Then we go into the 1811 with the Red Stick Wars, or what you'll call the Civil War that was fought down there with this new established 5 civilized tribes. Well, you had pushback with that. So you also had the Barbary Wars going on with the naval bases too. All this shit was to lock up the coastal ports. And so
Mm-hmm.
at that time, before then, the previous wars for the last 200 years, they had been trying to get down into Spain, into Florida, Spanish Florida. I mean, I said Spain, into down into La Florida, and their ports were in the Carolinas, so that's where that back and forth beef, which they ended with the Casati went to sign the Treaty of New York in 1790. Mixed race Casati, let me add, his dad was LaShawn McGilvery, and they were behind a lot of the treaties because he was with the Forbes company, and they end up taking a lot of land. They were the benefactors of a lot of that land that went through some of them treaties that went on down there. And but I say that to say, yeah, you correct on when that took place. There was a lot going on here in Americas as well, and I think that's the part that we missing. It's not a that because see through this story, what's been
Mm-hmm.
African slave.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't never went after the niggas who profited off of this whole situation. That's why
Mm-hmm.
when we're seeing the names and the companies and different things, it sound different. It sound different and it's way more logical than what's been highlighted. The slave that nobody can't find a descendant of, ancestor. Nobody know their ancestors, nobody know their tribe, and then you gotta wake up and say, "Come on, man, something." We see what's happening. Even you can point out that, well, while that's taking place, that shit they fighting over here, they fighting over there, they fighting over there at the same time. So yeah, it just don't make no sense. And then the numbers don't help you guys because when we go look for all of these missing people, nobody in the world seems to know what happened to them. And it's almost like you've been chasing a ghost. You've been taught to chase a ghost, bro. And that's why that Black European was the coldest drop in the game because
Mm-hmm.
now you can't hide behind this white boy story. Like I said, niggas wrote white folks in the story. They wrote them in there and they hid behind them and even bred out their lineage to hide the crimes of humanity that they committed. And they wrote the story and wrote themselves as the heroes, goddamn it.
Well, that part that you just mentioned, Top Cat, about the Louisiana Purchase in Haiti, because that was one of the deals that Toussaint Louverture
Right.
and was making with the United States, or the British at this time, or excuse me, not the British, the French at this time, in terms of the Louisiana Purchase. So actually, he kind of sold out. Well, he's
No,
lauded
say it.
as
No, it's
this.
okay. You can say it.
No, he's lauded as this great person, but he really sold out the indigenous people of the United States. You know what I'm saying? Because all that territory that was that land that was uh, taken and stolen in this contract, they had to remove the Indians from that area, and some of them incidentally were sent down into Haiti, and Dessalines, I believe, made a call for them to come down because he knew how well they fought, you know. And so he was cutting deals all the time, even with Frederick Douglass, as an ambassador, they were making deals. So a lot of that is not added into the account of the Haitian Revolution. And then that source that Brother Rob was mentioning, I had looked it up briefly. And this planter, his name is Brian Edwards, like he said. And the story goes that when the news of the slave revolt, and at this time they were calling it San Domingue, reached the neighboring island of Jamaica in September 1791. Okay, and I just want to back up. Waikaima happened in August of 1791. Okay, Brian Edwards was an influential Jamaican planter. He was a master of thousands of acres and hundreds of quote-unquote slaves. Governor Effingham, responding to requests for assistance, immediately sent warships and aid to the French colony, and Brian Edwards was included in the mission. Edwards saw horrific scenes, and in the following year, 1792, he went to Britain, published 2 books about the Caribbean. This Jack became a member of Parliament and tried to convince the MPs.
Big money, nigga.
Tried to convince the MPs that too much talk about the abolition of the slave trade would encourage revolts in the British colony. So, he went over there and was like, look, or he wrote these books or this propaganda to kind of like stop the quote unquote Haitian Revolution. So I'm pretty sure in his diary, he really put 100 on 10, in terms of what he was seeing. And what was interesting at this time is that the British slave trade was still going on, supposedly throughout Africa. So it's interesting that he, according to what Brother Rob said, that this person, the student who wrote his thesis, included that the planter wrote about Africans and then later mentioned Negroes. So it seems like a lot of fluff, But I haven't read that book. I found the source on JSTOR.org. It cites that. And apparently this narrative about the Haitian Revolution that Brian Edwards wrote is on pages 44 to 57. And there's somebody else's name on here, Owen M. Boulay, that supposedly quotes that or narrates that. And Brother Rob is back.
Brother Rob is back, and he got his glasses on now, so he can see.
Yes, sir. I can see clearly now, good brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Look at the chalkboard. Let's test them eyes out real quick. We have the code Nord right here, or what they call the black codes. A 1685 in Haiti. Are you familiar, Brother Rob?
My fault, couldn't get to the mute button quick enough. I never knew the name per se, but I am somewhat familiar
with the black codes, the black codes of Haiti in 1685. Well, all right. So you had the edicts of Louis, which would expel the Huguenots from France and a lot of these other places. They'll flee to different colonies. So you had the very first article expels all Jews from the colonies. Jews played a significant but hardly dominant role in Dutch colonies of the Caribbean region, but were not allowed to own property or slaves in French colonies. The edict also insisted that that all slaves be instructed as Catholics and not as Protestants, right? Because the Jews and the Huguenots were pushing that Protestant line. They ain't fuck with the Catholics, 1517. And John Calvinist, that was 30-year war. For the most part, the concentrated on defining the conditions of slavery, passing the condition through the mother and not the father, and establishing harsh control over the conduct of those enslaved. Slaves had virtually no rights, though the code did enjoin masters to take care of sick and old. Now, Jews will be expelled out of this colony. Brother Rob, can you help me once Columbus left Spain, they went directly where they ended up in Haiti, correct?
As far as I know, yes, sir. Now
Okay,
the young lady, she had called the island something else earlier, but
hold on. Last to that. So right here, this day, in Jewish history, 1803, Cold War, black and Jews began to fight for rights. See, these Jews there, they're not saying the people that left Spain with Columbus, including Columbus, was also niggas. So you had a Jewish presence there as well in Haiti since the time of Columbus, or the so-called, what they called later in history, the Spanish leaving that area and coming there. They got their ass put out. All right. That you also had this code in Louisiana as well. And so that's why right here in 1803, Louisiana Purchase ended it, the Black Code, a French decree instituted to govern slaves and free persons of color, which outlawed Jews from our French colonies. All right. So we see the politics from Haiti, also the same politics that took place down in Louisiana, where we see the French right. So that's another person. So we're gonna have to add those black people in the story too, because I know we speaking about I heard you speak about the Arawak and the Taino. Well, I want you to also add the black Jews in there as well. They came there with Columbus and settled on that island and was put out under the black codes. All right. So I want you to add that in there. So now we can see how many Africans we can fit on the island, because there's a lot going on right now, if you know what I mean.
Wow. Can I add on to that,
Yes,
please?
ma'am.
Okay, so remember the name that I mentioned, Owen Boulay, when he was talking about Brian Edwards in the books that he wrote? Okay, this was written for the Royal Society. And what he wrote as a part of the Department of History of Virginia State University was a summary. Brian Edwards was a Jamaican planner and a politician who published a well-respected History of the West Indies in 1793. So again, when it mentioned that, he went over to Britain and he was appointed as part of the Parliament, and he wrote 2 books. Okay, so he articulated the planner view concerning the value of the West Indies colonies to Great Britain. Okay, and it's no surprise because he's now a part of Great Britain in terms of Parliament, and he opposed the abolition of the slave trade. Edwards disputed European scientific speculation that the New World environment retarded nature, although his scientific interests have largely gone unnoticed. He was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society in 1794, which makes sense as to why he would oppose the quote unquote slave trade. He became a member of Parliament in 1796 and wrote a history of Haiti in the following year, 1797, not 1791. So he doesn't seem like a firsthand observer of the actual revolution, okay, because he's been in
now,
England at
now,
this
now,
time.
now, wait a
Hold
minute.
on. As a secretary, let me continue. As a secretary of the African Association, Edwards edited the African travel journals of Mungo Park. Now, Mungo, that's my family's last name. Mungo and Mingos, they were Indians. Okay. Now,
Hold on,
in
hold on,
the
hold on. 1 second. Let me say this here. Now, the African Association. Let's make sure.
mm-hmm.
Brother Rob, can I ask you? Are you familiar with the African Association?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with the African Association.
Okay. Can you? Okay. So this will be the basically the first time that they will put together a plan to discover Africa, right? This will take place on June 9th in the late 1770s, correct? So the African Association was created to discover the interior parts of Africa. Mungo Park is going to be one of their greatest missionaries that's going to go through on this mission, even though
Mm-hmm.
he'll fail on it. The next one was your boy Du Bois people,
Mm-hmm.
Johannes Bogart. Now, when you go to Du Bois' mama lineage, that's where you're gonna get Johannes for. So, in the late 1800s, they're gonna recreate the African Association because in the 1830s, the African Association will become the Royal Geographical Society.
Right.
Okay, and then they'll bring out the African Association again with Sylvester Williams, right? And that'll begin the birth of Pan Africanism, followed by the scramble of Africa. All right, so y'all turn up.
So Brian Edwards, he was elected again the Fellow of the Royal Society. The certificate of election listed his proposers, including William Young, a colonial governor, John Gillies, a historian and classical scholar, and Edward Bancroft, a naturalist and chemist who had published a natural history of Guyana in 1769. So that goes as to what you was just saying, Top Cat, where they're going around and they're studying the natural or the land and the people and the place of these different islands. Brian Edwards was elected a fellow, okay, of the Royal Society on the basis of his book, The History of the West Indies, published in 1793. Now, this
Hold on,
book
shit.
was
Oh, my bad. Turn up.
this book was well received, right? Now get this. It was translated into several languages and it went into 5 editions. It became a standard of the British West Indies, a starting point for subsequent works. But with the exception of Elsa Govia's study of the historiography of the British West Indies, there has been little examination of Edwards' ideas and perspective. Okay? That's like saying opinion or view. Now, it's interesting because he wasn't even in Haiti at this time, because he's been over in Parliament in Great Britain. He went the year after 1791. Okay, so there is no biography of Brian Edwards, perhaps because his papers have not been located. This
Ain't that some-
article discusses Brian Edwards' achievements, particularly the publication of his book, The History of the West Indies. He had 2 major reasons for publishing his history. On the political front, Edwards represented the moderate planner position, emphasizing the value of sugar islands to the British Empire. So he's securing his bag. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's been made, part of the parliament. He got these 2 books rolling out. He's a part of the Royal Society that linked with the African Society. He poses abolition. He is securing his bag.
Hey, hold on.
Okay.
Make sure you let them know who the Royal Society is. The Royal Society is the oldest
Mm-hmm.
scientific institution who
Mm-hmm.
was chartered in 1660 because
Yeah,
they helped with
Sir
King
Isaac
Charles.
Newton. Sir Isaac
Now, this
Newton.
wasn't Sir Isaac Newton. This was Robert Boyle. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Robert
No,
Boyle
I'm
is
just
the
saying
one
he
who
was
right.
part.
He was
He
a
was
part
part
of
of
it.
it.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're correct on that part. It was started by a guy named Royal Boyle. Royal Boyle. Now, Royal Boyle. It was called the Invisible College. Check the Invisible College.
Okay.
So off of that, you're gonna have for the Royal Geographic Society, you're gonna have Joseph Banks. Joseph Banks, like she was saying, like he got plants and all type of things named after him. They start
Mm-hmm.
naming, putting their own names on there. They start going around to these. They were studying the plants, all of these type of shit things. They even put their own names in terms. So basically, they're gonna start to reconstruct history from their perspective through this system. But
And
turn up.
and Edward Bancroft worked with the student of Charles Darwin. He worked with the Charles Darwin group. Okay, so it goes on to say that he opposed the growing pressure to abolish the slave trade, right? He was against that. But he also entered a scientific debate of his time concerning the impact of the environment, particularly the New World environment, on plants, animals, peoples, and cultures. Okay, so you can find this source because I can't put it up here, but I want to give you the source. This is on JSTOR, JSTOR.org, right? And you look up Brian Edwards, okay, the planter, Jamaican planter, and it will give you all
I
these
would like to
sources
respond once you finish.
in regards to that. So that's your first or your primary source. Now, Brother Rob, okay, I hope that when you are in the classroom, that you go to an actual primary source, because you said that you're about
That,
teaching the children
hey,
how to research.
don't do
All
that.
right.
Don't do that.
I got
No,
something
no,
on
no.
that source.
Don't do that.
On that source.
Yeah,
Because I just want to say this. On that source that you gave earlier, you said that the thing that you said, but in the next chapter, it said in Santo Domingo, a very considerable part of the insurgents were not African, but Creoles or natives. That's in the next paragraph of what you read. It's
Ooh,
on
what
the
page is
preface
that on?
on page XXI or 21, preface page XXI on that book that he told y'all earlier. In the next chapter, it says, but in Saint Domingo, a very considerable part of the insurgents were not African, but Creoles or natives. Some of the leaders were favored domestics among the white inhabitants born and brought up in their families. Few had even received those advantages and I guess the F is an S. So perversions under philosophical preceptors to mission. Basically, in this next chapter, it tells you that they could read and everything. So, and that they were all Creoles and natives. That's the next chapter. So he said all that, but it says in the next chapter of that source
I
that they
didn't
were
get to say
Creoles and
much.
natives.
I didn't get to say much, bro. I didn't.
But that
Every
would make
time
sense
every
because it
time I
wasn't
start
even you,
talking,
baby.
that's when I invited to start talking. I didn't say. I tried to present the source. We was having trouble. Then my internet went down.
No, I heard you with the source. I went and looked it up. Preface page XXI.
All I did
and
was
the next
all I
chapter
did was
says
read the
that they were
source.
Creoles and Indians.
My fault. I didn't hear you because I was talking, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the
Could
next
you
chapter,
repeat
after what you read, it says in Saint Domingo, those people who were fought were not Africans. It explicitly says they were not Africans. They were Creoles and natives. So when you ask the question, where were the Arawaks and Taínos, it says right here in your source that they were fighting.
Wait. I wanna see what you talk about.
It's on preface page XXI.
Can you share I can't share my screen. Can you share your screen and show us where it say that?
I could put it in the back chat. I don't know how to do all that. So
okay, bro.
I could put the link
you
in the
see
back
where
chat.
you see where it say present?
It's on
you
page.
See where you see where wait. You see where it say present on StreamYard?
I'm not looking at it on my phone, so I see where it says that, but I need to pull it up on my computer and then go over. But
hey, this is my issue, right?
I mean, I couldn't have read that made it up. So it's page 32.
Don't have anything to do with
anybody
you.
wants to know.
Don't have anything to do with you. Earlier, it was another brother that was on the panel along with Sweet Feather, and they asked me, "Well, you gonna have to provide a source," and then I provided the source. And so what I was looking for,
this comes from your source. This comes from your
exactly.
source.
I wasn't
finished. Calm down. I wasn't finished. Right. So what I was asking for in return was a source, first-hand account, a primary that says that the people that was fighting in the Haitian Revolution, right, were by far and large of Arawak descent.
Okay, so look, brother Rob, you would also have to be able to hold your end of the bargain.
End of the bargain.
Okay, so what's
because I thought I fulfilled what they asked for.
Oh,
dude,
no,
you
sir,
offered
brother.
the source. I used your source. You mentioned that
you questioned my source. That's what you questioned.
No,
you
just
gave us a whole.
Your source is questionable, brother.
Wait. You gave us everything that this man did politically when he wrote books and all that. Right? I wanted to deal with what he said.
I did. Brother Rob.
point, baby. What he said and what he seen. And we got off that and start talking about.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so
You
let me run it back.
You didn't tell us all about his police.
Okay, so I'm gonna spin a block on you, bro.
Hey, you kind of choppy, Rob.
In 7, you mentioned a source. The source was Brian Edwards, a Jamaican planter, and you listed the date 1791. That is the beginning of Bwai Kai Ma, which sparked what we know as the quote unquote Haitian Revolution. And you use that source to say that it was Africans that fought in that revolution because of the source written in 1791 by Brian Edwards. Now, what I brought out from JStore.org, I went to Brian Edwards and I brought out that he was only in Haiti. He was sent to Haiti for a short period of time from September 1791.
It's
and
on
then
the
a year
screen.
later, wait, hold on. A year later, he went over to Britain. So he wasn't there during the Haitian Revolution to write this first-hand primary source that you
And
say
that's what he asked for, right? He asked for a primary or a secondary. The brother said he even
And
take
this
a
is his
secondary.
primary. This is his primary source. As you see, the first, the paragraph before I have highlighted is what he claims that he read. He did read it, but if you see what I have highlighted,
make it
it
larger,
tells you.
family. Make it larger for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that big enough or?
One, if you can go 2 more, then that'll be cool, even better. Okay, all right, there you go.
Okay.
So we don't want them to say we put words in their mouth.
So this is his source, the Negro Rebellions here, and other islands, and imported Negroes, right? But it says here, but in Santo Domingo, a very considerable part of the insurgents were not Africans, but Creoles or natives.
Oh man! So he
That's his source.
he killed himself with his own swords. You mean
Killed
to tell
himself
me
with
this
his
man
own source. And if
committed
I go
suicide?
deeper, and if I go to the next page, it'll tell you
Go
that
to the
they were
next
actually
page. Fuck
they
it.
could
Go on.
read
Eat
and
what you
write and all that.
Eat what you kill, man. Go to
You
the
know what I'm
next page.
saying?
Eat what you kill. Fuck it.
But
Flip the page on his ass. I don't take him
I
all
went
the
too
way out.
far.
We like to
I
cut the
went too far.
eyes
Hold
out.
up. Hold
Yeah,
up.
we like to cut a nigga eyes out,
20.
open the chest up, take the heart
Yeah,
out.
like
Shit
don't
like
get
that.
high in your own supply.
Yeah,
It's
we
32.
don't, we
One
don't
second.
let
I
fake it.
gotta keep going.
And then we lick the blood. Yeah, that type of shit. Brother Rob, I need you to come on back up.
But this will go back to what you were talking about, them being able to read and how it kind of explains that they were. But where was this school that was teaching them how to do all of this? That's the question. So I think I went too far.
School.
I did. Let me come back to you. I'm gonna go. I went too far.
All right, no problem. We gonna let you go get strapped, go load up, and then let us know when you ready. Brother Rob, come on up, Brother Rob. I know your signal was a little choppy, but the brother have took your weapon from you, and you know that stand your ground laws do exist, brother. That's a stand. Yeah, we gonna tell them stand your ground.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Hold up, let me see if I share screen.
We got the stand your ground law over here, Rob. So like the brother took your weapon and did it to you with your own weapon. So we gotta let him go, Brother
So
Rob.
let me zoom in on this. Can you see this?
Yes, sure.
So it says under philosophical preceptors served only to render them preeminent in mischief. So basically, these Indians and Creoles was just mischievous. For having been taught to read, they were led to imbibe and enable to promulgate those principles and doctrines which led and also always will lead to the perversion of all government and order. So basically, because they were taught how to read, they just gonna be bad forever. Because they smart but these again were Creoles. Let me go back to that one. before, because this is what he read, and it says this is the first part of that, not Africans. You know what I'm saying?
He
So I just
say
didn't like him coming up here,
he
but
was
I'll let that
screaming it.
go.
Oh yeah, now leave that. Let that sit up there for a little while. We like to hang the head on the stick, man.
Okay.
Yeah, go put it on. Yeah, you put the head on the stick, and we gonna leave it right there on shore. So when the nigga wash up, they gonna know whoever out here they on the danger. Yeah, we gonna let it
Damn,
sit
Top
up
Cat.
there on the
All right, it's
You
screen.
do
up.
him like that?
It's up there.
Yeah, we fucking over them.
But yeah,
Yeah.
Hey,
it's
but
just when he said that, I was like, I think I done read this book, and I went back and I was like, go ahead. My bad.
No, we just leave it up there. We keep talking. We just leave the head up there on the stick. That type of shit. Gonna light the campfire, fuck it. We post up and chop it up, another day on the block. Just let the dead body lay there and the head on the stick. Or
It's
one of
just
y'all can burn it.
I'm the type of person when the people put sources in, I'm finna go check them. So I just did a little quick reading. I was trying to look for exactly what he was
Word.
talking about. When I found it, I read the next paragraph and I said, "Hold up, it says right here that they not Africans go. So how is he saying that?" Like I was just like, "That's crazy." I had to say something. Sorry.
No, that's good. Now, what's the name of this book? Which one? This is the West Indians that Brian Edwards wrote, right?
Yeah, all I did was type in
History
that
of the West
author's
Indies.
name in Haiti, and it came the history survey of the French
Yeah.
colony and the island of Saint Domingo by Edward Bryan, 1943 to 1800. And it's on some site from Brown Education, and you can look at the
Okay.
book. I just started skimming, but once I found what he was talking about, I read a little bit further, and everything he said was disproved in the next chapter.
Right. See, I found this on JSTAR, but it didn't. It just was giving me excerpts. I didn't get to this book yet, but great. That's what's up.
Cause it's everything he was looking for. And he had buckshots. Yeah, in the wrong gun. He had the wrong bullets in the wrong gun. It backfired on him.
so let me ask y'all a question, right? So with these so-called African slaves that came to the Caribbean, were some of the indigenous Indians from those isles down there, were they slaveholders to those Africans too, along with the British? And
Say it again.
I said with the so-called African slaves that they say that was going down to those that's being taken to the Caribbean and stuff, Jamaica and all those Caribbean down there. Were any of the Arawakan Indians, slave owners to those Africans too, along with the British?
Yeah, some will.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's why we see them even like the prisoners of wars the prisoners of war. Yeah,
Mhm.
they'll become
So,
in bondage.
so let me ask: did it start off intentionally as indentured servitude, like work, like they going like contract work? You're going to work over
Yeah,
to
that
this
that was
plantation.
that was different situations. That was for their countrymen. So you
Hmm.
had basically three different positions. You had immigrants, you had adventurers, you had
Hmm.
redemptionists. Even which the redemptionists would be the people that leave out of the prisons or the poor,
Right.
nigga, you come over here work, and then you had the adventurers, those who just wanted another future. They'll take a shot here, and they came over and they will work off their debt. But even the purporters that came, people who came to run the operation, they still were subject
Hmm.
to a form of servitude for a certain amount of years as well, because
Hmm.
everyone was coming was under the king. So they still, even though they came and they were able to be, in the position of the government that they were establishing all the business, they too
Hmm.
were subject to the same indentured contract.
So it was an indentured contract. So it did, but
Yeah,
eventually
with the
it
with the
spun
in,
into
with
a
with the
enslavement.
people that's coming from the homeland. The enslavement will be of the people and of the land, because you have to
Right.
make laws, you know, against
Right.
the people in the land. They other people, shit, if you fuck up, they gonna send your ass back. So yeah, you get your ass deported up out of here. So I ain't gonna beat on you.
Right.
I ain't locking you up. I ain't got too much room my damn self. So yeah, I'm gonna send your ass back or to one of these
Yeah,
other
because
spots.
I was reading some of them torture tactics that some of them, specifically one of this British cat named Thomas Thistlewood. You know what I'm saying? He documented, he had diaries of the different um, punishment tactics that he was using on some of the enslaved people down there in Jamaica and shit. In the 1770s and shit. And I know he was doing some very inhumane things to some of those enslaved people. You know what I mean? Some of his tactics were just really cruel, gruesome, right? Now, if I'm not mistaken, I read that one of the punishments that he used to do that he eventually came up with was a treadmill, right? You ever heard of that?
Nah.
The invention of the treadmill. That was one of the punishment tactics, and also to keep some of the prisoners like a
So here,
physical
make
like
a nigga work out as a form of
yeah on the treadmill, yeah.
he
They
wanted to
on
get
the
a nigga
treadmill,
big and strong to whoop his ass, huh? You believe that, bro? Nigga out there working, I got all this stamina, and I'm out here smoking tobacco and lazy, sitting on my ass. This nigga doing all the work, and you think I'm a tussle with? I got this nigga in tip top condition. Nigga beat the shit out of me. I wish I would train the nigga and have him out there working, get big and muscles, and man, that nigga whoop the shit out of that nigga. Yeah, I think that's a Pan African story. They made, I think they made that one up. Hold on, let me answer the door right quick. Brother Sam, William, how you doing, brother
Hi,
Sam? Say it again.
I'm good. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Sam.
Okay. I'm having a feedback.
All right, can everybody that's not talking mute up? Okay. What about now, Sam? Sammy?
Okay. I don't know. I came in kind of late on this. Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I don't know if you all talked about, okay. I don't know if you all talked about the fact that Africans were over here enslaving Caucasians as well as the Indians.
Africans?
Yes.
Oh no, man. We haven't talked about that.
From Africa. Yes. Yes.
Mm.
Okay. So here's the thing. Caucasians were the first slaves over here. Okay. They came from Britain. They came from Britain. Okay. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I'm hearing myself talk back. So it's kind of distracting me a little bit. So
Excuse me, if you mute the YouTube part, not the stream yard. Mute the other one. No, not your mic. Okay, the other one. It should be two screens up.
okay.
Mute the other screen.
Try it now. I was unmuted while she was talking. So try it now. I'm gonna mute up and then try to speak now and see if that'll help.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm still getting a lot of feedback. Okay. So, okay. Going back to what I started to say, Britain sent a lot of Irish, Scottish people over here who were um, poor. They were poor. They were people who they didn't want, people who were in prison. And so they were sent over here to be indentured servants. Okay. Now, Okay, I'm just waiting for the hear my. I'm still getting a lot of feedback from my own end, so it's just really, really distracting me.
Hey, ma'am,
No,
are you
Miss
on your
Samantha,
laptop, ma'am?
I'm on my laptop.
okay, now you know the
Okay.
chat that you were in. Can you go back over to that window in the chat that you were in the YouTube chat that you hit the link out of? Can you open that window back up?
Okay, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get on my phone. Okay, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn
Okay, go
on my
ahead. No
and get on
problem.
my phone. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right, y'all. We we want to give a small commercial break. Tomorrow, man, y'all come rock out with us, man. We want to do. I'm gonna do my book release, and I want to see, you know, I want to see if it's real. You know what I'm saying? So we'll do book packages like for those who want to get more than one. We'll have packages up for, I guess, if you buy, you know, like a certain amount, maybe 10 or more, you know, we'll take the price down, things like that. So we want to reach our goal, and so we'll even take the price down, you know, for if you want to get a package, if you want to get 10, you want to get 20, you know, however, you know, we'll take we'll take the price down. You know, you want to get 5, you want to get 10, 15, 20, we'll have something like that for y'all tomorrow. For the people that want to support. So yeah, you'll do a discount if y'all want to do like you know, if you want to get more than one. So we'll see if Miss Sam come back. Miss Sam say y'all was out there, y'all wrong for that what y'all did to them white folk, and y'all should get them reparation. Y'all should reparate and repair them white folk condition. Y'all put them in slavery and bondage, and y'all made them pick cotton in the hot sun and noticing with no sunscreen, no bear grease or nothing. Y'all just put them out there in the sun and let it cook them. That was a crime against humanity. Yeah, to put that white man, y'all made them go out there topless so you can make sure that the sun it hit every part of his body. Wale, you had something you wanted to say?
Oh no, I did it by mistake. I'm sorry.
Okay, okay.
Hey,
Looks
hey, Tuck.
like we
Hey,
have Sam come back. What's up with it?
hey, brother. This first, I just wanted to say, peace to the pound and peace to the chat, and definitely peace to the motherfucking legendary Top Cat. And I just want to ask you, brother, like, did you hear that they said that that was a slave port down there? So you know what I'm saying? The essence. Hey, bro.
Slave put down well. Where they said it was slave put it?
You probably talking about down there in Alabama, the river
Nah, they
down
were
in
saying
Alabama.
that supposedly is a quote unquote slave port.
Which one?
Down where the whole thing took place in Montgomery, Alabama. So I mean, I
Oh
guess
man,
everything was on the Alabama River. I've never heard of any slave ports on the
man, stop
Alabama
it,
River
bro. Stop it, bro.
though.
Look, check it out. The French didn't even make it into Alabama from the port, so you know that's a lie. Nobody coming through that Gulf, bro. Them Gulf tribes was the hardest. That's why they were the last to be conquered. You couldn't fuck with them. They had the naval bases. You had the Punta Mayans. You had the Issa Mayans and shit. You also had your tribes from America running the coastal plain. You see, when the Estevanico got there for Spain, they kidnapped them. The Indians, man, them people was dangerous. So now they couldn't come through there. That's why the French came down from Canada through the Mississippi. When nobody coming through that Gulf, bro. Nigga, put something on your ass. Too many jackets in there. That's what the jackets, the pirates and shit down there, bro. Only real niggas go down there. Niggas in the game.
Hold on. You said the Moors came from Spain?
Yeah, Moors ruled Spain from 1711, 1492, right?
So was there any indigenous Moors from America?
No such thing.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
What tribe they from? Or did they call themselves Moors while they were
See, I
here?
was trying to have this conversation with A1. I wasn't trying to, get in no battle with him. I was just saying, dude, is you represent all Moors? And you know how A1
Nah,
get, man. I wasn't
A1
trying to
say he
battle with
don't
him.
represent all Moors. He represent himself, so I give him that.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't trying to battle. I was just trying to clarify that the fact that his research says that hey, Amaru, the Moors was here. You know what I'm saying? That's so,
Right.
and
Well,
I hear
Amaru
from
will
some
be
other.
Peru.
Okay. Well, I hear some other Moors, they claim that they are American Indian Moors.
Right.
So
Right. Well, their relationship with the U.S., we know that the Moors have a relationship with the U.S. We don't
and
see
not
so much
America.
as their. Nah, we don't see that. We see them with a relationship with the people called the U.S. So, yeah, and in their laws, they recognize the Moors. They do, but they recognize them as being foreigners to the land. So that's that's the ultimate primary that they can't get out of the legal documents in the U.S. stating that they are foreign to the U.S. and that they finally found their home here in the U.S. Guess where that is at? Philadelphia. Ain't that a bitch?
So were there Moors in Rome? Like when the Romans was ruling, were they considered
Well,
Moors
they say
at
that
the
was a
time?
Roman province.
Mm. Yeah.
Moors fought against Rome. Yeah, Moors were Muslim, bro. They were pushing. They was taking Islam around the world. Islam, you couldn't even do business with them. Say he was your weed man, you couldn't even scope unless you was a Muslim. You feel me? Imagine that. That nigga got them hoes going 10 a key, but he ain't gonna fuck with you unless you a Muslim. So, get what you might do. All right then. You praying 5 times a day now, nigga. That bag good, nigga. The nigga got all that work. She can got all the shit I need. Yeah, nigga praying 5 times a day now.
Brother
Fucking with the
Top
plug.
Cat.
Yo.
Can I ask you a question again, brother?
Yeah,
now would you say those Muslims that were coming out of Mecca or Medina, would you say that those are dark-skinned people though?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Muslims was niggas. The Muslims was with the Jews. The
And with
Muslims
the
and the
Arab, and with
Jews,
the quote-unquote Arab slave trade, right?
well, they were a part of the Arab slave trade. When we
Okay.
hear about the slave trade, then you talking about the Moors. Everybody, it's the Moors, bro. You know, Arab. These niggas wrote the Arab in history, bro, to hide behind these niggas for the crimes of humanity that they committed. That's what the real shit we need to talk about, because even West Africa.
Hello, Top Cat. Hello there. Hey.
Well, everybody ain't a secret who fucked a white woman and had them white kids running around the palace. That ain't no
See, now
secret.
I asked you a question now, and they
We can
see.
pull up pictures.
You know
You
what I
know, they
mean?
got the white woman butt naked in there. They had the white woman as slaves and sex slaves and shit. We know it's only one group of people that did some shit like that and known for that in history. So
you saying the Moors probably pretty much abuse of power, maybe, in doing it when they was reigning over there.
well,
That's
I
how
just
that
say
shit.
they pushed their line, bro. They were known to be
Right,
notorious.
right,
They were intellects.
right.
And you know, they pushed their line. You know, they had a good run. But
Right, right.
you know, they ran into some niggas who was better than them. It's always somebody bigger and badder than your ass. Yeah, ran into some niggas who better than them. Some of them switch sides though, because most of the people, because you gotta understand the Moore story in when they closed the beginning of this what we call the transatlantic slave trade era starts 1492. So the people that's leaving Spain, guess what? Most of these niggas are Moors, because they end up becoming conversos. They switch to Catholicism. So they join the other side, and they came here as conquistadors. You know them as
So,
conquistadors. Which, when you pull a
so
source
when
up,
we
it
say,
say the black conquistadors contributed more than anybody else in the colonization of America. There's no
so
way
are you
around.
saying that the Moors, when they was bringing their European pale slaves that they slept with, aka maybe they children, maybe they
Well,
lived
first it wasn't. It
concubines
was
with
look,
them
look, look. Now,
here.
first, no, it wasn't. The Moors wasn't in no position of power to be bringing up somebody somewhere because they didn't have nowhere to go. So they were using their connects to get to places. Now, we'll see them in Florida, but they didn't. When they came, they were killed off by the Indians at first when the French got there. Because the French beat everybody here. They talk about Spanish, but the French beat the Spanish here. And you know, they were enemies at the time. So when Rabat and them first came, the Huguenot settlement, Fort Caroline, which was 1562, 1563, they destroyed it, and then you get the Spanish in 65. So the French came before them. French also went up there to Canada. They went up in the northern colonies and teamed up immediately with the Algonquins, fell out with some Iroquois, killed a real nigga from the Iroquois, which set off a situation where they really couldn't be up there like that. So now the French was getting their ass tore up, but the French was here for a reason, bro. You have to go to the ancient connections. My especially part two gonna speak a lot about that. So the first one we're gonna paint a picture. The second one we're gonna make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? To bring it all into context. Some of these ancient ties, and it's always about the bloodlines, and that's the part that we have to keep in. So when they're leaving, they're going. Some of them are going back to places, especially when you're talking kings and shit, people who are in place of power, bro. The bloodlines, they were going. So like in Columbus' case, he was paid by Jews, top Jews, to find somewhere for them to go. You're not just gonna pull up and say, "Hey, my nigga, can I live over here?" No, you going somewhere where you know somebody. Period. That's a different conversation. But far as Moors in America, I mean, that has yet to be proven. As far as the Moors origin, that has yet to be proven. Even Noble Drew Ali never said that. So somebody, that's a created doctrine. To be honest, because it's nothing. No way that they can prove it. Now, if you're looking at you don't even go there. But I just say I haven't seen any substantial evidence to make that claim.
So the French were having children with indigenous women on this Aboriginal indigenous
Of
women
course,
on this land, and they exported into the Creole. So that became a Creole
correct,
population. Okay.
correct.
Okay. Now this was the women though; it wasn't the men. It was more the French men having sex with the
Most
American
times,
Indian
yeah,
women.
but the men,
Right, right.
Most times it was a lot of men. Later on, you'll start having women lineage. Yeah, men, them niggas, they was fucking them French. They got some fine French. You ever been to France? No, for real.
No.
See, I've been to Paris. I've been to France before. They
Hey,
got some beautiful women out there.
hey, brother Top Cash.
Hey,
Let me ask you another question, brother. I mean, would you say like I don't know if you can even put it on a scale, but would you say as far as these quote unquote black Europeans, and I don't even need to say black quote unquote because we know that they're black Europeans, but would you say that they are of a mixed stock? More so,
nah,
you know what I'm saying, like a mulatto type, or would you say
nah,
more
they
of a
niggas, bro.
Negro type?
They Negroes.
Okay. I mean, would
And
you
where
know
the
what I
Negroes
mean
come
when I
from?
say
Us
that?
in America, we not Negroes.
Right.
We never been Negroes. Negroes, that come from Europe. That's Spanish and Portugal.
Okay.
The Negroes are the Jews. They always told you that.
Oh,
They weren't lying. That shit all in their names. Their towns
hold
in
on. So
Portugal
and
is named Negro.
wow, and so the Negros, which is the women, were the Portuguese women or the
Yeah, the
European
word the
women or what?
word comes
Portuguese
from the
women,
Portugal,
Negros.
bro. They
Man,
gave the Jews land under Alfonso the First. His banker was Zaid. He was a Jew. They gave him land, ate those Negroes and the leader of those Negroes. Yeah, they gave him that land there.
I,
Um, yeah, the Jews been going
I don't
back
know if
and
it was
forth.
you or somebody else said that. I think somebody else was doing something on. They were saying how at
No,
one
it
point it
had to
might have
be
been
me.
you.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
my
you were
shit.
saying something about that them women they was going like 2,000 a head, right? At one point, the Negroes women
Oh, nah, that wasn't
two
me.
thousand a pop.
Nah, that wasn't
Yeah, I
me.
was watching somebody. They were talking about how they was going like 2,000 a pop. You know what I'm saying for
Yeah,
back
I
in
know the Scottish for going in Barbados. They paid a pretty penny for the Scottish, but for the Jews, they went into slavery. They got took into Africa as slaves. West Africa. That's where you get Negro land from. They took them
I'm about
people.
to ask you about that. Okay.
Yeah, them Jews. Everywhere you go, you seen they took that into West Africa where they got transported to. Hebrew Israelites today
Where's that
think that
map
they
at?
came through the shit. You can pull it up online. Look up Negro land. They got it'll come up right up.
You know where I got that from? There was this pastor dude. I don't know. You might have heard of him. It's a black guy, Stephen Darby, up in Kentucky, and
Nah,
he was talking about the shit. He was speaking on Negro land and shit, and he
yeah, he
showed
ain't
the
know what the
map.
hell he was talking about. I guarantee you.
I said Negro land. Yeah, he showed up in the West Africa. We showed the map of Negro
Yeah,
land. I
it's a
said,
map
what in the
that
world?
say that for real. But we know who they got to know the backstory. Even today, them people trying to get indigenous rights, they're like a form of sovereignty. The the Jews that got brought there, they want to like basically build their own sovereign, status there. They got their own cemeteries and burial grounds there and everything that the government keep up. Sammy,
Sammy. Can
why
you?
you got two? Why you got two up?
Okay, let me see. Um, I only see one.
Okay, no problem. We hear you.
Okay, so getting back, I'm still having feedback, but I'll try to work through it. Um, hello.
We here. We here.
Okay, because my it's not showing you all. Okay, so what I was saying is that Africans didn't come over here until after the Irish and the Scottish. They were brought over here first by Britain, okay? And then they brought in the Africans because the Scottish and Irish were indentured servants because they were like, the bad people in Britain. They were the poor people, and the Britain had so many of them, so they decided to bring them over here. Okay. When they came over here, they were working in the fields, picking cotton first, but the sun was burning them as they were picking the cottons. They was dropping dead real quick. So they decided to get the Africans. Okay. They brought in the Africans. And that's how the Africans came over here. Now, again, they were first, and then the Africans were brought here. And I don't know why people don't know that particular part of the history, because white Caucasians were slaves in this country.
So you think they ought to start up like an ADOS or like a reparation movement for that?
Well, the thing is that the Africans, after the Africans came over.
No, I'm talking about the white people. Should the white people start a reparation movement? Because you said they were enslaved here.
If they want to, I mean, they know that a lot of them already know that they have been enslaved in this country, because there's a lot of videos out there to prove what I'm saying. So they know that they were the first slaves. You all, or we didn't know this, or we wasn't taught this. We were taught that all of our ancestors were put on slave ships and brought over here to be slaves for 400 years, which is not true. Okay, not all of our ancestors were brought over here. It was the Africans that were brought over here. And here's the other thing about that. SlaveVoyage.org had done a 10-year research on this, and only 92,000 Africans were brought to this country. Okay, only 92,000. So that meant 98% of us today are descendants of American Indians and not descendants of Africans. Okay, and our ancestors were POWs because we were fighting the Africans and the Caucasians over here. The Africans were helping the Caucasians to fight us for over 302 years. They became slave owners along with some of the Caucasians. They had more slaves, the Africans, what I'm talking about, than the Caucasians had. And they had our people enslaved. And a lot of our ancestors were taken off this land, either murdered by them, or they were put over there in the islands. Okay, I'm talking about the great-great-grandfathers, the great-great-uncles, and the great-great-nephews that was still here, that was fighting. They were put over there, and a lot of those people from the islands were brought here. Now, about, I would say, 300,000 of them over there from the islands were brought over here. Okay, and a lot of our ancestors were taken over there, or they were murdered or put into as prisoners of war. Okay, so again, Caucasians were being enslaved in here, and along with the Africans, and they only worked for 7 years as indentured servants, and they got their freedom. The Africans, they got their freedom, they got land, they got cattle. They was able to become slave owners to our people.
Okay, Mama, can I say something? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of Black Europeans?
Well, I heard of Black Europeans from Chief Warhorse, but my thing is this. Black Europeans, these were, again, they brought in Africans, okay, to this country. Now, if they brought in Black Europeans, okay, they brought in Black Europeans. I only heard that from Chief Warhorse. And my research, I haven't heard about, unless you're trying to say the Moors.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
So like I said, the first time I ever heard of Black Europeans is when Chief Warhorse was telling how the Africans were over here murdering our people and cutting babies out of our Indian women bellies down there where she lived at in Louisiana. Okay, she called them Black Europeans, but then she turned around and called them the Buffalo Soldiers. They were the Africans. That's who.
No, no, no. Mama, the Buffalo Soldiers were Indians. Have you ever heard of the Seminole
The
Scouts?
Jaywalkers is what you're talking about, sis.
Yeah, well, yes, but go listen to go now. Let me tell you something. There's a video where the Buffalo Soldiers are saying that they were murdering Indians over here. I can send you to that video right now so you can hear from the horse's mouth, hear from the Caucasian's mouth. It was them. They were the Africans that were over here murdering Indians. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Let me give you the video so you can go look for it, at it yourself. Because I don't want you to think I'm lying. I'm giving you a source. Okay?
I think it was the Jaywalkers.
Well, that's what she called them, but she said they were the Buffalo Soldiers.
Okay, well, I think Top, you got it with the Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you the video so you can go look at it right now while I'm on here, because I don't want you to think I'm making up something or I'm lying about something. These people were over here murdering our ancestors. And there is another video where Buffalo
Mama, we would have kicked them Africans in their ass.
Hey, we were fighting them. I ain't saying we wasn't fighting them, because we fought them for 302 years before they were able to take over this land and with the Caucasian. They were even over here having children with white Caucasian women. They were marrying them, having children with them. I can send you all the sources because like I said,
okay, so Mama, you know that the Buffalo Soldiers were the interpreters, meaning that they had to be able to speak the Indian languages. They were also scouts, so that means they would have to know the land.
Killing our people.
Hold on, Mom. Let me say this here. Let me do this here. So the Seminoles left Florida and they came to Oklahoma. Now they had made a treaty and went under the Creek government, which made them subject to the laws in Oklahoma under the Creek. So they came to Texas, and they ended up getting a land from the Mexican government, and they guarded the borders of what is called Nacimiento. And they came back and forth, Brackettville, different places here. So this is a picture of them, Mama.
Go to this video so we can just stop the argument now, because when I say something,
yes, ma'am. What's the name of the video?
Okay, it's called "This Is Us," the Buffalo Soldiers, and go to YouTube. Okay, and the YouTube channel is KTEHTV. That's the YouTube. That's the one you should look at. Okay, this guy is telling the story how the Buffalo Soldiers were over here killing the Indians. And
okay, yes, ma'am. Do you know what Indians they're talking about? Okay, so yes, ma'am. So let me say this. So if you look here, these are the Seminole Scouts. These are Seminole Indians.
I don't see that on here.
Okay, well, it's on the screen, Mama. If you look at the screen.
Okay, hold on. Let me because I got to go back to your thing. Okay, I'm on your page now, guys.
Okay, let me know when you see them. If you just look at the screen, if you look down at the screen, it should show it. If you're on your phone, so this is a picture of the Seminole Scouts. These are the predecessors to what became the Buffalo Soldiers. Now, during the Civil War, they created what's called the United States Colored Troops, which the Union decided to use. They created this situation so that the people in the South that were under the Confederate, So basically, prisoners of wars during the previous wars that led up to, because the Seminole Wars was from 1816 to 58, really to after the Civil War.
Okay,
So
so let me ask you this: do you know that the South were the ones who wanted slavery, wanted to maintain slavery? All those Africans fought in the war to maintain slavery in
but
the
mama,
South.
I don't know no Africans that stayed in the South. Africans couldn't own land until 1870. We see no one listed as an African on
Well,
any
whatever they want to call
census.
themselves, Moors, I don't know what they were
Well, I
calling
wouldn't call
themselves.
them
They
Moors
might not have
because,
been Africans back then. Of course, they wasn't
well,
Africans.
we know the
I don't
Indians. How about we say this here? Because the greatest slave master here in America was the Indians.
know.
Indians enslaved other
Mm-mm,
Indians. Yes,
mm-mm,
ma'am.
mm-mm, mm-mm. Africans were over here enslaving our people.
What can you name us one of the Africans so we can look them up, mama?
Well, I'm trying to
Well, I
let you
watched.
know.
I see the
Okay, let
video,
me.
but I can't play it because
Okay,
YouTube will like give me like a strike or something because this is
okay.
like
Well, that's
this
why I
from
want
a
you to.
TV
That's
station.
why I want you to go there, and your audience can go and listen to this man talk about how they were over here killing the Indians. Okay.
Now I agree they were killing Indians. So every treaty that was made for those people was made through the wars of the Buffalo Soldiers. So the Buffalo Soldiers fought the people who they call Mongoloids or Native Americans. So that's who they're talking
Well,
about. So
okay then.
this
Okay,
was
who was okay? Chief Warhurst did a video, and she talked about how they came over here and was murdering us. Okay, how they were cutting open babies out of women's in these pregnant Indian women bellies, scalping them because our people had long hair. I don't know. Uh, to be scalped, you have to have some hair. Okay, so our people had hair over here. Okay, so she talked about how they were over here, and she called them Black Europeans. That's what she called them. Okay, that they came over here and they were, killing our people. Okay, this is what she said. Her research, and then she said they were the Buffalo Soldiers.
yeah, that's no problem. Everyone
Jayhawk.
had
She called them
their
first. She
own
said they
research.
Jayhawkins. Her grandfather called them the Jayhawkers, but she said when she did the research, they were the Buffalo Soldiers. Then I have a video where a Buffalo Soldier, out of his own, another Buffalo Soldier, saying that the
But
Indians.
that guy just looked at he not a Buffalo Soldier. He like somebody who worked at the place that he's speaking about. I just looked it up. I just watched the video. It's short video.
He said he did the research. If you listen to him, he did the research. I think his grandfather or somebody
Hold
was.
on, listen, mom. Let me see.
Something that helped to mold his young life. And for 40 years, he was a soldier.
You talking about like
soldiers. The soldiers themselves are important because they served at a time of the American dream. You see pride, you see respect by the wearing of their uniform. And so,
okay, so it sounds low on my phone, but I say this.
No, it came through pretty good.
Okay, good. I'm glad
Yeah.
y'all heard a little
Oh
bit of
yeah.
it. So y'all check the video out. It's short. It's only 8 minutes. It's called "This Is Us," the Buffalo Soldiers. So y'all check it out. It look like it's coming from like a PBS network or something like that. So that's why I want to play it because they'll strike it. So
Okay. Now again, they were over here even in the 1600s. Beacon's Rebellion.
Bacon
Okay.
Rebellion, right?
In the 1600s, this lady named Jacqueline Bartarora, on her video, she talks about the research of how she called them Africans were over here helping them fight the Indians. Okay, the people, the Africans were helping them fight us, and were marrying white women and having children with them. And
Africans couldn't get married. Remember, mama, it was laws against that, right? They said slaves couldn't get married.
she
Slaves
talked
couldn't
about
own
that. She said
land.
later on they start making the laws. She talks about that. I'll give you the video so you can go watch that. Because, like I said, I'm gonna back up everything I say. Because they were over here killing our people. Yes, they were.
Now, I don't want that narrative to get out there
Well,
because we have family members who are Buffalo Soldiers.
well,
I'm from Texas.
well,
We
I
yeah,
don't care.
we were the Buffalo Soldiers are the ones who fought against those white supremacy groups that was created.
Well, they
Here in Houston, where I'm from, there was a riot in the 1920. I think it was 21.
we ain't talking about the
Hold
1920s.
on,
We
now
talking about prior to all of that.
well, the Buffalo Soldiers are not like ancient people. Buffalo Soldiers came in the late 1800s, so they're not like an ancient people that we're speaking about. I want to show this source. Now you are correct. The Buffalo Soldiers did fight Indians, but I want to be clear on who they fought. So American Plain Indians is who
What
they're gonna
about the
fight. They're
ones
gonna
that
fight some people called
what about
Plains.
the ones that were fighting
Hold on,
our
Mama. Then
people
I'm gonna
on the
let you
East
go.
Coast? What about the Africans that were over
Oh
here
no,
fighting our
no,
people?
Buffalo Soldiers didn't fight on the East Coast, Mama.
Well, okay, go to this video here called Birth. Okay, it's called Birth, BRTH, of a White Nation by Jacqueline, her name. She's a historian about this land over here.
The Buffalo Soldiers were part of the westward expansion, so they helped build up the West. I'm gonna play a little clip on that. The Buffalo Soldiers. Yeah, they the Buffalo Soldiers built up a they went west. So it was after the Civil War. So the United States had spread it. So the Buffalo Soldiers. So right here, American Plain Indians who fought against these soldiers referred to them, the black cavalry troops, as Buffalo Soldiers. So even that name, Buffalo Soldiers, is gonna come from the Plain Indian, the people who they call Mongoloids today or whatever. These are the people that they met out west. So
but the thing is, even so, you were helping people that you shouldn't have been helping. And when I'm talking about, you took our land, you helped take our land away from us.
No, they ain't. But listen, Mama, did your
help
family?
The white people.
Do you have
You
any
help- do
Buffalo
you
Soldiers in your
understand?
family?
No, I do not. No, I do not.
Oh.
They were helping the white people to take this land.
What white people, Mama? Do you Abraham Lincoln?
The Caucasians.
What those presidents were black at that time.
The Caucasians. They were helping
Mama,
them.
do you know that Caucasians? It wasn't those people that came here from Europe were black people, Mama.
Okay,
those indentured servants that came, those were black people that came from Europe.
Okay, my thing is this: regardless if they were, they were helping these people fight us, take our land, and they changed our identity about 7 times, from being Indian to then we became we were Indians at first, then we became Negroes, then we became colored people, then we became all kinds of African Americans. Now we African Americans, now we black people. And our ancestors didn't call us black. We came from tribes over here. My ancestors from the Choctaw tribe out of Mississippi.
Well, you know the Choctaw was
tribe.
They had slaves too. They were taking their slaves, and they also were slave catchers too.
Let me just say this: if you come to my land and you fight me, and you enslaving my people first, if I catch your people in my land, if I catch you and you've been enslaving my people, yes, I would enslave your people if I caught your people too. They came to our land. We didn't go over there messing with them people. So again, they were fighting us to steal our land from us.
All right, listen to this, Mama. This is about the Buffalo Soldiers. Hold on, y'all let me know if y'all can hear.
Soldiers that settled this area were Buffalo Soldiers. The only white men that were with them were the commanding officers. 75%, almost all of the forts were manned and built by Buffalo Soldiers. They see on TV, they see all the modern portrays of things, and they see white cavalrymen coming in and doing these things. But what they don't realize, the white cavalrymen did come, but after the Buffalo Soldier had paved the way for him, built the forts for him, built the houses, made the bridges, did the roads, did the work. And now it's so important so that their families.
Yeah, so even when you say they help the white man do this and that, those regiments were led by black men.
Uh,
They whitewashed history, mom. So the Buffalo
that's
Soldiers
a
were
black
going
man. You
west.
said okay. You said black man.
Yeah.
Okay, were we black? I don't know.
Well, I say
What tribe are you from? What tribe are you?
I'm from Casada and my mama was Cherokee.
Okay, so you're saying black. Okay, we need to start using our tribal names instead of saying black, because all skin folks are
Now I
not
use
all
my
kin
tribal
folks.
name. I'm
All
every
skin folks are not all kin
no,
folks. So when you
I
call us
agree with
black,
that.
you're disrespecting our
I mean,
ancestors.
I wouldn't
Okay,
go
yeah.
extreme as that, I
You're
think we
disrespecting our
understand.
people.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go extreme. I wouldn't make it extreme as that.
I'm just
It's
saying, Top
simple.
Cat, we need to stop using this black like all of us are from the same lineage when we're not. We're not from the same
People know
line.
me. People know what that the importance I am with bloodline and knowing your bloodline and family story. So if I said
I
people,
know you.
they wouldn't get the wrong impression.
Well, my thing is this: our people lost our land, our culture,
We wouldn't
our
say that because I don't feel like my family still have our land since the 1830s. We still have our lands over 100 years old. Like
well,
we
my
still
people
have our
don't.
land and
My people were taken in Mississippi. Okay, so my people don't have. So I'm very passionate about what
we still
my
grew up in our and we grew up in our culture. The same culture we grew up in was the same culture that our family was living in since
majority
my
of people.
family were the chief line coming all the way into the 20th century. We bore the chief line until they came and basically reorganized the tribe of what they have today. They even changed the name to Kashada. But yeah, my family line, I got the records and everything to prove it. Like that's why my aunt is so profound on me knowing this, because just in the 20th century, we were just turn of the 20th century, we were the bloodline of the chieftains of one of the bands out of the nation. So my grandmother's grandmother, that all of them come off the reservation down there. My family helped pick it out. Anybody can look it up and see Chief Mingo helped choose the location for what 1855 reservation they put up, the oldest one in Texas. So for me, I've my message is to know your story and know how you connect to this story. So before the Buffalo Soldiers, we have ancestors. I'm from Texas, where presence you have Fort Concho and different forts down here where the Buffalo Soldiers were prevalent. So my family fought in the Revolutionary War, 1812, the Civil War, and also with Buffalo Soldiers, our Buffalo Soldier
Well,
ancestors.
you know what? Going toward the west, people didn't start going toward the west until like I think
After the
what
Civil War.
right. I think 1830 around that time when they started letting people go. They were taking
Well, at
the
that
Trail of
time, West
Tears.
would have been down there where you at, Mississippi, like you
Right,
say. That
right.
was Alabama, Georgia, Florida. That was West considered to them.
Well, yeah, the Trail of Tears started around I think 1830. That's when they kind of started letting people go that way. Now, the original people on the Trail of Tears were all Indians. Okay, and they took them up that way to Oklahoma. Now they did have some African slaves with them called the Seminoles, but when they got
Nah,
up to,
mama, don't do that. The
no, no,
Seminole not no, mama, don't say that.
say what?
The Seminoles were slaves.
That's well,
The Seminoles were
Seminoles
the
mean
only people who
right. The
weren't
word
slaves.
The Seminoles do mean runaway slaves.
No, mama, that okay, come from the Miccosukee, which meant free people. Okay, and I can show you that right now. I can source that up. So it comes
Okay,
from the
so
Miccosukee language. Seminole, which meant free people, because these were the people that were never conquered by the Spanish nor the British. So you had different nations who never was conquered by the Spanish nor the British. So Seminole comes from the Miccosukee word. Later, they came back and taught that it meant slavery, when in actuality it meant free people. You had the Oconee creeks down there. You had my nations. Well, we got caught up in the slavery. They even took some Natchez slaves, Chittimacha slaves, and we got caught up in that part of the slave trade in the 1700s. But for as the Seminole, my family were chiefs of the Seminole Nation, Osceola. If you ever heard of Osceola.
So when they got up there to Oklahoma, okay, the ones who were, I'm going to say they was Africans, they weren't allowed to go into Oklahoma. They had to go and turn around and go into Mexico. That's why you got a lot of them dark-skinned Mexicans over there, because a lot of them are those Seminole Africans that were ran.
Now here they go right here, mama. They not African. Here they go right here. These the ones you talking about left Oklahoma and went to Texas. Here they go.
Yeah.
They call Seminole Scouts. They not African though.
Well,
no, not these brothers. They got names. They names sound like your names. You probably have a family member that fought with it. Listen, mama, these guys never lost a battle. They defeated 7 U.S. presidents. That's how long they were fighting the U.S. They never lost a battle. These were some Africans, like earlier, Eric Walker say, African don't make good soldiers. Not even today. Not even today do they make good soldiers. Africa, they try to make us feel like now they probably got heart and tough in the motherfucker. Before military genius, we never seen that from African nations.
Well, you saying the Africans?
Not even today.
Well, I don't know what they are. You don't want to call them Africans.
But so these are Indians, though, mama.
Are you saying that they never came over here? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, man, I haven't seen any proof.
Okay, well, I have.
Can you name one for us? One of the Africans?
What do you mean name one?
Like one of the humans, the person that you're talking about. Like, can we find them in history somewhere?
Again, they came over here. I don't care what any of you all think. They were over here.
No problem, mama. You can have your own. We don't mind that. We don't all have to. Agree. It's okay. Everybody research takes them somewhere. So
right. Everybody research take them somewhere and show them. And plus, my grandmother told me Africans were over here. Okay. My grandmother told me that. So I'm gonna believe what she tells me, regardless. Me and you wasn't over here at that time.
Right.
The elders were here. So they would know if they were here. I have videos where elders are saying Africans were over here. Okay. Videos that I can show you that the elders are saying Africans came over here. Like a lot of them just saying 5% came here. Okay. It wasn't a lot of Africans that were brought to Turtle Island. Now, most of the Africans were brought to South America, like Brazil, the Netherlands, and all them other places. But they didn't bring that many over here because they already had a whole lot of dark-skinned people with what they called Indians. Okay, we wasn't really Indians. We the descendants of the Mayans. Okay, that's
not everybody. Not everybody.
Well, I'm telling you, my ancestors are, and they called them Indians. Okay.
Well, why you call the Seminole Africans when the Seminole are direct lineage to the Mayans? Even when we go in their language, Miccosukee language, the Hitchiti language is 3/4 of the Mayan of the Maya language.
Okay, so
as their culture, the coin goers, like in the Choctaw, y'all have 9 wire. You have it's associated with the coin goers. So is the Mayans. They're associated with the coin goers. So their migration story, the origin story of the Choctaw, is similar to the Mayans. It's a direct connection to the Mayans. So those people of the Muskogee nations, which the Choctaw fall under, they were they do have descent from some of those Mayan families down there.
Okay, so let me ask you this: why did when they got to Oklahoma, they didn't let the Seminoles in there at that time? Because, like I said, that they
Well,
were
they let them
considered.
in, but they went under a treaty with the Creek Indians, right? So they went under a treaty with the Creek
Mhm.
Indians, and that made them subject under the Creek laws. So in their government, they still had slavery. So they left and went to Texas, where 1829 Vicente Guerrero, first black Mexican president, outlawed slavery. So that's where a lot of the Indians were leaving after doing that migration between the 40s, the 40s, the 50s, 60s, so on. They were trying to get down in mainly the 30s, the 40s, trying to get into Texas because slavery was abolished down there. That's what they fought
Now,
the Mexican Revolution for.
now, the people over there, a lot of those people in South Carolina, I'm trying to think what they are. They even say that they're Africans.
Well, they don't say it. White folks said it.
No, no, I'm talking about
White folks taught it to them. Then
no, they're
Gullah
saying,
Geechee from
yeah,
America
the
though.
Gullah Geechees. That's what I'm saying. The Gullah
Right, right.
Geechees.
They're from America though.
No, go
Hey,
listen.
can
They
I ask y'all a question right quick about the black
What's up,
symbols
copy
right down
Empress?
in
I
the
see you. What's up, Ebenezer? Turn up one time. Superior Tiff, I see you.
Now I don't
hey,
have
Top
to,
Cat.
Ebony. I don't have to stop, okay? Because I'm telling you the history. The Gullah Geechee are on YouTube right now telling people that
Yeah,
their
but that's
ancestors
just
are from Africa.
that's just
Okay, go tell
people.
that to
That's
them.
yeah, but that's a non-profit organization saying that though, mama. Respectfully, they're non-profit,
Can
and
I?
that's their their thought. So we let them have that. But the Gullah Geechee are from America.
No, they say they from Africa.
Have you ever heard of
Hey,
the
can
Gullah
I ask you,
tribe
Top
in
Cat?
America?
You don't mind?
All right, go ahead.
I want to actually go back to the black symbols, the ones that went down and into Mexico, and you know what I'm saying. Why did the Mexican government and the United States government don't recognize and give them the Indian status?
Who you ask? Who you ask? Who they
The
don't
the
get
black
recognized?
symbols, yeah, the black symbols, the ones that went down there into Mexico. I said, why the Mexican government and the United States government don't recognize the Indian lineage? They don't get recognized for their black symbol lineage, the ones that's down there in Mexico.
Um. Well, it's a video of them celebrating Juneteenth down there. You can go check
Mhm.
that out, and they build
No,
on
I
that.
know they do that. No, no, they do. They've been celebrating, but they don't get the recognition. They still been fighting to get their Indian status. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because they got ancestors to the black symbols that came, like you said, through the
Right.
churches and through Texas on down to Mexico. You know, they got family members on both sides. They got family members from American family members, and they're not getting the Indian status recognition from the United States won't do it, and Mexico won't do it.
Yeah, I
You know what I
agree.
mean?
Hey, check this out, mama. So right here, in 1763, they found many of the survivors from the tribes such as the Iuchi, Yamasi, the Tamugwa, the Tequista, Alabama,
Mhm.
Alabachi, the Coco, hundreds of others living as free people across the heads of Florida Peninsula. All right, in Savannah, the area known as Alachua, uh, Skokie, the core language, is Seminole, meant that they were free people. Okay, mama, because they had never been dominated by Spanish or English. All right, so they going into the Hichiti dialect in Muskogee today known as Miccosukee, the separate tribal affiliation, and just call them Seminoles or Seminoles. So nah, mama, they lied to us and taught us that Seminole meant slave when in actuality it meant free people because those people never were conquered. Those were the warriors, and they weren't about to let nobody conquer them. That's why they took their ass to war, and they fought and defeated 7 U.S. presidents, and they fought so good that the U.S. came and asked them to help them. So Yeah, nah, they never was defeated. They never was nobody's slave. Now they were taking in prisoners of war doing certain wars, but for defeating them or enslaving them, nah, they always operated, um, did what they wanted to do. They was killers. So
Well,
yeah, they
okay,
taught us
so
wrong. Later they came back and taught that, but that was absolutely wrong though. Yeah. Yeah, Seminoles not nowhere near Africa. So I want to ask you, have you ever heard of the Gullah here in America?
well, the Gullah Geechee, I got the
No,
Gullah
ma'am, no, ma'am. I'm
Wars.
talking
Are
about
you
the
talking about
Gullah Indians.
The Gullah Wars? So, is
No,
that what
ma'am.
you're
No, I'm
talking?
talking about the Gullah Wars would basically be the Seminole War. They just put that name on it. But
Mm-hmm.
there's actually a nation of people here called the Gullah. They from Georgia. And
Mm-hmm.
so it's a river in Georgia called the Ogeechee River. And that's where the name Geechee come from. And you
Mm-hmm.
also had the Gullah people there. And all of these people are on the Sea Islands. They come off the Sea Islands of America, same area as what they call Gullah Geechee today. So yeah, and they don't speak a lot about it. We don't hear a lot about them today, but hold on, I'll pull it up and show you because I don't want to just talk. So
Well, again, you need to go on YouTube and tell those people in South Carolina who say that they're
I
Gullah
mean, I
Geechee.
had no problem in telling them.
I have seen tons of videos of them claiming to
Right,
be that they're from Africa.
right. White folks told them that.
No, well, even if white folks told them that, these are older people saying this. These are people in their 80s and 70s, so they should know if their ancestors were brought over here from Africa or whatever.
Okay, so right here we see on the screen we had the Gullah was a historic Native American chiefdom of the Mississippi culture, yo people, located along the coast of present day Georgia and the Sea Islands, right? Ain't this where they say the Gullah from? They
Yeah,
go to
that's
Sea
way up.
Island.
That's way up there in South Carolina.
Look, and it
That's
stretch all
not
the way
near like
down to Florida.
Mississippi.
Hold on, they coming from a Mississippian culture though, mama.
Them
So
people are not from our
mama,
lineage.
listen to me, mama. It's called Mississippian culture. Okay, it's many different nations who share the same culture down there. So these people will come from that stock of people, mama. So the language and everything was the same. That's why
Okay, but here's the thing that's funny about you, Top Cat. You'll sit up and say white people taught them this and white people, but you're reading from a lot of stuff that the white people wrote. So to say
you don't
that,
know who wrote. We don't know who wrote this. The black
well,
people.
then we don't know if the white people taught those Gullah Geechees
Well,
if
we do
they
know that
came
for
from
a fact.
Africa
We
either.
know that for a fact, though.
Well,
I can show you the white people who did it.
then tell that to again. I'm pretty sure some Gullah Geechee
Tell them come
descendants
on up.
I'm
If
here.
the Gullah Geechee in here and they
Yeah,
feel
Gullah
like the Gullah
Geechee
Geechee come from Africa, hit the link at the top
Yeah,
and come on
hit
up.
it. Hit it.
So mama, now right here, you see they
Hit
say
it.
that
Hit it.
right here, you see that they say that there's a Gullah people who are historic Native American people who lived in the same, just so happen to live in the same area as the people that they call in Gullah
No,
Geechee.
he hurt my feelings because I know the history over here.
No, I'm not.
He's teaching what he's been reading and stuff like that, and I'm teaching what I've been reading. Okay, so he ain't hurting my feelings.
Yeah,
Okay?
I'm not hurting mama feelings. I
No,
wouldn't do
he's
that.
not. No, he's not. Cause
So look, mama, they say this Gullah culture right here go back to 1150 to 1300 AD. Okay, they're calling these people prehistoric ancestors. Gullah people share a characteristic with their neighbors. They left archaeological feature and distinguish the prototype Gullah people from others. They're prehistoric people organized into chiefdoms. They built Mississippian type platform mounds. So Africans didn't build no mounds, mama. We have all the mounds here.
Did you
No,
ever
I
hear me
agree.
say
But if you say the
Africans
Gullah, right? But if you say the Gullah or these people, then that would mean that this would be their chiefdoms, how they looked, or that they built mounds. But the Gullah people from America, the ancient prehistoric people from the Mississippian culture, they built mounds. So this is what I'm saying. These people been here since 1150, 13 AD. This is what they're recording.
Well,
The
they're
archaeological
right.
finds of these
Okay, so
people.
they're recording a lot of them saying they came over here in the 1500s. I'm just telling you what
Oh,
they're saying
oh,
on
right
video.
here, not on
Okay.
here.
No, I ain't saying what you're saying. I have watched a number of their videos.
But they wouldn't be able to come in the 1500s, Mama, because you would need Charleston Port, right? So Charleston was created in 1670, and so they wouldn't have been able to come in the 1500s because Charleston, the British didn't have Charleston until 1670, Mama. So they wouldn't be able to come in the 1500s.
Again, you need to tell that to them because
I
they're
have no
teaching their
problem with
people,
telling
right?
them.
They're teaching their people their history.
Right,
Okay,
right. I understand.
so, right, that's what they're doing, and I'm listening to their videos. Okay, so I'm getting what they're telling me, how who they are, who their ancestors are. Okay, this is not something I'm making up on them.
No,
I'm
I get it. I heard them before. I
you
heard
know,
them say that before.
right? They say that. So I mean, how can you dispute what they're saying compared to what you saying? You reading that, but they're saying no. This is how they
Yeah,
came. You
yeah.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they have to prove it, and they can't. They wouldn't be able to prove it.
And getting back to that one video I was telling you about, the lady the birth of a nation, white nation, I think it is, that the one I was telling you about. She talks about the Beacon Rebellion, where Africans were over here helping white people to fight the Indians, okay, and how Africans were over here marrying white women. Now, again, like you said before, they wasn't allowed to marry them. That's when they started started making laws against that. But before that, they were over here marrying white women and having children with them. Go what? Go. She got all of the
Yeah,
documents and everything like
yes, ma'am. I understand. So you see here the Ogeechee River. Okay, we have the Ogeechee River. Now let me come down. So we go here to the history of the Ogeechee River. Let me come up a little bit. Right here.
And then you
So
got people want to claim that they Indians now when they know that they was Africans 2 years ago. Okay, you
yeah,
got these people over here telling me they Gullah Geechee. We Indian. No, you're not. If
nah,
you
it's
from
okay, Mama.
Africa, you a Gullah Geechee. You're
Check it
from
out, Mama.
Africa. You're
So
not
check
an
it
Indian.
out. So Paleo Indian Society arrived in the area of the Ogeechee River about around 11,500 years ago. Okay. Now they are from the Mississippians, right? In the Yuchi. Now it says the origin of the name Ogeechee, they said may derive from the Muskogee. These Mississippian people, referring to the Yuchi people. Hold on,
So
Mama,
you
I'm
said
almost
what year
done.
was that? I'm just asking what year.
1100,
So if
11,500
you,
years.
okay, so let me ask you this: if you come from somewhere else, even if it's 1100, does that make you an Indian?
Mama,
You're
these
not
people
from.
ain't coming. They not
If your
saying that.
ancestors are not from this
Yeah,
land
but
from
we don't
the
want to make
beginning,
nothing up though, Mama, because the Gullah
I'm
Geechee
just
not
saying.
saying that
Don't
they
try to
came
say
here
that
11,000
they're
years.
Indians, right? Don't try to say that
Yeah, the
they're
Gullah
Indians.
Geechee not saying that they came here 11,000 years. They saying they came here through the transatlantic slave trade. So what we're saying is the real Gullah Geechee people, Ogeechee people, is 11,500 years. So right here, when we come down here, some scholars have drawn a connection between the river name and the Gullah Geechee for the Gullah people who inhabited the Georgia coast. All right. Now, okay, some scholars have drawn a connection between the river's name and
No,
the
I'm
name
not
Gullah
mad,
Geechee.
honey.
Hold on,
No,
hold on,
I'm
hold
not.
on. The Gullah people who inhabited the coast. So this is this name Geechee is gonna come from the Ogeechee River, pertaining to these people who lived here on the Ogeechee River for 11,500 years. And I just showed you the Gullah people, which come off the Sea Island. Both of these people interacted through the Sea Islands, where you get your Gullah and your Geechee from. So everybody that's a Gullah, not a Geechee. That's why they're separate. And even Queen Quet, the lady who you talking about for us, the Gullah Geechee people, she even say that the name comes. A lot of people say that the name comes from an Indian tribe and off the Ogeechee River. She even says the same thing. So they're trying to say Gullah means Angola, which is impossible because Angola is not ancient.
But I thought Africans didn't get to North
But if
America
you're
till
an
they started
Indian
started
though,
getting
mama,
to it
why
after
you
like the
don't
60s,
support
right?
the
Civil
Indian
War.
sources that say that we were already here and these were our tribal names? If you're an Indian, mama, why you don't support that? Why you going with the
against
African
our
narrative?
people. I'm not against our people. Okay, I'm not against our people. I just don't like the fact that you all is saying that Africans didn't come here when they did. Okay, that's a bald-faced lie. Africans
Well, that
were
has
over
yet to
here
be
helping
proven.
these white people fight us and take our land from
Mama,
us.
we don't know no white folks that was
Yeah, well,
here in the 13 colonies.
excuse
Yeah, I
me.
thought the Africans didn't get
We
here
don't know
till
no
like
white
after the,
folks
the
here in
civil
the
rights
13
movement,
colonies.
right?
Like I told you that the Irish was over here first in
Yeah,
the
them people were
South.
black though. Them were niggas.
Oh my God.
Them were niggas, mom. If I can
No,
show
they
you that,
wasn't.
mama,
No, they
hold on.
wasn't.
If I can show you that, mama,
Well, no, they wasn't.
if
Not
I can
all of them.
prove
Yeah,
that to you,
Maybe some, but not all of them.
most of them.
There's videos of Caucasians talking about how their ancestors came over here and they
Why they ain't
they
asked for
pink
reparations
people.
yet?
They pink people. Okay, they're
You said
orange
pink?
looking
Did you
people.
say pink people?
Yeah, they're not white. White, they're
So
peach.
why they calling them white people?
They either peach color looking, or they're pink, or they are orange color. They're
Like
not
Trump?
white. They're not
Orange
white. They're,
like Trump?
and they come from Caucasian. Yeah.
She said, yeah. All right, so now I am familiar with a people from Ireland. Were there some white people that were taken? Yes, but the majority were Negroes. So right here, what is called red leg. Okay. Red leg is a term used to refer to poor whites that lived at one time, lived on Barbados or a few
Well,
Caribbean islands. They
Rihanna's
were sent
people.
from
Rihanna is from there. She's
they
her
were
people
sent
are from that.
they were sent from England, Scotland, Ireland, continental Europe as indentured servants for its
Yes.
labors.
And go look at
So
it.
okay, now I'm familiar with it, but there wasn't that many. So I'm also going to come here and show you this here, show you that the majority were niggas. So we're gonna
See, you have your advantage over me is the fact that you have your documents. I don't have my documents with me.
because I
So
want to be able to
I
prove what
can't.
I'm
Right, and
saying.
I
Try to
want to
bring
be able to prove
understanding.
what I'm saying too, but I don't have my documents in front of me to be able
Right,
to
well, I
show
don't want you to
people.
think it's a debate or
You see what
nothing,
I'm
mama.
saying?
We not like
I'm
debating or
just
nothing.
saying, you trying to make me seem like I don't know what I'm talking about
No, that's not
because
true. What I'm saying is
I
I
want
want to
to have
show
my
you
I
what
want to
I
show
want to
my
try to bring
documents and
understanding.
videos to show you my sources, and
Right.
then then it's an equal, it's exchange of
Well, to
information.
be fair, you
Okay?
did show sources, but unfortunately, we couldn't show it because it was, YouTube strike us if we was to play that on here. So I'm not bringing up my sources to like beat you in a debate or anything. My mom wants to think that I'm just bringing them because to show that what the things that I'm saying, I'm not making it up, and I want to try to bring clarity or understanding, and maybe if you see it for yourself, it'll maybe help, for understanding. So it's no debate or anything like that. So I bring you here to a book called Virginia Colonial Soldiers. Now here they talk about the different regiments. So when we go to the regiments and we look at the soldiers, these soldiers here, it give you their age, their height, their occupation, and their homeland. So this guy right here, he was fair, with light hair. So he was from Scotland. You have James Hopper, who was fair with light hair. So we got 2 white people. We
Mhm.
have another fair with light hair. I wanted to be fair and show that there was some white people. But then when we come down here to Samuel Cummins, it's showing that he was born in Virginia. Let me get down here to some of these Scottish people. Okay, here go one right here. Charles Travis. Charles Travis was 23. He was 5'5". His occupation was a planter. He was Scottish. He was swarthy, meaning dark skin, brown hair. Let me come down. Here go a blacksmith. This guy was
What
done
year was that? What year was that?
17. He was 1755,
Okay,
September
okay. So
1755.
by that time, again, Africans and white people were having children. So he probably
Well,
was
let
a
me
dark
see. Look,
Irish.
mama. Let me ask you this here: did Africans fight
Swarthy.
in those
He
wars?
probably
'Cause they
was a
told us that,
Swarthy back then,
but
sir.
we don't see.
They
We
were
don't
having
see.
children with these people.
Yes, ma'am. I don't have a problem with that. But the thing I wanted to show was their birthplace. So if they're having these people were born in Ireland, they're born in hold on, let me go to the next one. Okay, so these people English, all of these swarthy, dark, black, well made, swarthy,
Well, I'm not saying there wasn't no
brown
dark
skin.
skinned people
But this what I want. This,
in
but the thing I want to
I know
point
they
out
were.
is like right here, they're coming Irish. He's Francis Ryan. Francis Ryan is coming. He's born in Ireland. He's dark skinned, swarthy with black hair, slim. Let me go here. English. This guy here is born in English. Joseph Howard. He's dark skinned, swarthy with a flat nose. Let's go here. Dutch. You have one Dutch that's fair, Philip Cofield, he was fair, but then right under you have Bernard Ward, who's Dutch and he's dark and swarthy with black hair. So most of now we're going all the way down. Now you see like you have Virginia, but a lot of these people are coming from England. And I wanted to show that it was white people coming over, but majority were black. So we can go directly to the military records and it'll prove everything that we need to know about these people, including their occupation, their height, if they had a scar on their face, if they had a birthmark present on them, any of these, all of these things were documented. And so that's how we know. And their origins is coming from Europe. So they wouldn't even have time to breed with an African and then come over. So we know that these black people were from Europe because the kings of Europe at that time were also black.
Okay. And
But look,
again,
I'm gonna shut it down. We've been on too long though, y'all. Let's get some last words. I'm gonna get out of here. We've been on too long.
yeah.
But appreciate you coming through, Miss Sam.
Okay.
And keep reading. Don't never stop studying.
No, I'm not.
But don't tell nobody else that the Seminole
I'm gonna stick to that.
You gonna stick to that? What proof do you have, though, Mama?
I'm gonna stick to that. So
what proof do you have, though?
Again, I wasn't able to bring my proof because, like you said, we give us a strike and stuff like that. But I did give you some videos of people, historians, talking about certain things that I was able to tell you about. So the Seminoles, once again, what they're saying, it means runaway slaves. Okay, but you said it means something else. Okay, so
free person.
Yeah,
they made the word opposite. Did it for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So you telling me that they took our names and reclassified us and all of this, and you don't think they'll switch around our name and make it a bad thing? You don't think that'll happen?
No,
you don't think that they would say that?
They have done.
I mean, they wanted to take the land from you, right?
Oh, they did.
So that'll make more sense. And for the reclassification, that'll make more sense on why they would want to reclassify you, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So why would we listen to what they're saying, especially when they're trying to say that the Seminole was somebody's slave, when that was so far from the truth, because we kicked their ass. So that'll be two. They spent $20 million. $20 million in that war against the Seminole.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know why they would but yeah, I mean I'd be mad at them too. Nigga kick my ass like that.
But then
Oh.
look at us today. Okay, we all saying that a lot of our people are saying they from Africa and all of that. So they
Not
have
a lot no more, not a lot.
yeah, not a lot anymore, but it's still too many. Okay, it's still too many saying that their ancestors is from like the Hebrew Israelites. They're one of them. The Pan Africans, they're another group. Okay, saying that their ancestors came over here as slaves and were slaves for 400 years. Okay, so it's too many of them still talking that talk.
Well, I agree with that. But I think they fading out. So in about 5-10 years, we won't. We won't. It'll be a thing of the past.
Well, I don't know about that because at this point, we almost in the brink of China taking over this land. Okay, China is over here. They're burning up Hawaii as I speak, or have burnt up Hawaii. It's a war on this land right now. As of today, they're told to completely burn up Turtle Island. Okay, because they want this land.
Yeah, well, I thought they already had it.
Well, yeah, they didn't bought it, but hey.
So right here, this is William Billy Ciola. All right, this is my 8th great ancestor. And
yeah, China is here. Okay,
this
China
is a
is here.
similar. Hold on, mom. We're gonna close out because I got to get out of here. Been on too long.
Yeah.
Let's close out. Let's get some last words from everybody.
Yeah, peace, peace. It was a good bill, Top Cat. Peace to everybody on the channel. Yeah, I just thought information that I researched. I thought Africans didn't really get to North America until after the civil rights, but I could be wrong. But I thought the Black Europeans that came was Negroes. They was given the Negro title over there from the Spanish. You know what I mean? And that was the ones that they brought over to this land, man. So, peace.
All right, y'all. I appreciate everybody coming on the panel. Y'all gonna see y'all way out. I locked it up behind y'all. All right, y'all. So my book release is tomorrow. Book release tomorrow, man. American Bloodlines of the Gods of Civilization. Y'all make sure y'all support me, man, and share it out and let people know, man. Yeah, and man, let's see some real support. Let's see some real support, man. I've been working my ass off to help get this to where it is today, and it ain't nobody that can deny it. And I feel like I deserve it, at least a day. You know what I'm saying? And let's see the people support, and let's come through with some real support. We actually have a goal considerable of the people that watch the channel is we can. I feel like it can easily be done. So 300 is the goal. I'm not gonna lie, man. We had a lot of people purchase books. I ain't gonna lie. And the release tomorrow, but it's been a lot of people that produce them. So when I did my first book, for kids, my goal was to get 100. So I got 100. 100 people supported. So man, this goal, 300 will be the goal, man. So I got, man. I said the people really standing with the kid, man. I put in a lot of work, like I said, and a lot of everybody was able to benefit. And we in this area together, and shit, I think we can.
He couldn't handle what I was throwing down.
Yeah, so So yeah, like I said, man, we'll see tomorrow, man. Put in a lot of work. It's cool. It's my first book. Got my feet wet. I understand the game now. And man, I look to make plenty more classics that tell our history, our story, and you know, that they tried to cover up a lot of the shit they tried to hide. But you know, it's time for us to tell the story. My game always been, we are the source. You are the source. You feel me? We don't need all these other books. Can't nobody tell our story. You are the source. And so I have to lead by example. You know, I had that message. So, you know, I went out and created work because I feel like we need to write our own story. You know, we need to tell our own story. So this me taking the step, man, put some paint where it ain't, and letting them know that that we serious. We ought to be respected as real scholars of information, man. And can't nobody do it how we do it. And this shit ain't no facade. We anywhere around the board we can beat you. You feel me? And I know a lot of people write books, but people not sourcing them. This is gonna be a book that you're gonna hear people sourcing. This is information that's put out in a way that hasn't been presented before. You feel me? So man, I ain't gonna say nothing, man. You know, I got a bet with somebody too that, you know, the people ain't gonna, you know, they ain't gonna, you know, keep it real. But we'll see. You know what I'm saying? I hope I'm wrong. I hope I lose that bet. But time to tell, man. I see y'all tomorrow. Y'all be cool. Like y'all be cool. Enjoy the rest of y'all night, man. Love y'all. As long as we got each other, we don't need nobody else. Big old Indian business, man. That's my time. Hold on, before we go, I guess we'll leave out with hold on before we go. Let me see something. Man, I had slides pulled up over here. I never did get to them, but that's cool too. Yeah, we've been on, man. I supposed to been off like 4 hours ago, man. I can't come on here and get right off. Y'all just, and I'm gonna tell y'all today live came out of nothing. And a lot of people gonna say, hey, this was a classic live. Pulled that one out the sky. But that's just how, you know, every time we touch the track, you know, but it did end up being a good bill. But we'll go out on this.
Ancient Greece, birthplace of Western civilization.
This is where it all began, Masons. Because it is from the Egyptians, the first veneration of a higher, what we would call more metaphysical culture.
Called Atlantis, it was founded by the Greek god Poseidon, and the inhabitants possessed sophisticated technology. Aztecs say that their capital of Tenochtitlan was made in Mexico.
The plume serpent theory is probably related to something that came from the sky.
Could there be a connection between the ancient Greek tale of Atlantis and Native American origin stories?
Who is this figure? Why are these men showing her such adoration?
Is now, thanks to the point where it took 1 million men to have to come to the same venerated spot to remind them of the bloodline of the gods that exist on earth.
Bloodlines of the Gods and Civilizations by the legendary Big Chief Top Cats, only at BigChiefUniversity.com and Amazon.